Chapter 2482. Seeing that this disciple was so long-winded, Xueqi laughed in his heart. Since it wasn't anything special, he patiently listened to the disciple. When this junior was hesitating whether to inform that foundation establishment senior, I suddenly thought of whether Martial Uncle Xiao would be meditating in this cave, so... At this moment, the disciple saw Xueqi's faint smile and immediately became reserved again. He bowed and said, "This junior has said too much. Martial Uncle, please follow this junior to the entrance of the encampment. That foundation establishment senior must be waiting anxiously."
Okay.
Xueqi replied concisely. The entrance of the encampment wasn't far from the cave, and this distance was enough for Xueqi to guess. However, when he saw this individual cultivator who came to visit, he definitely didn't expect it to be him. This person was none other than the Qi refinement cultivator Xueqi saved, outside Haoming City, by Fengliang. However, at this time, Bai Fengliang was already a foundation establishment cultivator. He wore a light blue Taoist robe and looked quite imposing. Seeing Xueqi appear at the entrance of the Imperial Thunder Sect, Bai Fengliang's face showed a trace of joy and a trace of ecstasy. He almost lost his composure and took a few steps forward. Then, he stopped and waited there respectfully. "Ha! Bai Fengliang, why are you looking for me? Could it be?" Xueqi was very afraid of the Heavenly Demon Sect when he was in Haoming City and didn't understand the situation, so he used the Foundation Establishment pill as bait to let Bai Fengliang go to the Heavenly Demon Sect to be his eyes and ears. However, he also made it clear to Bai Fengliang that everything depended on Bai Fengliang's willingness. If he didn't want to tell him the situation of the Heavenly Demon Sect, Xueqi would absolutely not force him. However, seeing Bai Fengliang today was absolutely unexpected. He didn't expect Bai Fengliang to take the initiative to come to him and report the situation of the Heavenly Demon Sect to him. "Fellow Taoist Xiao." Bai Fengliang bowed very elegantly and said, "I've long admired your name and even wanted to make friends with you. Now that I've taken the liberty to come here, please forgive me." Xueqi blinked and smiled bitterly in his heart. He then cupped his hands and said, "I'm just an ordinary cultivator of the Imperial Thunder Sect. How could I have any reputation?" "Fellow Taoist Bai must be joking." "Haha, fellow Taoist Xiao, this isn't the place to talk. I've prepared some wine. How about inviting fellow Taoist Xiao?" "Very good." Xueqi was also unsure whether the Imperial Thunder Sect's encampment would allow the so-called rogue cultivator, Bai Fengliang, who was actually a disciple of the Devil Sect, to enter. Since Bai Fengliang had already prepared a place, he also nodded his head. Seeing Bai Fengliang leading the way, Xueqi hurriedly asked, "Fellow Taoist Bai, are we going to the Heavenly Survey Tea House? Sky Patrol Tea House?" Bai Fengliang was stunned for a moment before he said with a smile, "No, I'm staying at an inn in Sentry City. It's very peaceful there, so I'd like to invite fellow cultivator Xiao to have a chat there." "Very good." Hearing that it wasn't the Sky Survey Tea House, Xueqi felt relieved. Since he knew how filthy the Sky Survey Tea House was, Xueqi didn't even want to take a single step into it. He even thought that if he met Ziyi in the future, he would definitely tell him not to take even half a step into that tea house. Bai Fengliang followed Bai Fengliang to the inn and opened the door to enter. Bai Fengliang immediately bowed and said, "Bai Fengliang greets the Vice Sect Master." Xueqi was stunned. Then, his magic power surged and he naturally prepared to kill Bai Fengliang on the spot. However, he heard Bai Fengliang say, "Bai Fengliang is really blind." He actually didn't know the identity of the Vice Sect Master. If the Sect Master didn't ask me to come here to greet the Vice Sect Master, I would still be in the dark. Oh, that's right. Xueqi suddenly realized, Zhang Qing Xiao, that bastard, said that he would only attack after he personally introduced me. Not now. However, Xueqi immediately had an impulse from his heart. An impulse to stretch out his leg and kick Zhang Qing Xiao twice. An impulse to kick Zhang Qing Xiao's white face that was popular throughout the Dawnrain continent into a persimmon. Damn it, when did I become the Vice Sect leader of the Heavenly Demon Sect? Feeling that Xueqi's situation was not right, Bai Fengliang hurriedly said, "Don't worry, Vice Sect Master Xiao. Only I know about this. When I received the Sect Master's order, I also made a blood oath that I would never reveal it. Don't worry, Vice Sect Master." AI. Xueqi waved his hand and said, "Get up." Then, He sat on the bed in the room and looked around. With a wave of his hand, dozens of rabbit talismans flew out. Oh? That's right, these rabbit talismans can now be refined with jade marrow. Xueqi saw the rabbit talismans fly out and grabbed with his hand, activating the array. He couldn't help but think to himself, Vice Sect Master Xiao is indeed skilled. Seeing Xueqi casually set up the array, Bai Fengliang's heart was filled with respect. Xueqi nodded and asked, "Why did the Sect Master send you here? Does he know that you know me?" "Yes, Vice Sect Master Xiao knows." Bai Fengliang stood there respectfully and replied, "After I received the Foundation Establishment Pill from Vice Sect Master, I quickly reached the Foundation Establishment realm. Thus, there was an envoy from the Sage Sect who came to find me. At the same time, he asked for my opinion and brought me to the Sage Sect." Sage Sect? Xueqi snickered and thought, this Zhongqing Xiao is really good at pranking. Isn't it just the Heavenly Demon Sect? What Sage Sect? What a welcoming envoy. After passing the Sage Sect's envoy's assessment and considering my physique, I was allowed to enter the Pure Lotus Sect of the 13 Sacred Sects. Bai Fengliang said again, in the past few decades, I've been practicing hard and my progress is not bad. I've gained the favor of the sect's venerable, so I was sent out to gain experience. A few days ago when I was in Haoming City, I received the sect master's order. This order was issued by a venerable on behalf of the sect master. At that time, there were many sacred sect disciples in Haoming City, and there were 11 of them who had reached the Foundation Establishment realm. Because I practiced the Taoist sect's cultivation method and used to be a rogue cultivator, I was sent to meet Vice Sect Master Xiao. As far as I know, the sect master doesn't know that I've met Vice Sect Master Xiao. Oh, I see. Hearing Bai Fengliang's complicated explanation, Xueqi frowned. However, he heard that Zhongqing Xiao didn't issue the sect master's order directly. It was issued when they met outside the Sky Patrol City last time. Thinking that Zhongqing Xiao had brought the elixir he needed so quickly, he felt warm in his heart. "Give it to me," Xueqi said as he stretched out his hand. "Yes." Bai Fengliang wasn't surprised. He carefully took out a storage bag from his chest and handed it to Xueqi. Xueqi took the storage bag and scanned it with his divine thought. He frowned and said, "Why is there so little?" "This is too little?" Bai Fengliang's heart skipped a beat. He was secretly shocked, but he didn't dare to show it. He said in a low voice, "Vice Sect Master Xiao, these are all the elixir pills in Haoming City. Elixir pills from the other 7 major cities are also being collected. When the elixir pills are found, they will be sent to Sky Patrol City. At that time, I will give it to Vice Sect Master Xiao until Vice Sect Master Xiao thinks it's suitable." "And that's more like it." Xueqi nodded slightly. With a wave of his hand, he put the storage bag containing more than 60 dry distance pills into his space. In addition, there are instructions in the sect master's order. "Vice Sect Master, if you need anything, you can tell me. I have the sect master's order in my hand, and I can mobilize most of the disciples in the sacred sect." Bai Fengliang said respectfully. "What else do you want?" Xueqi thought for a moment and shook his head with a smile. "Forget it, take these things first." "Yes, I understand," Bai Fengliang replied carefully. "By the way, Bai Fengliang, do you still remember what you told me that day?" Xueqi said with a smile. "What sacred sect, and what are the 13 sects?" Hearing Xueqi asking about the 13 holy sects, Bai Fengliang was slightly taken aback. However, after pondering for a moment, his expression changed slightly. He smiled apologetically and said, "Vice Sect Leader Xiao, please don't make fun of me. You are the Vice Sect Master of the Heavenly Demon Sect. How can you not know about the 13 sects?" Xueqi stared into Bai Fengliang's eyes and asked word by word. "Bai Fengliang, look at me carefully. Do you think I'm the Vice Sect Master of your Heavenly Demon Sect?" This. Bai Fengliang bit his lips, as if he was thinking and hesitating. "In the jade slip that the Sect Master of your Heavenly Demon Sect gave you, did he say that I'm the Vice Sect Master?" Xueqi asked coldly. "I don't remember it clearly." Bai Fengliang woke up and smiled apologetically. The jade slip that came with the Sect Master's order can only be read once. Moreover, I was too excited and I didn't see it clearly. What if you said it was Vice Sect Master Xiao? Or Xueqi, Vice Sect Master? Xueqi asked again. It seems to be Xueqi, Vice Sect Master. Bai Fengliang hesitated for a moment before answering.
It's good that you understand.
Xueqi nodded and sneered. I'm only at the Foundation Establishment realm. How can I be the Vice Sect Master? I'm afraid that when you saw my name and the Vice Sect Master's title, you thought. That's why you mistook me for the Vice Sect Master. Bai Fengliang's face immediately turned red. Xueqi's words hit the nail on the head, revealing his joy at that time. When he saw Xueqi's name, he was astonished. While he was shocked, he also let his imagination run wild.
To be able to form a relationship with the Vice Sect Master of the Heavenly Demon Sect, he really understood what kind of glorious future he would have in the Heavenly Demon Sect in the future.
As for the content after that, he was really in a trance. I was indeed a little too pleased with myself. Bai Fengliang replied embarrassedly. This Vice Sect Master is someone else. You don't need to worry about who it is. Just follow the instructions on your Sect Master's order and give the item to me. Xueqi nodded and said, however, at this time, it's up to you to fulfill your promise. Of course, Bai Fengliang, if you're not willing, you don't need to answer. I definitely won't force you. Speaking up to here, Xueqi asked again. Bai Fengliang was forced into a helpless state, and a pitiful expression appeared on his face. After all, he wasn't sure if this was the Heavenly Demon Sect's probing technique. If he didn't answer well, he would be killed. Chapter 2483.
This lowly one.
Bai Fengliang smiled apologetically. This lowly one is just an ordinary disciple of the Holy Gate. Fellow Taoist Xiao. And if you don't want to say it, then don't say it. Xueqi smiled faintly. After all, you and I had such an agreement back then. Many thanks, fellow Taoist Xiao. Bai Fengliang really wanted to call Xueqi Deputy Sect Master Xiao. If you have any more things coming for me in the future, feel free to come to the Imperial Thunder Sect's encampment to find me. Xueqi waved his hand and was about to put away the rabbit array. But at that moment, Bai Fengliang's body trembled and he hurriedly shouted, Fellow Taoist Xiao, please wait. Is there anything else? Xueqi asked curiously. It's like this. Bai Fengliang bit his lips and said, I was able to join the Holy Gate and have my current achievements all because of fellow Taoist Zhao's guidance and arrangements. That day, fellow Taoist Xiao had an agreement with me. Although I didn't agree to it, I already agreed in my heart. Since fellow Taoist Xiao asked about it today, how could I dare to hide it? Is that so? Xueqi smiled and said, I'm not some deputy sect master of your Holy Gate. Moreover, I might have been sent by your sect master to test you. Bai Fengliang's face was filled with embarrassment as he said, even if fellow Taoist Xiao was sent by my Holy Gate to test me, I still owe fellow Taoist Xiao a favor. I can't not repay this favor. All right, tell me what you know. Xueqi didn't sit down, but stood there and said. A faint smile flashed across Bai Fengliang's face as if a heavy stone had been lifted off his chest. He said, actually, ever since I joined the Holy Gate, I have always remembered fellow Taoist Zhao's words. I have always paid attention to the Holy Gate situation. However, the Holy Gate's rules are very strict, and the various sects don't have much interaction with each other. I only know about my Pure Lotus sect. Oh, then tell me about the 13 holy sects first? Xueqi was bewildered when he heard this. No matter how he heard it, this so-called 13 sacred sects seemed to be related to the Buddhist sect. He didn't know what Zhang Qingxiao meant by turning the Heavenly Demon Sect into this state, so he asked with interest. The 13 sacred sects are the Heavenly Demon Sect, Tiangang Sect, Tianfan Sect, Earthly Fiend Sect, Earthly Ao Sect, Earthly Spirit Sect, Human Enlightenment Sect, Human Splendor Sect, Human Zen Sect, Pure Lotus Sect, Pure Land Sect, Yin Yang Sect, and Fairy Sect. However, apart from Lu Weigang, the sect master of the Pure Lotus Sect, I don't know who the deputy sect masters of the other 12 sects are. Bai Fengliang smiled bitterly. Lu Weigang? Xueqi is stunned. Is this Lu Weigang a former Changbai sect disciple? I don't know. Bai Fengliang shook his head and said, however, the pristine Lotus sect cultivates orthodox Taoist spells. Many of our disciples come from independent cultivators or other cultivation sections. Many of them are disciples of other sects. As he spoke, Lu Weigang thoughtfully looked at Xiaohua. What else? Xiaohua asked again. Bai Fengliang shook his head helplessly. Fellow Taoist Xiao, believe it or not, this is all I know. I don't know anything more. Oh right, there's another news. I've only heard that the Heavenly Demon Sect is going to be established. Seeing that Bai Fengliang really knew very little, Xiaohua was extremely disappointed. However, he was really happy for Zhang Qingxiao in his heart. After all, to be able to operate a devil sect to such a strict level was really not easy. Xiaohua was confident that he could not do it. However, Xiaohua asked curiously, what? Hasn't the Heavenly Demon Sect already been established? Why do you still want to establish a sect? I don't know. Bai Fengliang smiled apologetically, but it's all rumors. I don't know either. Well, okay. Xiaohua nodded and asked, what cultivation method are you cultivating? What other elixirs do you need? Bai Fengliang's face showed joy and said, I'm cultivating a cultivation method of the Pure Lotus sect. However, I only have half of the cultivation method for the early and middle stages of the Foundation establishment realm. Moreover, I need all the elixirs that fellow Taoist Xiao usually uses. Show me your cultivation method. Xiaohua very naturally raised his hand. Yes. Bai Fengliang did not dare to neglect and showed his cultivation method to Xiaohua. Well, so it's this. Xiaohua nodded and clapped his hand. He also took out a jade slip and handed it to Bai Fengliang. This jade slip is also bestowed. Take it, it should be at the late stage of the Foundation establishment realm. In addition, I'll give you these elixirs as well. Consider it as thanks for your hard work in Sky Patrol City. As he spoke, Xiaohua took out another storage bag. Bai Fengliang was overjoyed. When he finished looking at the contents of the storage bag, he was even more ecstatic. He bowed and said, Thank you, fellow Taoist Xiao. Thank you, Deputy Sect Leader. Well, Xiaohua waved his hand and said, I'll tell him about your matter. In addition, you can show this jade slip to Sect Leader before this matter is over. Remember, it's a matter of life and death. This is... When Bai Fengliang heard this, cold sweat immediately appeared on his forehead. He said in extreme panic, I know. Thank you, fellow Taoist Xiao. At this moment, Bai Fengliang finally understood that his mission was absolutely dangerous. If it were not for Xiaohua's jade slip, his life would really be in danger. Nonsense. Seeing Bai Fengliang's ashen face, Xiaohua sneered. Only the two of them knew about his relationship with Zhang Qingxiao. Since Zhang Qingxiao dared to mention Deputy Sect Leader Xiao in the jade slip, then Bai Fengliang would definitely die after seeing this jade slip. Zhang Qingxiao would definitely kill him to silence him. In fact, not only Zhang Qingxiao, even Xiaohua had this intention. If it were not for Zhang Qingxiao wanting to go to Hun Country and Xiaohua urgently needing this pill, Zhang Qingxiao would definitely come personally and not let others do it. However, Zhang Qingxiao's subordinate just happened to be someone familiar with Xiaohua. After Xiaohua probed, he felt that Bai Fengliang was still trustworthy, so he had the intention to protect himself. As long as you remember, some things must be buried in your heart for a lifetime. This is the only way to preserve your life. Xiaohua made a grabbing motion, and a dozen talismans fell into his hand. He said with a smile, Fellow Taoist Bai, you can open the room's restriction now. Yes, I'll open it now. Bai Fengliang hurriedly activated the token and opened the room's restriction. He said respectfully, I'll send fellow Taoist Xiao out. No need. You just need to do your job well. Xiaohua waved his hand and said, I still have other things to do, you can just stay here. Yes, I understand. Bai Fengliang nodded and asked again, if other big cities have things coming over, how can I find fellow Taoist? Use the messaging talisman. Xiaohua thought for a moment, then clapped his hand and took out his messaging talisman and handed it to Bai Fengliang. After Bai Fengliang received it, Xiaohua turned around and walked out of the room, quickly leaving the inn. Although Xiaohua's face was calm, he muttered in his heart, second senior brother's ambition is really big. He ignited the sword Dao battle, and he took advantage of the chaos to rob. Presumably, he wants to take advantage of the fact that the other sects have no time to care about him and announce the Heavenly Demon sect to the public. This courage. TSK. He's really a good disciple of Master. When he thought of Xiao Yuehong, he thought of his lazy and idle cultivation attitude. It was this little cultivator who stood aloof from worldly affairs that was killed by 3 nascent soul cultivators. The heavenly Tao was really heartless. Since the heavenly Tao was heartless, why would Xiao Hua stop Zhang Qingxiao from establishing the sect? With a swoosh sound, another messaging talisman flew to Xiao Hua's front. Xiao Hua stretched out his hand and took the messaging talisman. He looked at it with his divine thought and said with a smile, "It seems that what will come will come." Then, he did not go in the direction of the Imperial Thunder Sect's encampment. Instead, he turned around and went to the city gate of Sky Patrol City. When he arrived at the city gate, he saw that the security was extremely tight. The cultivators who came in were considered good, but the cultivators who went out were all interrogated. Xiao Hua looked at it coldly, knowing that it was the aftermath of his assassination of Tu Hong. If I can find any flaws in this place, can I still be an expert who can kill a golden core cultivator? Xiao Hua sneered secretly. Big brother. Xiao Hua had just stood still when an extremely familiar divine thought swept over him. Xiao Mao's voice was heard not far away. Xiao Hua looked up and saw Li Zongbao and Xiao Mao standing in a corner a few hundred feet away from the city gate. They were quietly watching everything that happened at the city gate. Little brother greets senior brother Li. Xiao Hua walked slowly to Li Zongbao and cupped his hands. Senior brother, you called me over. Are you going out of Sky Patrol City? Yes. Li Zongbao said faintly, now that the war has begun, it's the best time for us to kill Qin Jian. If we don't go now, when will we? Yes, I'll listen to senior brother Li's orders. Xiao Hua smiled, but then he asked curiously, but, senior brother Li, don't you have a special order from the conference hall? Why don't you use the teleportation formation but go out through this place? The teleportation formation is currently transporting disciples from various sects out. It's very busy. Xiao Mao answered excitedly, as if killing Qin Jian was something that he yearned for day and night. Well, that's one of the reasons. There's another reason. I'll explain it to you when we're out of Sky Patrol City. Li Zongbao waved his hand. Yes, Xiao Hua was puzzled, but he still answered. Most of the cultivators who were going out of Sky Patrol City were not participating in the war. Their cultivation levels were only around the beginner stage of the Foundation establishment realm. They were reluctant to use the teleportation formation of Sky Patrol City, so they could only go out through the city gate. There were many of them and they were in groups. There were actually a few long lines in front of the city gate. Li Zongbao did not care about these ordinary cultivators at all. He clapped his hands and took out the special order from the conference hall. He raised his hand and walked past the crowd to the front of the line. Where did this cultivator come from? Why is he so unruly? A cultivator in the middle stage of the Foundation establishment realm said anxiously, we're all going out. Why are you? Sure. A cultivator next to him hurriedly pulled the cultivator's sleeve and whispered a few words. The cultivator shrunk his neck and stopped talking. Li Zongbao turned around and looked at them coldly. He then walked to the front of 2 city guards in the late stage of the Foundation establishment realm. Chapter 2484. The 2 city guards had already seen Li Zongbao coming out from the crowd. They looked at each other and quickly stepped in front of Li Zongbao and the other 2. Fellow cultivator from the Utopia faction. The city guard in front raised his hand and said coldly, although you are a disciple participating in the battle, according to the rules of the Sky Patrol City, you still have to line up at the back. Please don't overstep. Li Zongbao raised his hand and the council hall's special permit was held in front of the city guard. What's this? The city guard was slightly stunned. This is the special permit of the Yanxi Mansion's council hall. We want to go out of the Sky Patrol City. Please make an exception. Xiao Mao knew that Li Zongbao was impatient with the city guards of the Sky Patrol City, so he quickly cupped his hands and said. The city guard frowned and scanned the special permit with his divine thought. He said lightly, the special permit of the council hall is used by all cultivation sections. Of course it can be used in the Sky Patrol City. However, the city governor of the Sky Patrol City has issued a ban. In order to find the swordsman who assassinated Senior Tu Hong, we must strengthen the investigation of the cultivators entering and leaving the Sky Patrol City. Fellow cultivator, please go back and line up. How dare you? Xiao Hua scolded. Isn't the Sky Patrol City under the jurisdiction of the council hall? Don't the city guards of the Sky Patrol City obey the special permit of the Council Hall?
If so, I'll go back and ask the elders of the Council Hall when did the Sky Patrol City run out of the jurisdiction of the Council Hall?
Don't. Another city guard next to him poked the city guard and smiled apologetically. Fellow cultivators, don't be anxious. My junior brother is Senior Tu Hong's disciple. He has not rested for dozens of days in order to find the swordsman who killed Senior Tuesday. Fellow cultivators. You know that Qin Jian is the public enemy of all cultivators. We are looking for Qin Jian for the benefit of everyone, so...
Haha, since that's the case, this Xiao understands.
Xiaohua smiled, however. I heard that Qin Jian is an illusory swordsman who can assassinate Senior Tuesday. I'm afraid it's not easy for you to arrest him, right?
Yes.
The city guard took 2 steps forward and said with a smile. That may be the case, but we still have to do our best. We have to let Senior Tu Hong rest in peace. We went to Sky Patrol City because of this. Xiao Mao said with a smile. We also received news that Qin Jian is somewhere in Huan Nation. Speaking of this, Xiao Mao looked embarrassed. While the Sky Patrol City was arresting Qin Jian, Xiao Mao was searching for news of Qin Jian in the Huan Kingdom. Didn't this mean that the city guards of the Sky Patrol City were busy? Yes, there are too many rumors at this time. No one can tell which one is true. As long as we have the heart and effort, Senior Tu will be happy. The city guard reached out and took Li Zongbao's special permit.
After examining it carefully for a moment, he smiled apologetically and said, This is indeed the special permit of the Assembly Hall.
It's not fake. If we don't even acknowledge the conference hall's special order and can't even be trusted, then who can? Fellow Taoists, please. After saying that, the city guard returned the special order to Li Zongbao and waved his hand to instruct the city guards guarding the city gate to move aside. What surprised Xiao Hua was that Li Zongbao, who was usually very arrogant, did not say much at this time. He coldly took the special order and led the way through the gap made by the city guards. When they passed through the city gate, a faint brilliance flashed between the city gates. Li Zongbao paused for a moment and waited for the brilliance to dissipate before he followed Xiao Hua and Xiao Mao out of Sky Patrol City. Where's the flowing cloud flying ship? Li Zongbao shouted as soon as he exited the city gate. It's here. Xiao Hua hurriedly took out the flowing cloud flying ship. Let's go. Li Zongbao flew onto the flying ship and said only one word. He stood with his hands behind his back and looked into the distance. Xiao Hua did not dare to be negligent. He urged the flying ship and the 3 of them quickly rushed towards the northern sky. Behind them, several gazes swept past before slowly retracting. After flying for half a day, Li Zongbao did not say a word at all. When he saw flashes of lightning in the sky and ice pellets falling from the sky, Li Zongbao turned his head and ordered, Xiao Mao, you take over from Xiao Hua. I have something to ask Xiao Hua. Yes, I understand. Xiao Mao quickly walked in front of Xiao Hua and sat down cross-legged to take control of the flowing cloud flying ship. Xiao Hua walked in front of Li Zongbao and asked curiously, Senior brother Li, what's the matter? You killed Tu Hong. Li Zongbao did not open his mouth and only transmitted his voice. However, this faint transmission and Li Zongbao's unquestionable tone were like a thunderclap that struck Xiao Hua's heart. Crack! Coincidentally, a bolt of lightning struck the left side of the flowing cloud flying ship. Xiao Hua's pupils shrank slightly, but then he smiled without changing his expression and said, Senior brother Li, could it be that you want to take credit? Even if you want to take credit, you don't need to use me as bait. Although Xiao Hua looked as if nothing had happened, his heart was in a perilous situation. He definitely did not expect that someone would link him to Tu Hong's death, and this person was actually Li Zongbao. Therefore, although his reply sounded very calm, the words in his words could not stand up to scrutiny. However, Li Zongbao did not care about the inappropriateness of Xiao Hua's words. He stared straight into Li Zongbao's eyes and said indifferently, I am very conflicted about Tu Fu's death. On one hand, he was a rare commander in our Dao sect. With his command, our Dao sect cultivators should be safe and sound before the nascent soul masters arrive. But on the other hand, he viewed human lives as grass and destroyed tens of thousands of lives in the blink of an eye. And junior brother Xiao and the others were also part of his scheme. Xiao Hua fearlessly met Li Zongbao's aggressive gaze and also looked straight at him, quietly listening. Logically, I should protect him and ensure his safety. But emotionally, I want to kill him with my own hands. Of course, junior brother Xiao was tricked by him and many of us were in danger. I also feel that it is normal for you to want to kill him. However, if it was only because of this, I feel that you would not be so impatient. It would be best to kill him after the battle. But what he should not have done the most was to scheme against Dui Qiming. Dui Qiming is Cui Hongshan's dual cultivation partner. Although the majority of cultivators do not know about this, it is not a secret to Golden Core cultivators. If you had not killed Tu Hong that day, Dui Qiming would have held the dual cultivation ceremony with Tu Hong with the support of the Snow Region's Taoist master. By the time the dual cultivation ceremony was held, everything would have been too late, right? Li Zongbao looked at Xiao Hua's eyes and a trace of warmth flashed through them. Therefore, you had no choice but to take the risk and kill Tu Hong before the dual cultivation ceremony. Hee. Brother Li is really imaginative. These little brothers would never dream of it. And you can even think of the things that my junior brother Cui would dream of. This little brother really admires you. How could Xiao Hua admit it? Naturally, he replied with a smile. Although senior Tu Hong put us in danger, this little brother benefited from the disaster. Apart from Cui Hongshan's matter, this little brother can't thank him enough. Of course, this little brother was indeed angry about Dui Qiming's matter, but now that I think about it, Cui Hongshan was already dead and Dui Qiming had no one to rely on. Dual cultivation with Tu Hong was not a bad thing. Besides, Cui Hongshan has always been at odds with this little brother. In the Myriad Thunder Valley, he was also at odds with this little brother. He always made this little brother call him senior brother. Why would this little brother care about him? Junior brother Xiao, don't tell me that you don't know Tu Hong's true motive for marrying Dui Qiming. Li Zongbao's cheeks twitched as he asked with dissatisfaction. What other motive? This little brother really doesn't know? Xiao Hua asked curiously. Even if Dui Qiming is a human cauldron, it is still a rare opportunity for Dui Qiming. Looking at Xiao Hua's face that was as pure as Xiantian true water, Li Zongbao really wanted to punch this guy's face. However, he still restrained himself and told Xiao Hua everything he knew. He then asked, think about it, if Dui Qiming married Tu Hong, what would happen to her? There is definitely only one outcome. Impossible. Xiao Hua's face was extremely shocked. Then, he waved his hand in disbelief. If Dui Qiming died, how could my Imperial Thundersex Lord not know? Dui Qiming's natal spiritual tablet is still in the Jade Archive Hall. Junior brother Xiao. When Dui Qiming marries into Sky Patrol City, her natal spiritual tablet will be handed over to Sky Patrol City. This is a valuable gift that your sect must give to Sky Patrol City during Dui Qiming's dual cultivation ceremony. It is said that the palace master of your Imperial Thundersex Dui Lei Palace personally came to Sky Patrol City for this matter. However, because Tu Hong's scheme was exposed, she did not even get off the thunderboat. Li Zongbao explained. Besides, Dui Qiming's soul was transferred into Yu Meng's body. How could Dui Qiming's natal spiritual tablet be damaged? This. Xiao Hua was just asking casually. When he heard this, he could only smile bitterly. This Tu Hong. I really did not expect him to be so shrewd. I am definitely not as shrewd as him. You really don't know? Li Zongbao laughed. That day, the assassin even took out Yu Meng's corpse. How about this? That's an assassin, that's a Golden Core realm cultivator. That's something that disciples like you who have backing can know. If it wasn't for Brotherly mentioning it today, I would never have imagined that there would be so many fishy things about it. Xiao Hua naturally didn't admit it. Ha ha ha. Li Zongbao raised his face and laughed. Junior brother Xiao, if it was someone else, they would naturally not think that the swordsman who looks exactly like Qin Jian is you. However, don't forget that I am acquainted with Xueqi, her secret technique. See, Xiao Hua sucked in a breath of cold air. He suddenly thought, isn't that right? I originally thought that only Fairy Hong Xia knew about the sky-stealing sun-swapping secret technique. However, I forgot about Li Zongbao. He has seen Kai Xuexia before. Yeah, that's not right. Xiao Hua suddenly woke up again. Although Li Zongbao and Kai Xuexia were a couple, he had only seen Kai Xuexia's appearance after she changed her appearance. He didn't know Kai Xuexia's true appearance. He was tricking him. Sigh, Brother Li. After Xiao Hua recovered from his daze, he smiled bitterly. Don't be jealous of me. As the saying goes, the 9 sons of the dragon are all different. My fairy Hong Xia is as beautiful as a flower. Your Xueqi. Hee, she is actually not bad. Don't suspect me just because of this. Chapter 2485. Seeing Xiao Hua's astonishment, Li Zongbao was already satisfied.
However, after hearing Xiao Hua's words, his eyes flashed with a trace of tenderness, but this tenderness was instantly extinguished by his indifference.
Actually, these are not important. Li Zongbao said indifferently. These only show that you have the intention to assassinate Tu Hong. The most important thing is that you have the strength to assassinate Tu Hong. Moreover, you have the time to assassinate Tu Hong. Brother Li's words make me even more confused. Xiao Hua shrugged his shoulders. His expression seemed relaxed, but the mana in his body was constantly on high alert. The matter of him assassinating Tu Hong had really pierced through the heavens. He had directly stepped on the face of Xueyu's spiritual master. Xiao Hua had already offended spiritual master Jing Ru. Now that Xueyu's spiritual master knew the truth, did he still want to live? Master Xueyu and Master Xueyu were different. Master Xueyu did not dare to brazenly go to Sky Thunder Peak, but Master Xueyu dared to. He could even directly capture Xiao Hua and did not need to care about Master Qian Lazy of the Imperial Thunder Sect. Therefore, Xiao Hua did not dare to be careless, even if he was facing Li Zongbao, who he trusted more. Little brother's cultivation is only at the early stage of foundation establishment. With the addition of my secret technique, I am at most at the late stage of foundation establishment. And, even if I am at the early stage of gold core, it is still impossible for me to compare to senior Tu Hong. Xiao Hua said innocently. If we are talking about junior brother Zhao's cultivation, how could others know more than me? Li Zongbao said with a smile. Previously, junior brother Xiao was brave and invincible. You killed a weapon cultivator and a beast cultivator, and you also saved Xiao Mao from a sword cultivator. That terrifying phoenix name, you didn't get it for nothing, right? When junior brother Xiao used that technique, I'm afraid you didn't think about killing Tu Hong in the future, right? Otherwise, you wouldn't have revealed it like this. Senior brother Li. Seeing Li Zongbao speak so bluntly, Xiao Hua coldly said, if this little brother can kill Tu Hong, then senior martial brother Li probably won't be a match for this little brother. Senior martial brother Li, are you not afraid that this little brother will kill you? Hee, I'm quite good at judging people. You are not the kind of person who willfully kills the innocent. And this point, Xueqi also said. Back then, although you were only in the second layer of qi refining, she said your future was limitless. When I saw you for the second time, I was already aware of it. Li Zongbao seemed to really be at ease with Xiao Hua and spoke without hiding anything. Xiao Hua scratched his head and said very strangely, Brother Li, you're talking about so many strange things. This makes little brother puzzled. What does this have to do with me? Actually, I've been wondering about 2 things for the past 10 days or so. Li Zongbao did not answer Xiao Hua's question. Instead, he muttered to himself, there is no doubt that you can kill Tu Hong. But how could you transform into Qin Jian? Furthermore, you can actually use a sword array. Then the 64 flying swords that killed Tu Hong in the end. Where did they come from? Ha, Xiao Hua laughed out loud. So Li Zongbao really did not know about Kai Xuexia's secret technique. It was only because he saw that fairy Hong Xia's beauty was far from Kai Xuexia's that he lied to him. He then said, that was Qin Jian from the start, not me. How is it possible for Qin Jian to sneak into Sky Patrol City? Li Zongbao shook his head slightly. Do you think Xueyu Dao Master is a golden core cultivator? Furthermore, that day was also strange. Why did Xueyu Dao Master leave the city? Even until now, I still have not figured it out. Even my master can't explain it. Martial Uncle Hang Ming. Xiao Hua's face turned extremely ugly. If Li Zongbao was here to frighten him, he would not mind. But this matter actually involved Hang Ming. Do you think that you do things flawlessly? Li Zongbao saw Xiao Hua's expression change and said indifferently, do you think that the golden core cultivators in the meeting hall are all idiots? Do you think that after rescuing Xiao Mao and the Xuanyan school disciples from the Gale Snowfield Spirit Stone Vein, You can brush it off with just a few words of evasiveness? Humph, not to mention my master, even Tu Hong. He is famous in the meeting hall for strategizing. I'm afraid that he would have long suspected your cultivation level.
But you can rest assured that I have already told my master that I will not report a word of your actions to him.
He also knows my painstaking efforts and did not interrogate me. He just said some of his own thoughts in front of me. What?
Xueqi almost cried out in surprise. He really did not expect that his actions were so secretive, but he was still seen through by others.
There is one more thing that I'm afraid you yourself did not think of. Li Zongbao glanced at Xueqi and said, when you finally escaped from under the nose of Xueqi Dao Master, you used the Devil Sect movement technique. Xueqi Dao Master had already seen through it. A few Golden Core cultivators, including my master, also received this news from Sky Patrol City. This news may be able to cover up something for you.
But when it fell into my eyes, I could not help but think of the enmity between you and the Devil Sect cultivators on the way back to Sky Patrol City.
Xueqi's face turned ugly. He, junior brother Xiao, you can rest assured. Li Zongbao said again, my master and a group of Golden Core cultivators are just suspicious of your cultivation. As for the matter of you killing Tu Hong, I'm afraid they have not contacted you yet. Of course, it is precisely because of the conflict between the Golden Core cultivators and Tu Hong, the representative of Sky Patrol City, that you are temporarily protected. This is only temporary. Whether you will be protected in the future is not something I can guess. I did not assassinate Tu Hong at all. Xueqi immediately denied. Li Zongbao still ignored him and said, of course, from the current situation, Tu Hong did not have time to report your performance in the meeting hall to Sky Patrol City. That is to say, Xueqi Dao Master does not know that your cultivation is close to the middle stage of Golden Core. Otherwise, he would not have made such a big fuss. Instead, he would have gone directly to the Imperial Thundersect station to take you down. This is also the reason why I brought you out of Sky Patrol City last time and this time. At this time, he has not seen Tu Hong's jade slip, but he will see it sooner or later. As long as he sees that you are a threat to Tu Hong, and you are Cui Hongshan's senior brother, then you will definitely be in trouble. The teleportation formation in Sky Patrol City is heavily guarded. Xueqi Dao Master's divine thought is left there. If you are noticed by him, I'm afraid there will be some twists and turns. Therefore, I can only bring you out of Sky Patrol City through the gate. The gate of Sky Patrol City is guarded by a Golden Core cultivator, so it is not dangerous. Oh, no wonder Li Zongbao was so patient just now. So that's why. Xueqi immediately thought of the situation when he was about to leave the city gate. If it was before, he would have been angry, right? Thinking of this, Xueqi's heart warmed. However, he still could not admit it. He smiled and said, I am a disciple of the Imperial Thundersect. Even if Xueqi Dao Master is a nascent soul cultivator, he can't ignore my identity as a disciple of the Imperial Thundersect, right? Even if he sees me, he can't directly say that I am a sword cultivator, right? You should say this to Qian. Li Zongbao sneered. Didn't you see Qian Mo's performance in the meeting hall? You killed many sword cultivators and brought back the corpses of the Imperial Thundersect cultivators. What was his attitude? Other than protesting, what else did he have? When you were forced to take out the Flowing Cloud flying boat, what was his attitude? Other than returning it, he could only let the younger generation solve it, right? Do you think he would offend Xueqi Dao Master for you? It's good enough that he didn't sell you out. Moreover, don't have any illusions about Yanxi Prefecture. Don't forget that when Cui Hongshan and the others came back, all the Golden Core Masters knew about it. My master was also present. They interrogated Cui Hongshan and the others more than 10 times and almost searched their souls. They just wanted to know how they survived. But, did they mention Dui Qimeng? My master told me clearly that he just wanted to see the Imperial Thundersect make a fool of themselves. He wanted to see how the Imperial Thundersect would explain to Tu Hong and Xueqi Dao Master. After all, that day in the meeting hall, Dui Qimeng had already said that her lover was the surviving Cui Hongshan. But he didn't expect that Qian Mo actually dared to hide it from Cui Hongshan. He still wanted Dui Qimeng to marry Tu Hong, and none of the Golden Core cultivators mentioned this matter. They all wanted to see how this so-called heaven-sent karma would end up. Even Xueqi, regarding your sex senior Qian Lei Zi, don't have too much hope. This matter, he might not be completely ignorant. Qianmo, he might not have such big guts. To put it bluntly, he is just a messenger. He can only shirk responsibility when something happens. Xiaohua looked at Li Zongbao with an uncertain expression. These words were what he suspected, and also what he didn't want to believe. But since Hung Feng said it, how could he not believe it? Actually, I don't need to say so much to you, but I'm really worried that you don't understand. Li Zongbao sighed at the end. These words. I'd rather rot in my stomach, but I have to say it to you today because I want to tell you that Xiaoyu mainland is not a simple place. This Sky Patrol City is a den of tigers and wolves. Now that you've left Sky Patrol City, then, don't ever step into Sky Patrol City again. Sigh, Xiaohua sighed and bowed. Thank you, Brother Li. Even if I'm not the one who killed Tu Hong, I'm really touched by Brother Li's frank and sincere words. No need. Li Zongbao waved his hand, a trace of sadness flashed in his eyes. Of course, when I bid farewell to Xueqi, she also asked me to take care of you. But I didn't expect. It's only been a few decades, and I'm already unable to take care of you. Besides, in the future I owe Brother Li in the future? Xiaohua was slightly stunned. He felt that Li Zongbao's thoughts of loving the house, and he was very worried. It's nothing. Li Zongbao laughed. My cultivation method is going to improve again. You should be happy for me. Oh yes, congratulations, Senior Brother Li. Xiaohua didn't understand Li Zongbao's thoughts, so he could only cup his hands in respect. Also, if you and I are free after the war, do you have time to accompany me to Luyang? Li Zongbao raised his eyes and looked out of the flowing cloud flying boat, seemingly casually asking. Chapter 2486. The dark clouds rushed forward and countless ice pellets hit the airship's defense. The future of the airship was boundless. Li Zongbao sighed and said, Xueqi is also the only one I can't let go of. Xiaohua's heart trembled.
He nodded and said, if Senior Brother has an order, how can this little brother dare to disobey?
Li Zongbao didn't say anything else. It was as if he had said all the words he wanted to say in the past few years. Xiaohua was sad. He thought a lot in his heart. What Li Zongbao said was a huge blow to him. He really didn't think that his disguise would be so weak.
As long as he knew a little more about him, he would be able to guess that he was the one who killed Tu Hong.
His sword cultivation would also appear in front of everyone. If Zhu Chenghe, Xie Zhiqian, or Chen Yi knew that Xiaohua wasn't dead, they would be able to guess that he was a sword cultivator. Then, his disguise of killing Tu Hong wouldn't be much of a disguise. This young master has always wanted to hide and not expose some of his strength. But after all, with this kind of strength, there are many things that can't be concealed. And all the concealment is meaningless. Everything depends on strength. Xiaohua sneered. Now that I have exposed some of my strength, it has fallen into the eyes of others. Fortunately, no one knows this young master's bottom line. Xueyu's spiritual master? Although this young master can't win against him, if he wants to capture this young master, I'm afraid it won't be that simple. Thinking of this, Xiaohua's courage was boosted. He looked at Li Zongbao in front of him again. Li Zongbao's straight body, snow-white hair, and the pure words that were still beside his ear. Xiaohua's heart surged with a trace of warmth.
I'm afraid that this kind of love, this kind of sincerity, is where the light of this world lies.
Also, according to Li Zongbao's words, it seems the improvement of his cultivation method is not a good thing. Xiaohua's heart suddenly trembled. He immediately turned to look at Xiao Mao. Xiao Mao closed his eyes and concentrated on driving the airship. He didn't hear the sound transmission of the two at all. Xiao Mao. Xiaohua transmitted. Do you know what cultivation technique Senior Martial Brother Li Zongbao is practicing? Xiao Mao was slightly stunned.
He opened his eyes and looked at Xiaohua.
He also sent a message to Xiaohua. Senior Brother Li Zongbao is the leader of the 3 kingdoms of cultivation. We all know his skills. It's said that it's the secret book of the Utopia faction, Li Qing's treasure mirror. Big brother. Oh, what's so special about this cultivation method? Xiaohua didn't like the name of this cultivation method. Of course, I don't know the details. Xiao Mao said embarrassedly. However, The way of heaven is ruthless.
If you want to get close to the way of heaven, you have to get rid of your human desires first.
The leeching treasured mirror is said to be the skill that is closest to the way of heaven in the Utopia faction. The heavenly Tao is heartless, but cultivators have feelings. Just for the sake of pursuing the heavenly Tao, he had to cut off his lust? Is that still a cultivator? Xiaohua smiled bitterly.
However, since this cultivation method was the secret book of the Utopia faction, and Li Zongbao also relied on this cultivation method to achieve such a high cultivation, it could only mean that this cultivation method was effective.
What could Xiaohua say?
Perhaps, after Li Zongbao went to Luoyang and saw Kai Xueqi's corpse, he really abandoned the lust of a cultivator.
Xiaohua understood.
Moreover, during this period, the indifference in Li Zongbao's eyes has become more and more.
I'm afraid that his cultivation has improved greatly. That's probably why he said so much today. What does a cultivator look like without lust? An immortal?
Xiaohua suddenly thought of Ling Yunwu, who had transformed into a sword, and the dead Yuan. They seemed very similar to Li Zongbao and Kai Xueqi. Could it be that Li Zongbao will become an immortal with outstanding cultivation in the future? Thinking of this, Xiaohua smiled and whispered, "Senior brother Li, I encountered a strange thing in Sky Patrol City."
What's the matter? Li Zongbao turned around.
Although he was curious, his face was cold as he asked.
Take a look and see what this is. Xiaohua said and handed 2 storage bags to Li Zongbao.
Li Zongbao scanned with his divine thought and frowned.
Isn't this the corpse of a disciple of your Imperial Thunder Sect? Why didn't you hand it over to the meeting hall?
Brother Li, look at the other one,
Xiaohua said with a smile. Li Zongbao opened the other one and saw that it was a thunderboat. He was even more puzzled. This thunderboat is so damaged. Where did you get it?
Haha.
Xiaohua laughed. It turns out that senior brother Li also has things that you don't know. It's not like I don't have divine foresight. How could I know so much? Li Zongbao replied with a smile. I got this from the Sky Patrol Tea House. Xiaohua didn't hide anything and told him about the Sky Patrol Tea House. Ah? There's such a place? Xiaohua didn't transmit his voice, so Xiao Mao also heard it clearly. Both of them exclaimed. Are you telling the truth? Li Zongbao's face was gloomy as if he was extremely angry. Of course. Xiaohua raised his hand and said, if I didn't pay the spirit stones, how could they let me out? And the Utopia faction and the Xuanyan school also had cultivators participating. Humph, you shouldn't have taken out the spirit stones at that time. Li Zongbao said coldly, just kill them all. Who dares to say no? Heh. Xiaohua smiled but didn't say anything. Oh. Li Zongbao suddenly realized something and looked at Xiaohua meaningfully. Xiaohua said again, I'm no match for them. Moreover, I'm afraid that this kind of dirty thing has been going on for a long time. If you kill these people there will be others. You can't kill them all. Even so, you can't make a deal with the corpses of my Utopia faction's disciples. Li Zongbao sneered. At this time, I must investigate it personally and report it to the conference hall. Good. Xiaohua saw that Li Zongbao was about to enter the trap.
He clapped his hands and said, however, before you show off your invincible power, can you help me take a look at this thunderboat?
Why would I want to take a look at your broken thunderboat? Li Zongbao said indifferently. This belongs to your Imperial Thunder Sect. How would I know? Heh. Can you not always say that it's broken? Xiaohua said shamelessly. I exchanged it with a lot of spirit stones. I still want to use it. Stop dreaming. Li Zongbao snorted coldly. This thing is only used for war achievements. It's completely useless. No way. Xiaohua said with a wry smile. This thunderboat seems to be in good condition. Otherwise, why would I take out the spirit stones? To be honest, your Imperial Thunder Sect's thunderboat is still inferior to the 7 Skill Sect's flowing cloud flying boat in terms of refining techniques and ease of use. Li Zongbao pointed out the crux of the matter. However, the core of your thunderboat is different from the flowing cloud flying boat. It uses spirit stones to activate a simple thunder pool. The power of the thunder pool propels the flying boat. In this aspect, it's better than the flowing cloud flying boat. It's faster and has greater carrying capacity.
A simple thunder pool? Xiaohua was stunned. He reached out to take the storage bag from Li Zongbao. Don't bother looking for it. Li Zongbao passed the 2 storage bags to Xiaohua. That simple thunder pool is the most important secret of your Imperial Thunder Sect's thunderboat. All the thunderboat's thunder pools have a self-destruct mechanism. Since this thunderboat is already useless, the thunder pool must be destroyed as well. Without the thunder pool, a thunderboat is nothing. Ha ha ha, Xiaohua laughed. It was not easy to make Li Zongbao say the word fart. This thunderboat is already useless. You can only use it to exchange for war achievements. Li Zongbao's face became cold again. He said, also, even if there is a thunder pool, it can only be used by people with thunder attribute physique. Oh, I forgot. Your Phoenix celestial body seems to be able to control heavenly lightning. I'm afraid it can also drive this thunderboat. However, a Phoenix celestial body of more than 400 zhong. Can this thunderboat hold anyone else? Alright. Xiaohua shrugged. He took the storage bag and immersed his divine sense into the thunderboat. He said, it's good that senior brother knows. Don't hurt this little brother too much. That's not a small amount of spirit stones. Hee hee. The corner of Li Zongbao's mouth could not help but reveal a trace of smile. When Xiaohua immersed his divine sense into the thunderboat, he discovered that the entire thunderboat had an array that blocked divine sense. Xiaohua was unable to see the interior of the thunderboat. Forget it. When I have time, I will use my Dharma eyes to take a look. Xiaohua was somewhat disappointed. He kept the storage bag and looked at Li Zongbao. He said, little brother, how about repairing it? You want to repair it? Li Zongbao rolled his eyes at him and said, let's not talk about whether you know how to refine equipment. Even if you know how to refine equipment, do you have the Thunder Roll Stone to refine the Thunderpool? Do you have the Jade Scroll to refine the Thunderboat? Forget it. You better exchange this Thunderboat for war achievements. Just say that this little brother and you found it together. The corpses of those Imperial Thunder Sect disciples should also be handed over. All right. Xiaohua nodded slightly. At this time, outside the flowing cloud flying ship that Li Zongbao had rented for 99 years, it seemed to be already night. Strong gales mixed with palm-sized snowflakes and thumb-sized ice particles hit the light barrier. The light constantly flickered, and the moonlight could not be seen. However, the surrounding dark white snow flickered faintly, illuminating the path in front of the 3 people. It seemed to be both dark and bright. This rarely seen snowy rain lasted for dozens of days. It was intermittent and continuous. On this day, endless red clouds flickered in the sky. Rumble. The sound of thunder rippled in the sky. The entire world was brightened and darkened by lightning. Li Zongbao, who was standing with his hands by his side, suddenly opened his eyes and roared angrily, "Don't you dare hurt my Dao sect disciples." His figure immediately stood up and threw himself in front of the flying ship. Xiao Mao, you take control of the flying ship. Big brother will also go and take a look. Xiao Hua's divine sense swept over. He clapped his hand and took the Yi-Yang fan in his hand. His figure also flew up. Yes. Xiao Mao's heart was itching, but he still controlled the flying ship and flew behind the 2 people. A few miles ahead of the flying boat, there were 2 groups of enemies. One group consisted of more than 10 Taoist sect disciples who were a mix of foundation establishment and chi refinement cultivators, while the other group consisted of more than 20 bright sword sect disciples. Nearly 40 people were fighting together, and it was obvious that the cultivators were at a disadvantage. At this time, Xiao Hua did not pay much attention to this kind of fight between sword sect and cultivator. If it was a normal day, he would only let Xiao Mao come out, and he would sit leisurely on the flowing cloud flying ship. However, he had to come out personally. This was because half of the Dao sect disciples were from the Utmost Happiness faction, and the other half were from the Imperial Thunder sect. Chapter 2487. Li Zongbao shouted, "Don't hurt my Taoist sect's disciples," and rushed into the battle. Before he arrived, the disciples of the Utopia faction shouted, "Uncle Li is here. We are saved." The morale of the disciples of the Utopia faction was greatly boosted. Even the disciples of the Imperial Thunder faction were overjoyed. The yellow talismans and magic weapons in their hands shone brightly. Since he was facing more than 10 swordsmen,
Li Zongbao waved his celestial piercing whip again. Almost 20 whip shadows were displayed accurately. They flashed and whistled in the snowy sky, completely messing up the spiritual chi of heaven and earth. The ice particles and snowflakes within a radius of several hundred feet were stirred up and sent flying. This power was actually much stronger than before he returned to the Sky Patrol City. Xiao Huafei, who was behind him, saw the layers of whip shadows. The magic power on each of the whip shadows was condensed. As the runes on them circulated, they absorbed the spiritual chi of heaven and earth in a frenzy. Xiao Huafei narrowed his eyes slightly. Although he had obtained an opportunity in the past 5 years and his magic power had greatly improved, Li Zongbao seemed to be improving all the time. Now that he had reached the peak of the foundation establishment stage, Li Zongbao was not far behind. Attack! Seeing Li Zongbao's might, the 20 or so sword cultivators were shocked. They all abandoned their opponents and glanced at each other. Sword energy circulated within their bodies and the flying swords in their hands went to meet Li Zongbao's immortal piercing whip. The flying swords were either dotted with stars, falling rain, blooming flowers, or lush green bamboos. All of them transformed. Rumble! The 20 whip shadows hit the celestial piercing whip almost at the same time. The spiritual chi exploded and the flying swords screamed. The huge airwave even sent everyone flying. In the airwave, several flying swords screamed and fell diagonally. They were defeated in one hit and could no longer fight. Li Zongbao, who was resisting the 20 swordsmen alone, was also suddenly sent flying. The Taoist robe on the arm that held the celestial piercing whip was completely gone. Pieces of the robe turned into butterflies and flew into the sky. Soon after, they were swept into the night sky. Looking at Li Zongbao's bare arms, a faint brilliance flashed. It was a protective restriction. Hiss! The true essence in Li Zongbao's entire body was in disarray, almost out of control. As he did his utmost to operate his heart technique to collect his true essence, he was still somewhat regretful. Compared to Xiao Hua, I'm still lacking by quite a bit. As it turned out, Li Zongbao had gone head-on against more than 20 drawn swordsmen, and actually, he wanted to compete with Xiao Hua. If Xiao Hua knew what Li Zongbao was thinking, wouldn't he be so cocky? Ayo, Senior Li! Xiao Hua scanned Li Zongbao with his divine sense and saw that his face was pale gold, and there were even traces of blood at the corner of his mouth. He was a little shocked, as he didn't know why Li Zongbao was so reckless today. He hurriedly shouted, "Senior brother, don't panic. Little brother will help you." Just as Xiao Hua shouted, the disciples of the Utmost Happiness faction and the Imperial Thunder faction, who were slower than the sword cultivator, once again activated their magic weapons and attacked the defeated sword cultivator. They wanted to take advantage of the situation and beat the sword cultivator while he was down. Nothing. Li Zongbao took a deep breath and suppressed his true core strength. He looked at the yang leaf fan in Xiao Hua's hand and frowned. Obviously, he didn't think highly of this so-called magic weapon. You and I each take 10. Let's see who can finish killing them first. Oh. Xiao Hua raised his eyebrows and was about to speak when he saw Li Zongbao's figure spread out again. The holy whip in his hand stretched out slightly, and with a whoosh, it rushed toward the 2 sword cultivators closest to him like a yellow dragon. What is Li Zongbao doing? Xiao Hua was even more puzzled. This was a little different from the previous Li Zongbao. However, Xiao Hua waved the yang leaf fan as well, causing a flaming dragon to sweep up and charge towards the 2 sword cultivators that were attacking the disciples of the Imperial Lightning sect. He said in high spirits, "It's as you said. Killing people without blinking an eye." The disciples of the Imperial Thunder faction and the Utmost Happiness faction were fighting fiercely, so maybe they didn't hear it. However, Xiao Mao, who was driving the flowing cloud flying boat in the distance, heard it clearly. He had goosebumps all over his body. Damn it, Big Brother is a poet. These 2 sentences really rhymed. Although Xiao Hua's yang leaf fan was only a magic weapon, that fire dragon was not inferior to the holy whip in the slightest. In this snowy region where the fire attribute spiritual chi of heaven and earth was not abundant, that fire dragon flew to the 2 sword cultivators and had already absorbed a lot of spiritual chi of heaven and earth. It expanded to several feet in size and wrapped around the 2 sword cultivators in an instant. Bas! The 2 sword cultivators were somewhat caught off guard and hurriedly withdrew their flying swords. They first protected their own bodies and then tried to counterattack. However, that fire dragon was far more intense than they thought.
The tiny flames were like small tentacles that completely covered the sword light. With a sizzling sound, it was as if cold water was poured into hot oil. All of the sword light was eroded by the fire. The two sword cultivators hurriedly urged their sword origins to resist the fire with all their might. Xiaohua stretched out his hand and took out a magic staff that was as thick as a bull's mouth. His figure swept through the air, and he didn't pay attention to the two sword cultivators at all. He raised his head and smashed the third sword cultivator. This person. Isn't he too fierce? The third sword cultivator's sword light was somewhat strange. It was like a huge mountain. When the huge sword danced, the sword light smashed down like a mountain. The heavy sword light also carried the sharpness of the sword light. He also had the same thought as all the sword cultivators who had fought with Xiaohua. At the same time, he also sneered in his heart like all the sword cultivators who had fought with Xiaohua. He unsheathed his huge sword and the mountain mixed with the sharpness rushed over. Rumble! A loud sound rang out. This loud sound was even more shocking than the sound of Li Zongbao fighting against the 20 sword cultivators before. And this sword cultivator also ended up together with all the sword cultivators who had fought with Xiaohua. That seemingly majestic mountain was smashed apart by Xiaohua's magic staff. That snow-white sword light collapsed like an avalanche. Soon after, it was like a myriad of dandelions that spread their wings and escaped far away. That huge sword was actually shattered by Xiaohua's magic staff. There was no most fierce, only more fierce. This sword cultivator's huge sword was shattered and his own primordial spirit was also injured. His sword origin stagnated and fell from the sky. That clever thunder-controlling sect disciple swung his hand and shot out more than 10 lightning talismans, trapping this injured sword cultivator. That disciple even rubbed his body and rushed forward. A black lightning seal flickered as lightning threads rushed towards the sword cultivator's chest. Xiaohua was delighted in his heart. His figure flashed and he grew more than 1 zhang tall. His left hand grabbed and formed a lightning-attracting technique. Once again, he drew a line in the air. Kacha! Several thick lightning lights appeared out of thin air. They flickered with a sinister appearance and hit the 4 sword cultivators who had drawn their swords within several zhang in front of Xiaohua. This lightning light was really too fast. The sword cultivators who had drawn their swords didn't have time to defend. 2 of them were struck in the forehead and immediately fell from the sky with a blood-curdling scream. The other 2 hastily dodged in panic and barely avoided their vital points. That lightning light hit their backs. However, how could these 2 sword cultivators withstand Xiaohua's heavenly lightning? That lightning light not only tore apart the defense on their backs, it also deeply penetrated their bodies. As their flesh was torn open, countless purple lightning lights also spread all over their bodies. Ah! The 2 sword cultivators clenched their teeth as if they wanted to resist this unbearable pain. They even tried their best to urge their sword origin to resist the sword light that was corroding their sword origin. However, they only saw a black shadow sweep past them. Another black magic staff flashed past and the magic staff accurately hit the top of their heads. As the corpses of the 2 sword cultivators fell to the ground, the fire dragon that Xiaohua had driven with his sun leaf fan earlier also destroyed the defensive sword lights of the 2 sword cultivators. That powerful magic power drove the scorching flames to attack the corpses of the 2 sword cultivators. The sword energy of the 2 sword cultivators only lasted for a few breaths of time before their corpses were completely burned. Although their corpses didn't turn into charcoal, they lost their balance and fell to the ground. They also suffered the same fate as the last 2 sword cultivators. The disciples of the Imperial Thunder Sect were in an uproar. The disciples of the Utmost Happiness faction also cried out in surprise. Xiaohua killing these 5 sword cultivators was really too beautiful. Not to mention how profound Xiaohua's magic power was and how meticulous his control of the magic weapon was. Just the way he flew over like moving clouds and flowing water without stopping to rest. The corpses of the 5 sword cultivators fell from the sky at practically the same time. Moreover, the spells he used were all different. This simply surpassed Li Zongbao, who was known as the #1 person below the Golden Core stage. Because at this moment, although Li Zongbao also effortlessly killed 4 sword cultivators with his immortal piercing whip, not only was he 1 sword cultivator inferior to Xiaohua in terms of numbers, his methods were also lacking. The 4 sword cultivators all used the same move, the immortal piercing whip swinging down. Countless whip shadows fell down with earth-shattering momentum, directly knocking away the sword cultivators' flying swords and smashing the sword cultivators' corpses. Besides this move,
There was nothing else. Huff, huff. After Xiao Hua finished killing the fifth sword cultivator, he immediately panted. He flipped his hand and threw a medicinal pill into his mouth. He pointed with his finger and said, "Junior brothers, the rest is up to you. I've already done my best." Yes. The spirits of many Imperial Thunder Sect disciples were greatly roused. With a senior brother who could compare to Li Zongbao by their side, they naturally couldn't show weakness. Each of them was much more ferocious than before. Under the surge of their magic power, they reversed their previous decline in one fell swoop and suppressed the sword cultivators' attacks. Killing all of the sword cultivators was only a matter of time. Huff, huff. Xiao Hua looked on proudly. He pretended to be pale, and his figure once again slowly flew back. Over there, Xiao Mao had already put away the flowing cloud flying ship. He took out his Dharma treasure and hovered in midair. Die! Li Zongbao was different from Xiao Hua. His hands were extremely ruthless. After killing 4 sword cultivators, he still wasn't willing to stop. As the shadows of his whip danced, several sword cultivators lost their lives one after another. And with the harvest of one life after another, Li Zongbao's magic power became increasingly smooth. The immortal piercing whip also whistled happily. Even in Li Zongbao's already faint eyes, there was a hint of human radiance. Senior brother Li is indeed powerful. Xiao Mao also saw the difference, and said very enviously, "Junior brother's master once said that using killing to stop killing is the highest Tao, and using killing to cultivate is the Tao of cultivation. Junior brother has always been unable to attain the Samadhi realm, but senior brother Li seems to have already mastered this Tao." Bullshit. Xiao Hua originally wanted to say bullshit, but when he remembered that it was Xiao Mao's master who said it, he hurriedly covered it up. You don't want to walk the great Tao that leads to the heavens, but instead choose to walk the path of bloodthirst? Senior brother Li. Isn't this a bit inappropriate? Chapter 2488. Xiao Mao shook his head slightly. I don't think it's inappropriate. Big brother, don't you see? This holy piercing whip is the Utopia faction's killing weapon. Senior brother Li can only skillfully activate the holy piercing whip now, but he hasn't really integrated with the holy piercing whip yet. If he reaches that step one day, I'm afraid he won't be far from the great Tao. Is that so? Xiao Hua was a little confused, but then he smiled bitterly. The Utopia faction has been around for so many years. They naturally have nascent soul stage elders and spirit-severing stage elders. Li Zongbao is their pride. How can they destroy their own wall? Using killing to refine one's nature is also a great Tao from ancient times. There must be a great reason behind it. Kill, Xiao Hua was thinking, but he heard Li Zongbao's voice like spring thunder. With a roar, the holy piercing whip suddenly expanded. It didn't draw out any whip shadows. The runes on the holy piercing whip swelled, and it lashed out at the 10th swordsman. Before the holy piercing whip could hit that cultivator, a few feet away, his whole body flashed with brilliance, and the protective sword qi quickly dissipated. That swordsman didn't turn his flying sword to attack Li Zongbao, and the holy piercing whip firmly knocked him into the air. And from beginning to end, the holy piercing whip didn't touch that swordsman at all. Good. The disciples of the Utopia faction shouted loudly. Li Zongbao's move had suppressed Xiao Hua in an instant. In the hearts of the disciples of the Utopia faction, Li Zongbao was still the pride of the Utopia faction. He wasn't someone Xiao Hua of the Imperial Thunder Sect of the country of Xi could compare to. These nearly 20 bright sword swordsmen didn't have high ranks. Their bright sword 1st grade to bright sword 4th grade weren't considered tough bones. After Xiao Hua and Li Zongbao jointly killed 15 of them, the remaining few sword cultivators had long been flustered. They were surrounded by more than 10 cultivators. After another 2 were killed, the remaining 2 swordsmen risked their injuries and tried to break out of the encirclement by stepping on their flying swords. However, even though their idea was good, they were surrounded by more than 10 cultivators after all. How could it be so easy to escape? With a single glance, Xiao Hua knew that the 2 of them were most likely doomed. However, right at this moment, Li Zongbao tossed the immortal piercing whip into the air once more. With a buzzing sound, the immortal piercing whip transformed into a rainbow and struck down one of the swordsmen. The sword light surrounding the swordsman was completely shattered, and the magic tools of the 2 cultivators immediately took the life of the swordsman. As for the last sword cultivator, he was even worse off. His eyes trembled as he looked at the majestic immortal piercing whip. He was struck by the magical artifacts of more than 10 cultivators and died. Seeing Li Zongbao's state of mind, Xiaohua couldn't help but shake his head. Greetings, senior brother. The dozen or so cultivators were divided into 2 groups. About 6 or 7 disciples from the Imperial Thunder Sect rushed over and bowed. Thank you, senior brother, for saving our lives. May I know which Thunder Palace you are from? Although they saw that Xiaohua's cultivation hadn't even reached the middle stage of foundation establishment, who still dared to call him junior brother? This Xiao is a disciple of the Thunder Palace's myriad Thunder Valley. My name is Xiaohua. Xiaohua smiled and cupped his hands in return. So it's the Thunder Palace's senior brother Xiao. When those disciples heard that Xiaohua wasn't a disciple of the Heavenly Thunder Palace, they were even more delighted. One by one, they rushed to announce their names, seemingly wanting to befriend him. Damn it, this job really isn't something an ordinary person can do. Xiaohua listened to each name and nodded with a smile on his face. However, his brain, which could remember jade slips and cultivation methods in the blink of an eye, was unable to remember these strange names. Nonsense, if it was Dui Qiming and Dui Lingba, they both had the same Dui. Only the last 2 words were different. Some even only had a single word difference. Even Chen Mo had 2 different words. This basically didn't have any meaning. How could Xiaohua remember it? Perhaps only that guy Cui Hongshan has this kind of amazing ability. Xiaohua muttered in his heart. This ability. This young master can't catch up to him in this lifetime. When everyone had announced their names, everyone looked at Xiaohua with a smile, seemingly somewhat expectant. Xiaohua blinked his eyes. How strange, he was somewhat puzzled. Seeing Xiaohua's bewilderment, a quick-witted disciple said in a low voice, Senior brother Xiao, these are close to 20 bright swordsmen. They're storage pouches. Oh, I understand. Xiaohua, who was confused by the numerous names, suddenly came to his senses. He pointed his finger and said, You. Oh, Kuan Pang, the disciple who spoke said with a smile, Senior brother Xiao, what instructions do you have? I'll have to trouble junior brother Kuan Pang to bring those storage pouches over. Xiaohua instructed. Bring them all over. Kuan Pang was a little hesitant. He whispered again. Senior brother Xiao only killed 5 swordsmen. We will only take the storage pouches of those 5 swordsmen. The rest will be distributed by the cultivators of the Utopia faction. If I tell you to go, then go. Xiaohua's tone was very unyielding, without a doubt. Good boy. Those are the cultivators of the Utopia faction. That's Li Zongbao. Kuan Pang almost stuck out his tongue. However, since Xiaohua had instructed, Kuan Pang obediently flew down. First, he took the storage pouches of the 5 swordsmen killed by Xiaohua. Then, he looked at the cultivators of the Utopia faction. Originally, a disciple flew out, but seeing that the Imperial Thunder faction's disciple had gone first, that disciple obediently stopped in mid-air. Thus, Kuan Pang didn't hold back. He took all the storage pouches in his hand and flew in front of Xiaohua. Go, give these storage pouches to that Utopia faction's disciple. Split them in half in front of him. Xiaohua said casually. This can be done. Kuan Peng's face was full of joy, and the other cultivators of the Imperial Thunder faction were overjoyed. They could calculate the difference in the number of people even with their heels. Sure enough, Kuan Peng took the storage pouches and divided the things in half a meal's time. The Utopia faction's disciple was obviously surprised, but when he turned his head and said a few words, his face was even more stunned. He took the storage pouches handed over by Kuan Peng with a wry smile. The 10 swordsmen were killed by Li Zongbao. Li Zongbao himself didn't have any objections, so what could he say? Besides, Li Zongbao had never divided things with them. They each got a storage pouch of the swordsman. What else was there to be unhappy about? It was just that they were not used to it. It was probably the first time that they compromised with the disciples of the Imperial Thunder faction, which was not considered a first-class cultivation faction. Kuan Peng happily took the storage pouches and handed them to Xiaohua. Xiaohua couldn't compare to Li Zongbao, so he used his divine thought to check if there was anything special. Then he smiled and said, You can divide it by yourself. I don't want it. Really? Peng and the others were even more surprised. This was really, once again, beyond their expectations. Senior Xiao, these are the cultivators you killed. If you don't take some, our faces will be red. Forget it, take one more. Xiao Hua pointed to Xiao Mao next to him. Leave one for the junior of the Xuanyan school. Okay. Peng knew that Xiao Mao came with Li Zongbao and Xiao Hua, so he didn't dare to neglect it. After distributing it nimbly, he asked, Senior Xiao, where are you going? Oh, I and the others are going. At this point, Xiao Hua couldn't help laughing. Until now, he still didn't know where Li Zongbao was taking him. I'm going to the Huan country with Senior Li Zongbao. Xiao Hua covered it up. So it's like this. Peng blinked his eyes and whispered, Senior Xiao, we are here to ask for help. If you have time, please go to the 7 Extremes Mountains. Oh, why? Xiao Hua was surprised. My Imperial Thunder Sect was sent to the 7 Extremes Mountains to attack the sword cultivators guarding there. However, before we reached the 7 Extremes Mountains, we encountered a lot of sword cultivators and beast cultivators. Among the sword cultivators, there was an illusory swordsman, which was quite powerful. My Imperial Thunder Sect suffered heavy losses. Therefore, we were sent back to ask for help from the conference hall of the Sky Patrol City, and to see if there are any disciples of my Imperial Thunder Sect or disciples of other sects nearby to ask for help. As he spoke, Peng looked at the Utopia faction and whispered, Senior Li Zongbao of the Utopia faction is famous. If he can take the disciples there, it will be a great help. Xiao Hua frowned slightly and asked puzzledly, Isn't Junior Kuan with the disciples of the Utopia faction? What are they doing? Peng was embarrassed. He looked at the other disciples next to him and smiled apologetically. We are the last group of disciples to go to the 7 Extremes Mountains. Because we left late, we didn't encounter the ambush. Instead, we met a junior who escaped from the ambush. Therefore, we didn't go to the 7 Extremes Mountains and flew out to ask for help first. However, we encountered sword cultivators nearby. When we retreated, we also encountered the disciples of the Utopia faction who were being chased by swordsmen. In fact, we didn't know them at all. Oh, I see. Xiao Hua nodded. At this time, Li Zongbao also flew out from the crowd. Greetings, Senior Li Zongbao. Peng and the others didn't dare to neglect and hurried forward to greet him. Okay. Li Zongbao casually made an obeisance and said to Xiao Hua, Junior Xiao, have you finished your business? My disciples of the Utopia faction were ambushed by sword cultivators in the Flowing Ice Valley. Can you go to the Flowing Ice Valley with me now? Xiao Hua hesitated. He was in the same team as Li Zongbao, so he had to listen to Li Zongbao's orders. However, the disciples of the Imperial Thunder Sect were also in trouble. I'll let Senior Li Zongbao know. Peng was very clever. When he saw that even Li Zongbao wanted to invite Xiao Hua, he hurriedly made an obeisance and said, My disciples of the Imperial Thunder Sect were also ambushed by sword cultivators in the 7 Extremes Ridge. My Senior Xiao. Oh, I see. Li Zongbao nodded slightly and said, In this case, Junior Xiao, if you want to go to the 7 Extremes Ridge, take Xiao Mao with you now. Time is tight. I also have to go to the Flowing Ice Valley. When the 2 battles are over, we'll meet again. Okay, thank you for your understanding. Senior Li. Xiao Hua was relieved. He looked at Xiao Mao and said, Let me drive the Flowing Cloud flying boat and follow Senior Li. My flying speed is fast, so I don't need it. Okay. Li Zongbao glanced at Xiao Mao and nodded. Then Xiao Mao will follow me. Immediately, Li Zongbao didn't delay. He took out a jade slip and gave it to Xiao Hua. He asked Xiao Mao to release the flying boat and flew away with Xiao Mao. The disciples of the Utopia faction were still flying in the direction of the Sky Patrol City. Chapter 2489. Seeing this, Xiao Hua hurriedly ordered Peng and the others. You all follow the Utopia faction disciples. It's always good to have more people. I'll go to the 7 Extremes Mountains myself. Senior brother Xiao, be careful. Peng knew what Xiao Hua said was reasonable. He recorded the approximate location of the 7 Extremes Mountains in a jade slip and gave it to Xiao Hua. Then, he led 7 disciples of the Imperial Thunder Sect to chase after the Utopia faction disciples.
Xiao Hua knew the situation was urgent. He didn't dare to be negligent. He immersed his divine thought into the jade slip and activated the imperial thunder travel. Thunder roared around him as he flew into the distance. After flying for several days, he encountered several groups of sword cultivators. However, Xiao Hua only whistled past without paying them any attention. Those sword cultivators were also greatly shocked. A few of the more experienced ones, upon seeing Xiao Hua's fleeting figure and the swaying thunder in the air, had long since changed their expressions. Some even shrunk their necks and hurriedly flew to other places, no longer daring to approach the direction Xiao Hua was heading. Today, at noon, several towering mountain peaks could be seen rising up from the snowy lands. If these mountain peaks were placed anywhere else in the country of Xi, they would be considered normal. However, after being used to the snowy lands of the highlands, it was natural for them to be surprised by the sight of these mountains. Is this the 7 Extremes Mountains? Xiao Hua's heart skipped a beat. He was about to take out the jade slip. At this moment, a divine thought swept past behind him. Who is it? Xiao Hua was startled. His flying speed immediately slowed down, and his divine sense also swept over. However, when his divine sense crossed 5 kilometers, he suddenly realized something and immediately stopped. He clapped his hand and took out the Yongli fan. Magic power surged from his body, and he took out a vigilant stance. As for that divine sense, it swept past Xiao Hua and immediately locked onto him. After half a meal, a cultivator in the middle stage of the Golden Core realm hurried over from a distance. Xiao Hua also knew this cultivator. Isn't this Martial Uncle Kuan Shui of the Earth Thunder Palace? Xiao Hua's divine thought swept over and recognized Kuan Shui. He immediately withdrew his divine thought and waited respectfully in the air. Kuan Shui had left a good impression on Xiao Hua when he was at the Imperial Thundersex encampment in the Sky Patrol City. Xiao Hua's attitude was also humble. Xiao Hua, why are you here? Kuan Shui flew closer and asked in surprise. Didn't you go back to Sky Thunder Peak with Cui Hongshan and the others? I'll let Martial Uncle Kuan know that I'm now under the command of Senior Martial Brother Li Zongbao. I'm in the same team as Senior Martial Brother Li. Li Zongbao? Kuan Shui was surprised. Isn't he a disciple of the Utopia faction? Yes, Li Zongbao has used the special order of the meeting hall to transfer this junior to serve under him. Xiao Hua cut the long story short and asked again. Junior just killed those who followed Senior Martial Brother Li Zongbao to the side, but I met Kuan Peng of the Earth Thunder Palace. He said that the disciples who went to the 7 Extremes Mountains were ambushed by Huan Nation swordsmen, so Junior came alone to help. When Marshal Kuan saw this, he frowned and scolded. Nonsense. You are only at the middle foundation establishment stage. How can you come to the 7 Extremes Ridge as you please? If you follow Li Zongbao, you might feel wronged, but at least your life is guaranteed. You are the heroes of the Imperial Thunder Sect. When you return to the Sky Thunder Peak, you will be praised by the sect leader. You can't be too careless. Yes, Junior was worried about my fellow apprentices at that time, so I didn't think too much. Xiao Hua felt warm in his heart and smiled apologetically. Where is Li Zongbao? Marshal Kuan asked curiously. You are here, why didn't he come? If he comes, the Imperial Thunder Sect will have another good helper. Uncle Kuan, the Utopia faction was also ambushed by swordsmen. Senior Martial Brother Li Zongbao was busy rescuing their disciples. Xiao Hua smiled apologetically. By the way, did Uncle Kuan also receive Kuan Peng's call for help? Ha, I didn't meet Kuan Peng, it was other disciples. Marshal Kuan looked ahead and asked curiously. Xiao Hua, didn't you go to the 7 Extremes Mountains? Why are you here? Xiao Hua was speechless. He clapped his hands, took out a jade slip and handed it to Marshal Kuan. He smiled apologetically and said, Junior took Kuan Peng's jade slip and flew here. I'm afraid it flew wrong? Marshal Kuan took the jade slip and looked at it. He smiled and said, You are not wrong. Kuan Peng remembered it wrongly. He has no sense of direction. If you listen to him, you will still have to fly back to Sky Patrol City. Yes, I understand. Xiao Hua was relieved when he heard that he didn't fly wrong. Let's go. I am going to the 7 Extremes Mountains to get out of trouble. Follow me. Marshal Kuan smiled and said, However, you have to stay close to me. Don't be more than 100 feet away,
Or else I am afraid I can't take care of you.
Yes, I understand. Xiaohua replied happily. It was rare for him to meet such a warm-hearted senior. Marshal Kuan scanned the area with his divine thought and pointed with his finger. He said, "In front of us is the Prison Dragon Ridge, not the Seven Extremes Mountains. However, it is not far from the Prison Dragon Ridge." Kuan Peng just pointed the way a little off. "Yes, senior. Please lead the way. I will follow you," Xiaohua said respectfully. "All right, follow this old man." Marshal Kuan waved his sleeves and took the lead to fly towards the mountain peaks that towered into the sky. Xiaohua followed behind Marshal Kuan with a smile on his face. "Oh, Xiaohua, how are Dui Qiming and Cui Hongshan? I just got the news that day and thought. Cough, cough. There are some things that are not appropriate for me to say." Marshal Kuan asked with a smile. "I'll let Marshal Uncle Kuan know," Xiaohua honestly reported. "Junior sister Dui and junior brother Cui have already reconciled. After all, the two of them have experienced life and death together, and they've already seen through many things. Since the two of them can be together, some trivial things don't matter." "That's good." Marshal Kuan's flying speed was still very fast, more than 20% faster than an ordinary gold core practitioner. However, he was still relaxed as he asked. "In addition, this is just the beginning." The words of the three disciples of the Earth Thunder Palace that day were only seen by ordinary people. The matter of Dui Qiming and Tu Hong will definitely spread throughout the Dawn Rain continent after the sword battle. Yes, even the entire Imperial Thunder Sect knows about it now. They will have to face many things in the future. Alas, yes. Xiaohua sighed slightly. When he gave the male and female Thunder Beast cores to the two of them in the pill refining cave, wasn't this also his intention? Especially to let Cui Hongshan and Dui Qiming dual cultivate at that time. This could also be considered a big gift from Xiaohua to Cui Hongshan. If not for this, when they returned to Sky Thunder Peak, how could the myriad Thunder Valley, which had always been weak, face those meaningless rumors and slanders? Two middle-stage foundation establishment cultivators. Perhaps it could make others stop gossiping. Seeing that Xiaohua was also flying and answering him at the same time, and not much slower than him, Marshal Kuan's face showed a surprised expression. At the same time, he activated his spiritual power and secretly increased his flying speed. He seemed to want to see if Xiaohua could catch up with him. At this time, Xiaohua was also somewhat worried. He couldn't help but think about how eldest senior brother and master would treat this matter when they returned to the myriad Thunder Valley. Gradually, the two of them flew into the mountain ridge, their figures disappearing between several towering peaks. Rumble. There was a series of earth-shaking sounds. Countless spiritual energy of heaven and earth rushed out from Prison Dragon Ridge. Several hurricanes rushed into the air, sweeping away all the white snow between the mountains. Waves of energy also spread out to the surroundings of Prison Dragon Ridge. Just a few li away from Prison Dragon Ridge, the waves of energy swept through the air. A burst of brilliance flickered slightly and quickly disappeared. Marshal Uncle Kuan, what is the meaning of this? Inside Prison Dragon Ridge, in the middle of several towering mountains, Xiaohua fell on the bare ground and coldly asked Marshal Kuan, who had a happy expression on his face. "Haha, at this time, what do you want to do for this old man? Are you stupid?" Marshal Kuan laughed maniacally. He slapped his hand and took out a palm-sized golden magic bottle from his storage bag. Under the stimulation of his magic power, a golden flame gradually appeared on the magic bottle. Xiaohua slowly climbed up from the ground and very calmly patted the dirt off his body. He stared at Marshal Kuan with narrowed eyes. Just now, he followed Kuan Peng into Prison Dragon Ridge. When he just arrived at this open space, he saw Kuan Peng's magic power surging around his body and his hands continuously forming seals. He thought that he was ambushed by some sword cultivator. Just when he released his divine sense to check the enemy's whereabouts, he felt 4 waves of magic power coming from all around the valley. The waves were like a net that intertwined in the air and instantly covered him from top to bottom. An unparalleled force pulled him down from the air and smashed him straight to the ground. Fortunately, Xiaohua's skin was rough and his flesh was thick. After smashing the rocks on the ground, he didn't suffer any injuries. It was just that his robe was dirty. He felt that in this inexplicable array, a huge force seemed to exist in the air, pressing down on him from top to bottom. His body felt as if it was solidified and filled with magma.
It was difficult for him to move his hands and feet. Xiaohua hurriedly released his Buddhist sense. He first checked under his feet. When he saw that there were strong waves in the rocks, his heart couldn't help but thump. He knew that the earth escape technique was probably not easy to use. Then, he looked at the left side of the valley. The entire valley was filled with strong waves. It should be the range of the array. Marshal Kuen's body was suffused with a faint brilliance that shielded the waves. Xiaohua's eyes narrowed and he said coldly, "This junior doesn't know when this junior offended Marshal Uncle. It actually made Marshal Uncle spend so much effort to lure this junior here. That Kuen Peng is probably Marshal Uncle Kuen's nephew, right?" Marshal Kuen didn't pay attention to him. He slowly urged his magic power. The fireball in his hand became bigger and bigger. The golden light also penetrated several zhang. Xiaohua knew that he couldn't get any information from Marshal Kuen. He coldly snorted, "Relying on this bullshit array, you want to trap this young master? Marshal Kuen, you're too imaginative." As he spoke, Xiaohua's magic power surged and gradually let out a thunderous sound. His figure flew up and rushed towards Marshal Kuen. At the same time, Xiaohua waved his hand and wanted to take out the magic wand. Chapter 2490. Who would have thought that just as Xiaohua rushed up a few feet, an incomparably huge force was born from the fluctuations, firmly suppressing him. It was as if a huge boulder was pressing down on his shoulder, smashing him to the ground again. And when he landed with a plop, the huge force reduced and returned to the same state as before. What surprised Xiaohua the most was not this. He waved his hand and took out the devil's staff from the space. However, the devil's staff that was previously like a wooden stick was now as heavy as a mountain. Almost as soon as it touched Xiaohua's finger, it immediately slipped from Xiaohua's hand and fell on the rock along with Xiaohua's body. Ha ha ha, seeing Xiaohua's sorry state, Marshal Kuen could not help but laugh. "I heard that your lightning escape technique was successful and you were born with divine strength. How about it? In this array what use do you have?" Xiaohua's face was gloomy as he looked at the magic bottle in Marshal Kuen's hand. The golden flame gradually solidified and a terrifying aura was emitted from the flame. Even a middle gold core stage cultivator had to store up power to activate it. Everyone knew how powerful this flame was. What kind of array is this? Why is it so strange? Xiaohua clapped his hand and took out the Yi-Yang fan. Within his meridians, there was very little true essence. Strangely, it was not restricted by this array. "Hee, I'll let this good martial nephew of yours know." Marshal Kuen seemed to be in a good mood. While activating the magic bottle, he said leisurely, "Could it be that you haven't heard of the Luding Mountain Sealing Magic Array?" "Sealing Magic Array?" Xiaohua heard the name and understood. He sneered. "Could it be that the earth attribute of the mountain is used to create a powerful restriction that imprisons the bodies of the people of the Devil Realm?" Marshal Kuen's face flashed with a strange color. He said in disbelief, "You actually know about this array? You are really," as she said, "dabbling in a wide range of things. Your magic power is close to the late foundation establishment stage. In addition, your divine strength is comparable to a gold core stage cultivator." "Who?" Xiaohua's heart trembled as he asked. "Who? Why should this old man tell you?" Marshal Kuen sneered, "After you die, you can ask in the underworld." With that, Marshal Kuen waved his hand and the golden flame flew into the air. It suddenly lit up the entire valley. The spiritual energy in the valley was like a waterfall as it poured into the flame from all directions. Split. Marshal Kuen's body froze in midair. With a point of his finger, the flame split in the middle with a loud bang and turned into 6 different hexagons hanging in the air. It seemed to be compatible with the entire formation. The aura of the flame itself was terrifying, and when it was mixed with the aura of the array, the entire might pressed down on Xiaohua from all directions. How was this dealing with a mid-foundation establishment cultivator? Even if it was to kill a golden core cultivator, this formation was more than enough. Go. For the time being, Xiaohua didn't have a suitable magic treasure in his hands, so he could only wave the Sunleaf fan. As the Sunleaf fan danced, 6 fire dragons rushed towards the 6 flames. Seeing the huge fire dragons rushing out, Marshal Kuen didn't even blink. He even sneered, "Since you saw this old man use this kind of magic, don't you know that this old man is of the fire attribute? This kind of ordinary fire.
Hee hee. Sure enough, when the 6 fire dragons rushed into the flame only swayed slightly and all the flames were sucked into it without any ripples.
It seems that you have already figured out this Xiao. Xiao Hua sighed. He clapped his hand and the sun leaf fan was stored in the space. Hee hee. Where is your phoenix Dharma body? Marshal Kuan stood there quietly, about 10 zhang away from Xiao Hua.
He asked with a smile. This old man still wants to see how this innate true fire will turn your phoenix Dharma body into a roasted chicken.
Who is that person? You only need to tell this Xiao and this Xiao will immediately release his Dharma body. Xiao Hua estimated the distance between him and Marshal Kuan and calmly replied. Actually, there is no harm in telling you, Marshal Kuan laughed. According to this old man's knowledge, it is absolutely impossible for you to escape from this 6-ding mountain ceiling magic array. However, this old man has always been careful. Until you die, I will never tell you. Then Marshal Kuan tilted his head again. Don't tell me. You think you can escape from this array? Yes, this young master wants to let you know. You dared to scheme against this young master and even talk to this young master for so long. This is definitely the greatest sorrow in your life. How can this old man's strength be guessed by you? Xiao Hua waved his hand and the wishful staff appeared in his hand. As he expected, the wishful staff was not restricted by the array at all. You are a bit strange. Marshal Kuan saw the wishful staff in Xiao Hua's hand and sneered. Isn't this old man talking to you to stall for time? Look at these 6 lanterns. While speaking, Marshal Kuan grasped his hand and the 6 spells hit the flames. The flames suddenly transformed and 6 lampstands appeared in mid-air. Each lampstand emitted the same golden brilliance. As the brilliance sprinkled down, the lampstands drew a mysterious arc in mid-air and constantly rotated. At the same time, flames like lanterns flew out from the lampstands. The flames emitted a golden light. Although they absorbed the spiritual qi of heaven and earth, they did not expand. The hot temperature burned the void. Xiao Hua felt the scorching fire. He wanted to release the Buddha relic and water bottle, but looking at the star-like flames and Marshal Kuan who was more than 10 feet away from him, his heart moved again. He waved the wishful staff in his hand, protecting himself so that not even a drop of water could leak out. Ha ha ha, why do you have the same idea as those devil bastards? Kuan Shuai's body stood there steadily, as if he didn't dare to move too much. His fa surged and he laughed again. If this Xiantian true fire can be sent flying by your demonic weapon, would it still be Xiantian true fire? You're really ignorant. Marshal Kuan's smile was full of mockery, but it was also a kind of stability and a feeling of relief. Who knew that when more than a dozen flames fell in front of Xiao Hua, they were hit by Xiao Hua's wishful staff. As if they were real things, Marshal Kuan's smile froze on his face. This is impossible. Marshal Kuan murmured. Yes, this is innate true fire. Whenever it comes into contact with a magic weapon, and other things, it will burn. There is absolutely no exception, unless the opponent has special means to not let this innate true fire touch him. Although Marshal Kuan was very confused, a sinister smile appeared on his face. Under the urging of his magic power, the 6 candlesticks on the candlesticks scattered like flowers by a celestial maiden. This old man doesn't believe that you can remain untouched in the sea of fire. Haha. Xiao Hua was secretly happy. This wishful staff is really famous. It can really hit these flames. However, there are still some problems. After all, there are still magic weapons in the wishful staff. This wishful staff is still stained with some small flames. Moreover, this 6-ding mountain ceiling magic array is the key. It's really too powerful. I'm afraid I won't be able to hold on for long. Xiao Hua seemed to be waving the wishful staff very easily. But in fact, only he knew that every time he waved it, the pressure on his body increased a little. It was as if in this big array, only by remaining still could this pressure be eliminated. However, Xiao Hua had no other way. He could only try his best to wave the wishful staff. Although it was not as cool as before, under the magic of the heavenly staff technique, the flames were blocked a few feet away from Xiao Hua and could not get close to him. However, in the time it took to eat a meal, Xiao Hua became more and more unable to hold on. The entire valley had been completely covered by the flames. Xiao Hua's arms were also very tired. Since he started cultivating, he had never been so tired. Obviously, there were flaws in the heavenly staff technique. Occasionally, some flames passed through the wishful staff and hit Xiao Hua's side. Xiao Hua struggled to dodge, but when the flames fell to the ground, they immediately burned. There were too many flames passing through, and Xiao Hua had no place to stand. He dodged and dodged, quite embarrassed. Fortunately, during this time, Kuan Shui did not cast any other spells. He only urged the innate true fire, as if he was not free to come and go in this battle. Ha ha ha, seeing that the flames had spread under Xiao Hua's feet and there was no place for him to move, Kuan Shui laughed. This old man wants to see what is so special about your so-called hidden fire physique. Is that so? Xiao Hua's arms really had no strength. His eyes narrowed slightly and he sneered. Then this young master will let you see. With that, Xiao Hua put away the wishful staff and let the flames fall from the sky. When the flames were close to his body, his hand pinched the fire escape technique, and his figure disappeared in a flash. This. Seeing Xiao Hua disappear in the innate true fire, Kuan Shui's eyes almost fell out. How is this possible? This is the innate true fire. Even if... At this moment, there was a fluctuation of spiritual power in the flames that had already spread over his feet. Xiao Hua's figure appeared in the flames, and the wishful staff was waved again, strangely hitting Kuan Shui's leg. 5 elements escape technique? This is impossible. Kuan Shui knew that the 5 elements escape technique was known to be able to escape in the 5 elements. It should be able to escape in the flames, but at that time, it was an ordinary flame, an innate true fire. Who would dare to escape in it? Xiao Hua waved the wishful staff, and there was only a trace of strength left in his arm. He had endured for so long, waiting for the true fire to fill the valley. Only then would he have the opportunity to use the fire escape technique to rush into the air and have the opportunity to get close to Kuan Shui. Although when he was escaping within the primordial fire just now, not only was his escape technique extremely slow, it was also affected by the formation. Moreover, the light protecting his body was also on the verge of collapse, and could be shattered by the special characteristics of the primordial fire at any time. But after all, he still succeeded. This last bit of strength was most likely the last straw for him to escape. Seeing that Kuan Shui was caught off guard and Xiao Hua hit Kuan Shui's leg with the wishful staff, Xiao Hua could not help but be overjoyed. Chapter 2491. However, when the wishful steel staff fell on Marshal Kuan's legs, the brilliance on Marshal Kuan's legs flickered, and the brilliance shattered like a firefly. Marshal Kuan's figure standing there was actually a phantom. Immediately afterward, Marshal Kuan's laughter sounded in the distance. Ha ha ha! Sure enough, it's Xiao Hua. Sure enough, you're a disciple of the 10,000 Thunder Valley. This old man still underestimated you. Xiao Hua's face was extremely ugly. Just as he was about to use the wind escape technique to chase after Marshal Kuan, his other hand waved, and he was about to use the soaring dragon shears that he didn't dare to take out. Rumble! A huge sound rang around Xiao Hua. Xiao Hua only felt that the scene around him was like floating clouds. Countless flying feather beasts, swimming fish monsters, and monsters emerged from all directions and rushed toward Xiao Hua. Xiao Hua was shocked. His divine sense swept over and immediately understood that he had fallen into Marshal Kuan's trap. The space around him was rapidly shrinking. In the middle of the valley, a magic treasure that was flat like a spindle appeared in the air above the array. There were strange runes flowing around it. This magic treasure was dozens of feet in size, and it occupied half of the sky above the array. But the strangest thing was that this spindle-like magic treasure was divided into 2 parts. In the middle, there was a saw-like gap. The saw-like gap flickered with light and was obviously extremely sharp. Xiao Hua was naturally on one of them, and the other was actually Marshal Kuan. Marshal Kuan had set up such a trap, and under his deliberate planning, he actually wanted to cover himself and Xiao Hua together in this magic treasure. After the magic treasure shrank to the size of several feet, it stopped shrinking. Then the whole magic treasure emitted a strange blue brilliance. In this brilliance, countless runes swayed. As the brilliance overflowed, the flying feather beasts and other strange patterns that Xiao Hua saw moved as if they were alive. Buzz! When all the flying feather beasts circled around the magic treasure, the whole magic treasure began to shake. Damn it! Xiao Hua held the wishful steel staff in his hand and looked at the changing scenery in the sky with puzzlement. When the magic treasure shook, the space where he was collapsed as if the sky was falling and the earth was splitting.
A strange mountain range shaped like a sawtooth appeared out of thin air like a natural moat and pressed toward Xueqi. The sawtooth flashed with a cold light and was incomparably sharp. A destructive aura emanated from the sawtooth. Not good. Xueqi was really frightened. He had no doubt that as long as the giant thorn pierced him, even his tempered body would absolutely not be able to resist. He would definitely be pierced into meat paste. Marshal Kuen's plan was to push Xueqi into the dead. Just as he was trying his best to swing the staff, a powerful suction force was born from the magic weapon. The true essence in Xueqi's body flowed rapidly, and all the magical power rushed out of his body uncontrollably. It was thrown toward the sky. Earth-splitting earth split. As all of Xueqi's dermic powers rushed out, the collapse in the space Xueqi was in immediately stopped. Instead, it strangely retreated and rapidly returned to its original state. The destructive sawtooth rapidly retreated, and it was much faster than when it appeared just now. Ah! Just when Xueqi was puzzled, Marshal Kuen's scream came from the sky. This is impossible, you. Even if your strength is comparable to a gold core, your magic power. How can it be compared to this old man? Of course, this was Marshal Kuen's last voice. Then Xueqi saw a fierce brilliance flashing from the place where the sawtooth disappeared, like a strong sun. He couldn't help but squint his eyes. At the same time, the scene around Xueqi changed again. The flying feather beasts that had disappeared before appeared again, but these flying feather beasts did not wander for a moment, and the magic power that had rushed out of Xueqi's body rushed back into his body. After getting all the flying feather beasts, they gradually enlarged and gradually dimmed. Xueqi only heard a catch of sound and saw a fire in front of him. In this fire, a spindle-shaped magic treasure floated quietly in the air, and on the other side of the magic treasure, Marshal Kuen's corpse was already dead. As Marshal Kuen's corpse flashed out of the magic treasure, the Xiantian true fire that had been wreaking havoc in the formation was swept away and absorbed into the 6 candlesticks. The 6 candlesticks shook less and gathered together again, turning into a golden magic bottle that landed in front of Marshal Kuen's corpse. What's going on? Xueqi raised his hand and scratched his head inexplicably. At this time, without Marshal Kuen presiding over the formation, the restriction had been greatly reduced. Xueqi didn't even have the strength to scratch his head, but now he was relaxed again. However, Marshal Kuen's death was obvious. Although Xueqi couldn't make sense of it, he still waved his hand and the golden magic bottle fell into his hand. With another wave, Marshal Kuen's corpse also floated over. Xueqi pulled with his hand and took the storage pouch on the corpse. Then he searched the corpse's chest. Sure enough, there was a hexagonal magic tablet. Then, Xueqi stood quietly in the air and took out a jade slip from the storage pouch. After looking at it for a long time, he pointed with his hand and sent a strand of magic power into the magic tablet. 6 strange fluctuations appeared at the 6 corners of the magic tablet and rushed to the 6 corners of the formation. Rumble, rumble, rumble. It was as if someone was resisting a mountain. Along with this vibration, the pressure on Xueqi's body gradually weakened. When the vibration ended, all the pressure disappeared, and the 6 talismans of different colors flew in front of Xueqi. Xueqi moved his arms and legs and felt abnormally relaxed. He could almost fly dozens of feet in an instant. The 6 Kings Ceiling Mountain Formation. This formation talisman is actually made of talismans. Marshal Kuen really put in a lot of effort in order to trip me up. Xueqi laughed mischievously and stored the formation plate and talisman into the space. Then, Xueqi landed on the ground and put away the magic wand. Finally, he waved his hand and took the blue magic treasure that looked like a spindle. What kind of magic treasure is this? Xueqi looked at it strangely. From what Marshal Kuen said, he thought that my magic power was at most at the late stage of foundation establishment. That's why he used this magic treasure. Who knew that my magic power wasn't something that a middle-stage gold core cultivator like him could compare to? Instead, he went for wool and came home shorn, and was killed by this magic treasure. Thinking of this, Xueqi stored this strange magic treasure into the space. He waved his hand and was about to take out the jade slip from the storage pouch to check, however. Just as his hand touched the storage pouch, his heart suddenly jumped violently. Oh? Xueqi was startled, but his lowered head didn't change in the slightest. His eyes turned slightly, and he released his Buddhist sense. His Buddhist sense covered the entire valley, and even extended for several li. Aside from the whistling of the cold wind,
He didn't see anything special.
Strange. Xiao Hua waved his hand and casually took out a jade slip. He placed it in his left hand and slowly checked it. So that's how it is. Xiao Hua's eyes flashed with a cold light. Then, Xiao Hua put away the jade slip and flicked his hand. A spark flew out and landed on Marshal Kuen's corpse. The orange flame slowly swallowed the corpse, and only after half a cup of tea's time did it burn the corpse.
When the corpse disappeared, a dim gold core the size of a thumb appeared in the flame. Marshal Uncle Kuen, I really can't imagine why you would do such a vicious thing to me.
Xiao Hua flew into the air and waved his hand to store the jade slip into the space. He looked at the messy valley and smiled bitterly. However, since Marshal Uncle has done it, don't blame me for being ruthless. Now that you're buried in Huan country, you're also a meritorious subject of my Imperial Thunder Sect. This meritorious service will be left to your descendants. This gold core. This little one will be disrespectful. After saying that, Xiao Hua seemed to be exhausted. After flying for a few feet, he hesitated again. He looked up in the direction of the Seven Extremes Mountains and frowned. How can there be a war in the Seven Extremes Mountains? This is just Marshal Kuen's vicious plan. Why would I go to the Seven Extremes Mountains? I'd better turn back. While speaking, Xiao Hua turned around again and flew back.
But after flying for a few dozen feet, when he passed by a foothill, Xiao Hua suddenly stretched out his hand and took out the wishful steel staff. He threw it at a place he had just passed and shouted, "You're courting death." But at the place where Xiao Hua's wishful steel staff hit, a few rays of brilliance suddenly flashed in mid-air. The human figure of a cultivator flashed out of the void. The cultivator's face had a strange shock. Who else could it be but Li Chengxiu of Xianle sect? How come it's you? Seeing Li Chengxiu's figure appear, Xiao Hua was also surprised. He also looked at Li Chengxiu in surprise. He tried his best to urge his spiritual power to avoid Xiao Hua's wishful steel staff. You're going to die too. Of course, Xiao Hua's astonishment only lasted for a moment. He definitely wouldn't let anyone know that he was the one who killed Marshal Kuen, especially Li Chengxiu, who was bent on taking his life. Xiao Hua's sneak attack was absolutely successful. He took advantage of Li Chengxiu's side to suddenly turn around and seize the opportunity. How could he be merciful? Li Chengxiu was a cultivator of the late gold core stage. It was rare to have such a good opportunity to get close. If Xiao Hua couldn't kill him at this time, the trouble in the future would be big. Sure enough, although Li Chengxiu's invisible amulet had some origin, under Xiao Hua's continuous attacks in a short period of time, some of its brilliance had dimmed. Li Chengxiu urged his flying technique to escape, but no matter what, he couldn't be faster than Xiao Hua's wind escape technique. Xiao Hua, little bastard. This old man originally wanted to let you live. Who knew that you could actually see through this old man? Li Chengxiu's face was gloomy. He gnashed his teeth and said fiercely. Then, when Xiao Hua's stick hit the light protecting his body, Li Chengxiu ignored his injury and clapped his hand. A palm-sized pipa appeared in his hand. With a flick of his thumb, the sound of a golden drum rang out from the pipa and directly pierced Xiao Hua's ears.
Chapter 2492. Seeing his full strength hit Li Chengxiu's body, the defensive brilliance only flickered slightly, and his strength was neutralized. Xiao Hua knew that the origin of this invisibility amulet was extraordinary. When Li Chengxiu urged his magic weapon, the sound of the golden drum entered his ears. Xiao Hua's eyes suddenly became dizzy, as if a golden needle had pierced his brain. The wishful steel staff in his hand swayed, and there was a tendency that he could not hold it. Xiao Hua was shocked by Li Chengxiu's means and did not dare to neglect. He held the wishful steel staff in one hand and took out the soul-absorbing bell in the other. At the same time, he also took out the toad soul tool. The soul strands flew out from the Dharma eye and rushed into the soul tool. Dang! The sound was like a great bell. That sound rushed into Li Chengxiu's defensive brilliance. Li Chengxiu originally wanted to use his magic power to play the pipa again, but that extremely loud sound actually broke through his defense and rushed straight into his mind. A look of confusion appeared on his face. Fortunately, at this critical moment, the defensive brilliance overflowed with extraordinary splendor, and Li Chengxiu's pipa also emitted a babbling sound. Li Chengxiu's sluggish eyes showed signs of life. "Oh, what a pity!
Xiaohua secretly said, as he urged his soul thread again, and forced himself to attack again. Dang, at this moment, Li Chengxiu's face revealed a horrified expression. He urged the spiritual power in his hand. With a clang sound, the two kinds of sounds collided with each other, producing a crackling, explosive sound. Countless extremely small airwaves were generated between the two of them, and the two of them were pushed back several feet. "Oh, not good." Xiao Hua did not expect such a result. While he was complaining in his heart, he waved his hand and the soaring dragon shears suddenly flew out. A golden light flashed in the air, and a kachap sound was heard. Several cracks appeared on Li Chengxiu's defensive brilliance. "See, isn't this amulet too powerful?" Xiao Hua was once again flabbergasted. He was very clear that even the flying sword of an illusory sword cultivator would have several cracks under the full force of the soaring dragon shears. Li Chengxiu's protective talisman actually had several cracks on it. Its degree of toughness was comparable to an illusory sword. Who would have thought that Li Chengxiu was even more shocked? He was hiding at the foot of the mountain and saw the whole process of Xiao Hua killing Marshal Kuan. He was shocked by Xiao Hua's methods and was already hesitating whether to kill Xiao Hua by surprise. But he didn't expect Xiao Hua to turn around and directly see through his hiding place. His invisibility talisman was not an ordinary talisman. He had just obtained it from one of his teachers. Even in his dreams, he would never have thought that Xiao Hua's magic tool would actually be able to break it. And what shocked Li Chengxiu the most was that Xiao Hua's method of attacking him was very different from the method he used to kill Marshal Kuan. He simply didn't know how many methods Xiao Hua had. "You? Who are you? How could your magic power be more profound than Marshal Kuan's? You? Don't tell me you're really..." Li Chengxiu's eyes widened. He clenched his teeth and squeezed out these few words from between his teeth. "Of course it's me. Who else could it be?" Why would Xiao Hua care about him? Seeing that the brilliance that was cracked by his soaring dragon scissors was actually showing signs of gradually healing, and Li Chengxiu's figure was also showing signs of blurring, Xiao Hua also clenched his teeth and waved his hand. The sword pouch was in his hand. "Quick!" Xiao Hua's hand formed a sword seal. 7 flying swords from the sword pouch rushed into the air. The killing intent swept away all the snow in the mountain valley. "You? It was actually you who assassinated Tu Hong." Li Chengxiu's eyes revealed a flash of understanding. "Damn it, I only had this thought that flashed through my mind that day. I didn't think that it was really you who entered." Just as Li Chengxiu was in a daze, the 7 flying swords crossed in the air and formed a 7-star great array, firmly controlling Li Chengxiu within the sword array. Seeing that the 7-star great array was instantly formed, Xiao Hua's heart slightly relaxed. "Hee, Tu Hong was the first, and you're the second." Xiao Hua sneered. "Didn't you always want to kill me? Now, I want to see how you're going to do it." "Oh, so you already knew." Li Chengxiu looked at the brilliance that had already healed a little and sneered. It was this old man who was stupid. "You're old." Xiao Hua narrowed his eyes and waved his hand. Within the 7-star sword great array, the 7 flying swords trembled slightly and emitted a sword cry. A powerful restrictive force pressed down on Li Chengxiu's protective brilliance. The brilliance flickered along with the sword cry, and the cracks gradually expanded. "I want to ask you a question." Li Chengxiu couldn't hold back his curiosity and whispered. "Don't worry, fellow Taoist Li. I'm the same as Marshal Kuan. I definitely won't say a word." Xiao Hua's hand moved again, and the 7 flying swords actually began to rotate like 7 stars dancing in the night sky. The restrictive force became even stronger. "Are you a disciple of the Imperial Thunder Sect? Are you a middle-stage Foundation establishment cultivator?" Li Chengxiu still asked the question. Li Chengxiu's question was quite strange. Xiao Hua was stunned and sneered. "Of course I'm a cultivator of the Imperial Thunder Sect. However, as for whether I'm a Foundation establishment cultivator or not..." Xiao Hua's eyes turned, and he patted his forehead and used a secret technique to deceive everyone. Xiao Hua's cultivation rushed from the peak of the early-stage Foundation establishment to the middle-stage Foundation establishment, and then to the late-stage Foundation establishment. Moreover, the pressure didn't stop at all. It went all the way from the early-stage gold core to the middle-stage gold core, and then stopped at the peak of the middle-stage gold core. You really are a middle-stage gold core cultivator." Li Chengxiu sighed. "No wonder Marshal Kuan died in the Forbidden Law record. I was also almost deceived by you.
If that's the case, then you should. At this point, Li Chengxiu's eyes flashed with a hint of joy. Forbidden law record? Xiao Hua wrinkled his brows and withdrew the fake pressure of the secret technique. However, when he heard the last half of Li Chengxiu's sentence and the joy in Li Chengxiu's eyes, he felt something was wrong. Go! Xiao Hua opened his mouth, and the dream executioner transformed into 64 azure and red sword lights that rushed into the sword formation. Hiss! Li Chengxiu's heart palpitated for no reason. It was as if he was a stranger in front of him. Li Chengxiu was so frightened that he hastily urged the secret technique. His entire body flashed with brilliance, and the faint sound of heavenly music echoed in his mind. Only then did he expel that fear. That day, I'm afraid Tu Hong was helpless in front of the piercing swords because of this. Li Chengxiu thought with lingering fear. However, looking at the 64 azure and red sword lights that pierced with absolute sharpness, and the 7 flying swords that were revolving like stars, the power of confinement within was like a millstone being squeezed. Within the brilliance, a faint caw-caw sound could be heard. Xiao Hua is actually a middle-stage gold core cultivator, and he has so many tricks up his sleeves. Li Chengxiu's eyes narrowed. He knew that today was the day he had to make a choice. He concealed himself so deeply. I'm afraid it's really like what he said. Even he doesn't have much certainty. I can only do this. Thinking this, Li Chengxiu clenched his teeth and took out a spirit talisman from his storage pouch. He dripped a drop of blood essence into it and then sneered as he urged his magic power. The spirit talisman received the blood essence and suddenly emitted a resplendent brilliance like a rising sun. As soon as this brilliance appeared, a powerful suction force was born from the spirit talisman. The gold core in Li Chengxiu's body surged, urging his true essence to circulate, and all the magic power in his body poured into it. Wang! There was a loud sound like millions of bees and flies flapping their wings. Within the entire valley, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth within several li converged towards this brilliance. After a series of hurricanes blew past, within the brilliance, a large blood-red hand appeared from within the spirit talisman. Ah! Xiao Hua had seen this large hand several times. Naturally, he was very familiar with it. This was one of the divine abilities of a nascent soul cultivator. Xiao Hua couldn't help but cry out in alarm. What else was there to say? This spirit talisman was the life-saving means that Li Chengxiu obtained from the sect leader of the Utopia faction when he was on duty at the conference hall. As soon as the blood-red hand formed, it immediately produced a powerful force from its 5 fingers. This force not only tore apart the imprisonment force of the 7 stars great array, but also completely disrupted the 7 stars great array. The 7 illusory swords let out a mournful cry in mid-air. Moreover, as the large hand shook slightly, the 64 sword lights of the dream executioner were suddenly crushed, revealing only the small green and red sword suspended in the large hand like a dead fish. It looked quite lonely. Hiss! Xiao Hua sucked in a breath of cold air. The imprisonment force of this large hand is too powerful, right? Xiao Hua hurriedly urged the dream executioner. The dream executioner was like a panicked bird, struggling in the large hand, trying its best to break free from the imprisonment. Not only that, the large hand tore apart the 7 stars great array and didn't stop at all. It once again covered the direction of Xiao Hua. Damn it! Feeling the irresistible imprisonment force falling from the sky, Xiao Hua's eyes turned wildly. He waved the wishful staff in his hand, wanting to fight against the nascent soul's hand. But his heart moved, and with a wave of his hand, dozens of refined fire talismans were scattered. Rumble, 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 a series of earth-shattering explosions rang out, and the entire valley was dyed red. What kind of yellow talisman is this? Li Chengxiu obviously didn't see Xiao Hua's jade talisman clearly. He didn't care about Xiao Hua's jade talisman at all. He only wanted to urge the nascent soul's hand to grab Xiao Hua to death. However, when he saw an explosion that he had never seen before, the imprisonment force of the nascent soul's hand exploded, and even some parts of the nascent soul's hand cracked, he exclaimed. However, he only had time to let out a cry of surprise before Xiao Hua actually took out a dozen more fire talismans from the space. This is a jade talisman. How could he have a jade talisman? Li Chengxiu was shocked. And it's actually a fireball jade talisman. Xiao Hua waved his hand without hesitation, and dozens of fire talismans were scattered again. He didn't look distressed at all,
as if he still had a lot of them in his storage bag. And these dozens of fire talismans exploded, blocking the nascent soul's hand from moving further, making Li Chengxiu feel really stretched. Chapter 2493. Let's go. This idea immediately appeared in Li Chengxiu's mind. The one who wants to kill now is Xiao Hua. As long as I return to the Sky Patrol City, I can expose this guy's face. Not to mention that killing Tu Hong is a big crime. Xueqi Zhenren will be the first to not let him go. There must be something fishy about him hiding in the Imperial Thunder Sect with his gold core cultivation. If I'm not wrong, Xiao Hua is the person that the senior is looking for. As long as I tell the senior about this, I don't need to do anything. Thinking of this, Li Chengxiu urged the hand of the nascent soul. The big hand shook violently and slammed toward Xiao Hua again. Sure enough, Xiao Hua took back the dream executioner and threw out more than 10 fire talismans. At the same time, the Tengjiao scissors that stopped in mid-air slashed again. The violent explosion lifted the big hand and the Tengjiao scissors even left a crack on the big hand. Looking at the giant hand, it took advantage of the moment when Li Chengxiu was moving upwards to wrap around Li Chengxiu. With a sway, it was about to rush into the air. Where do you think you're going? Xiao Hua didn't expect the giant to escape before Li Chengxiu even used any means. He couldn't help but feel anxious. His figure flickered and rushed to the side of the Yuanying's hand. He waved the wishful steel staff towards the big hand. Unfortunately, although the wishful staff shook the nascent soul's hand and even cracked it, the nascent soul's hand could not be stopped. Quick! Xiao Hua did not dare to let the nascent soul's hand fly away. He opened his mouth and a thread of spiritual fire flew out, entangling the nascent soul's hand. The spiritual fire was indeed useful. The nascent soul's hand shook and seemed to be trapped. Moreover, the nascent soul's hand began to show signs of collapse in the spiritual fire. Buzz, at this time, Li Chengxiu also went all out. He dripped another drop of essence blood into the big hand. The bloody big hand shone red. You can stay here. Xiao Hua saw that the spiritual fire was tied with the nascent soul's hand. He slapped his forehead and released the Buddha's Sarira. Ah, Buddha. Buddhism sect. Li Chengxiu couldn't help but groan when he saw the Buddha's relic shining with Buddha's light. This Xiao Hua what is his background? However, before he could think any further, the pure water bottle in the Buddha Sarira's left hand tipped slightly, and the primordial water gushed out like waves, covering the entire valley in an instant. Even the nascent soul's hand was completely covered. This was something that Xiao Hua didn't even take out when facing Martial Kuan's Xiantian True Fire. As soon as it appeared, it immediately displayed a boundless might. Li Chengxiu, who was in the Yuanying's hand, immediately felt as if there was a huge force pressing down on his body. The most frightening thing was that there were tens of thousands of whirlpools spinning around the Yuanying's hand in the Xiantian True Water. Not only did the Xiantian True Water corrode the Yuanying's hand, it also corroded the Yuanying's hand even more. How many tricks does this bastard have? Li Chengxiu was about to cry as he groaned. He really didn't think, not even in his dreams, that Xiao Hua, whom he had always looked down upon, would actually become his own nemesis. Go! Li Chengxiu saw that the Xiantian True Water had trapped the Yuanying's hand, and that it was only trapped for a short moment before it showed signs of dissipating. At that moment, he slapped his hand and took out a shiny object from his storage pouch. What kind of tricks does this bastard have? Xiao Hua didn't believe that Li Chengxiu, a late-stage golden core cultivator, only had these few tricks. Seeing the shiny object appear, his heart trembled. However, when Li Chengxiu activated his magic power, that shiny object turned into a ray of light and rushed out. The light was like a sharp arrow, splitting the Xiantian True Water apart and rushing out. He immediately shouted, "Oh no! Isn't this thing the same as the transmission talisman that Feng Buping released that day? Where do you think you're going?" Xiao Hua's figure flashed, and thunder rumbled around him. Immediately, a series of afterimages flashed as he chased after that light. Fortunately, the Xiantian True Water blocked the light for a moment. When Xiao Hua flew out of the Xiantian True Water, the light had only rushed out a few dozen feet. Just as that light was about to speed up, Xiao Hua shook his hand, and the heaven and earth sleeve came down. Puh! Xiao Hua's Taoist robe sleeve exploded, and the light that broke through Xiao Hua's restrictions slowed down. Luo, Luo, Luo. Xiao Hua didn't dare to be negligent. His left and right hands used the heaven and earth sleeve consecutively, stopping that light in midair. When the light dimmed, its true form was revealed. It was a transmission talisman. Xiao Hua stretched out his hand and grabbed that transmission talisman. Just as he was about to use his magic power to crush it, his heart was moved again. He released his divine sense and stored the transmission talisman into his space. Perhaps I can find out who is instructing Li Chengxiu from this transmission talisman? Xiao Hua thought as he fell into the Xiantian true water again. Seeing Xiao Hua return with a calm expression, although Li Chengxiu's divine sense was blocked by the Xiantian true water, he knew that his transmission talisman was intercepted by Xiao Hua. At this time, he was already numb from Xiao Hua's endless methods. He couldn't think of anything else. Looking at the boundless Xiantian true water that completely surrounded him, Li Chengxiu's face turned ashen. Xiao Hua stabilized himself and immediately activated the Buddha Saraira. The Buddha's merciful and compassionate expression became even stronger. The Buddha seal in his hand slowly rotated, and the Xiantian true water roared fiercely along with the Buddha seal. The Yuanying's hand that was corroded by the Xiantian true water earlier couldn't hold on anymore. With a rumbling sound, the transmission talisman fell into the Xiantian true water and disappeared. Wang, after breaking through the Yuanying's hand, the Xiantian true water directly flooded the defensive light around Li Chengxiu. But what surprised Xiao Hua was that this defensive light was actually not afraid of the Xiantian true water. After several impacts, it didn't move at all. Seeing Li Chengxiu using his magic power within the light, he rushed into the Xiantian true water, wanting to break out of the water. Xiao Hua snorted coldly. He formed a sword seal and hit the sword pouch. Wang Wang! With another burst of sword cries, the 7 flying swords rushed up again and formed a 7 stars great array in the Xiantian true water, once again surrounding Li Chengxiu. Xiao Hua, this old man will fight it out with you. Li Chengxiu's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. He clapped his hands, and a beam of bright light flashed past. A round magical treasure rushed out of the defensive light and struck towards Xiao Hua. Xiao Hua's body trembled. Li Chengxiu's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. As soon as the magic treasure came out, an indescribable noise came from the magic treasure. The surrounding spiritual energy of heaven and earth was shaken into chaos. Even Xiao Hua was somewhat unable to stand steadily when he heard it. This magic treasure was not weak, but under the 7 stars great array and the heavy pressure of the Xiantian true water, the magic treasure was somewhat difficult to fly. Moreover, the magic treasure was very close to Xiao Hua at this time. Xiao Hua raised his hand without hesitation. With the wishful staff in his hand, he smashed it without hesitation. Dang! With a loud sound, the magic treasure fell and flew obliquely into the Xiantian true water. Sai, seeing that he could not control the magic treasure as he wished under the heavy pressure, and that his last blow was actually hit by Xiao Hua, Li Chengxiu sighed. He seemed to have aged a lot. The situation at the auction in Sentry City was clearly reflected in his mind. Could it be that, since then, this old man's fate has been decided? As soon as this idea flashed in his mind, Li Chengxiu heard a kachub sound in his ears. He saw that the light of the invisible amulet was damaged under the 7 stars great array's 7 flying swords. Now that it had been damaged, the Xiantian true water, which was previously powerless against the brilliance, immediately began to corrode. The brilliance of the amulet was about to collapse. Forget it! Li Chengxiu's vitality was extinguished. Thinking of the scene where Xiao Hua destroyed the evidence, his face gave birth to a grin. Even if this old man dies, I will fight it out with you. As he spoke, the brilliance around Li Chengxiu's body swayed, and his spiritual power suddenly converged. Golden core self-explosion? Xiao Hua was shocked, and his figure hurriedly flew back. Xiao Hua's flying speed was fast. He had just flown a few feet when an explosion of extermination intent rushed out from the Xiantian true water. The innate true water, which could even crush a nascent soul's hand, was blasted into waves of over 100 feet tall by the violent explosion. The body of the Buddha relic that controlled the innate true water flickered with a bright Buddhist light, and its body began to sway. An extremely indescribable feeling came from the left side of Xiao Hua's Naiwan palace. This was not the most important thing. The 7 stars great array that imprisoned Li Chengxiu was shattered by this explosion. The 7 flying swords flew out and rushed to an unknown place. The shockwave that followed the direction Xiaohua flew in pushed him back a few dozen feet, smashing him into the mountain beside him. Although Xiaohua hurriedly struck a spell and used the earth escape technique to rush into the mountain, his body was also violently shaken, and he suffered a rare injury. Xiaohua's figure came out from the other side of the mountain. He slapped his hand, and a parasol pill entered his mouth. After adjusting his breathing, he rushed into the sky and circled around from the foot of the mountain. The wave-like Xiantian true water was also turned into a mess by Li Chengxiu's self-explosion. The Buddha's Sarira's Buddhist light dimmed, and it actually looked dispirited. Collect! Xiaohua urged the Buddha's Sarira, and the clear water bottle produced a suction force, slowly sucking in the scattered Xiantian true water. A force that he had never felt before came out from the clear water bottle. The hand of the Buddha's Sarira shook slightly, and it actually felt like it could not hold it. I hate people like Li Chengxiu who harm others without benefiting himself the most. Xiaohua scanned with his divine sense, and he knew that the entire valley was destroyed by Li Chengxiu's self-explosion, not to mention his storage pouch. Most of the things were destroyed, and the broken things were scattered all over the ground. Moreover, this self-explosion also affected the Buddha's Sarira. Or maybe it's because he controlled the clear water bottle that the Sarira became so decadent. Xiaohua complained again. Then, his eyes turned, and the 9 syllables mantra was recited from the mouth of the Buddha's Sarira. In a moment, Li Chengxiu's soul that had not yet dissipated was captured by Xiaohua's Sarira. After a moment of questioning, Xiaohua finally sent his soul away. Chapter 2494. The self-destruction of a gold core cultivator is really too powerful. If it wasn't for the innate true water and the 7 stars great array, I would have been seriously injured. Xiaohua put away the Buddha Sarira, then found the 7 scattered flying swords from the nearby mountain and put them into the sword pouch. Only then did he look at the messy valley and sighed. I originally thought I could fish out a storage pouch from Li Chengxiu, but in the end it was all for naught. Other than the golden alms bowl that had long been knocked down and some sturdy refining tools, everything else was destroyed. Even that guy's magical treasure, the pipa, was gone. If I knew it would be like this, I would have used the heaven and earth sleeve to confine it. However, he was just thinking about it. The situation was so urgent that he was injured by the airwave even though he tried his best to escape. Even if he used the heaven and earth sleeve, he would have been seriously injured. After cleaning up the mess, Xiaohua sat on the ground and thought to himself, Master Dui? Why is he inquiring about me? But it doesn't necessarily belong to me. A cultivator who may be a body cultivator, a cultivator who may have no foundation, a cultivator whose cultivation is beyond imagination, a cultivator whose cultivation is not high, but whose magic power is far superior to other cultivators of the same level. Damn it, no matter how I look at it, he is looking for me. See, thinking of this, Xiaohua quivered and almost jumped up from the ground. It can't be. It can't be the cultivator who sealed my Ni Wangong? But then he shook his head slightly. It seems, it can't be. If it was the cultivator who sealed me, he should know my appearance. My face hasn't changed for dozens of years. Wouldn't it be easy for him to find me? That's even more strange. Xiaohua scratched his head. Maybe. This Master Du isn't looking for me, but Li Chengxiu saw that I wanted to kill him, so he used that nascent soul cultivator's communication talisman to ask for help. Nascent soul cultivator. I am not his opponent now, but I can't break the invisible protective talisman that Master Du gave Li Chengxiu in a short time. Not to mention the jade talisman that Xian Le Sex Fairy Hong Xia gave to Li Chengxiu. My goodness, that's a life-saving item for a golden core cultivator. If I didn't obtain the 7 stars grand formation and the innate primordial water, I'm afraid the one lying here today would be me, right? Thinking about this, Xiaohua felt a lingering fear. Actually, the spiritual fire could also break that jade talisman. It's just that Li Chengxiu insisted on running away. This young master still didn't have any good ideas. If he really escapes, damn it, the consequences will be unimaginable. Forget it, there are still more than 10 days before the attack of the 7 Extremes Ridge. This time, not only are the disciples of the Imperial Thunder Sect attacking the 7 Extremes Ridge, but my wife is also there. How can I not go and take a look? I'd better use this time to refine the ice deadly mirror. It's really awkward to not have a handy artifact. Xiaohua waved his hand and ignited a few wisps of true samadhi fire, burning all traces of the battle in the valley. Then, with a sway of his body, he flew towards the direction of the Seven Extremes mountain range. After waiting for an hour, he landed again, looking left and right, looking for a low-lying place and diving in. Back to Yanxi's mansion in Sky Patrol City, the meeting hall was bustling with noise and excitement. Today's duty was Heng Zhao from the Utopia faction. He asked, "Fellow cultivators, have all the disciples sent out to test the waters been sent out?" "Haha, I'll let you know, fellow cultivator Hang Ming. We've already discussed this matter properly. We've been working on it since the beginning of the year." Which fellow cultivator didn't do their best? They must have sent out the disciples according to the previous discussion. Zhou Qingping from the Thousand Leaves Ridge replied with a chuckle. Zhu Junwei from the Cool Breeze Valley stood up and said, "Fellow cultivator Hang Ming, the disciples of the Cool Breeze Valley were the last to leave through the teleportation device. They all left the Sky Patrol City at noon the day before yesterday, but there's no further news yet." Well, the Sky Patrol City is quite a distance away from the Spirit Stone Veins. Even the Nanming sect that left first didn't have any news, right? Hang Ming nodded slightly, then stretched and smiled. After this exploration is successful, we can fully engage in the battle. If possible, we'll kill all the swordsmen in the Spirit Stone Veins and end this sword principle war as soon as possible. Haha, fellow cultivator Hang Ming, you're thinking too much. Xianghua Song from the Black Sky sect also looked relaxed and smiled. In the sword principle war that has been going on for nearly 10,000 years, there have only been a few times when it was ended by cultivators in the Gold Core realm. Our Dao sect had always gained the upper hand from the start of the battle, and forced the sword cultivators out of the sword tomb. We had even killed all the sword cultivators within the sword tomb. That was why the swordsmen from the Huan country had no choice but to hastily retreat. Today, I'm afraid it won't be that simple. Indeed, our sect's battle line has yet to touch the sword tomb. I'm afraid it won't be as simple as fellow cultivator Hang Ming thinks. Hua Ping from the Blazing Fire Mountain agreed. However, Heng Ming did not agree. The corners of his mouth curled up as he said, "The sword cultivators this time are really fierce. They've been suppressing our attacks. We've been hiding our strength again and again, so of course, we can't attack the sword tomb. However, we've already mobilized the elites of each sect to the Sky Patrol City in advance. The Gold Core disciples have also come to help. As long as we kill all the swordsmen in the sword tomb, those swordsmen will be disgraced. Do you think they'll wait for our masters to come?" "That's right." Xiang Ming from the Huanhua sect clapped his hands arrogantly and said, "I agree with fellow cultivator Hang Ming's opinion. We've been scheming for several years and have always been showing weakness. Isn't it to lure these sword cultivators who come and go like the wind into a trap? Now that they've occupied the Spirit Stone Veins and taken away some of the fortresses that we used before, aren't they falling into our ambush? This time, we only need to probe a little more. Once we get the correct information, we'll send out all the disciples. This old man doesn't believe that a mere Huan country can be a match for our Cultivation 3 countries." Ha ha ha, it's really like that. The cultivators were all jubilant, as if victory was already in their hands. After a long while, Chen Mo, who had been silent all this time, said faintly, "This old man knows that everyone might not like what I'm saying. However, this old man doesn't have any selfish motives. I'm just thinking about the 3 countries of my Dao sect. I'm just stating facts. Since you know that your words aren't nice to hear, then don't say it." Seven Skills Sect's Wang Yi clearly looked down on Chen Mo and said coldly, "Fellow cultivator Wang," Hang Ming smiled and said, "the conference hall isn't a place where one person has the final say. Fellow cultivator Chen Mo naturally has the right to speak. His Imperial Thunder Sect's battle achievements are illustrious. They're not inferior to your Seven Skills sect." "Humph, who knows where their battle achievements came from?" Wang Yi coldly snorted. "Fellow cultivator Wang, could it be that you have something to say?" Hang Ming narrowed his eyes and asked with a sneer. Wang Yi hurriedly waved his hand. "Of course not. Fellow cultivator Chen should speak. Fellow cultivator Chen has always been a modest gentleman who keeps his promises. Even if his Dao heart is damaged, he would still be a man of his word. This old man can't compare to him." Hee hee. The cultivators all covered their mouths and snickered. Clearly,
Everyone knew about Dui Qiming's matter. Cough cough. Qian Mo's face was slightly red. He coughed twice and said, "Fellow cultivators must still be laughing at my Imperial Thunder Sect because of Dui Qiming and Tu Hong's matter. If it was any other day, I naturally wouldn't say anything. In this world, there are clear and turbid matters. The clear ones are clear and the turbid ones are turbid. This old man doesn't care what others say. However, today, this old man has to say a thing or two. Let's talk about Dui Qiming." This old man knew that she and Cui Hongshan were lovers. However, don't you think that the reason Tu Hong fell in love with Dui Qiming was because of love? If he wasn't infatuated, why would he put down his pride and propose marriage to a foundation establishment female cultivator? Ha ha ha, fellow cultivator Qian, it seems, this old man heard that he didn't just do it to dual cultivate with Dui Qiming, right? Wang Yi laughed loudly. At that time, did fellow cultivator Wang know? Does anyone here know? Qian Mo said solemnly, "It was because I didn't know that this old man helped Tu Hong. At the same time, I also helped Dui Qiming. Even after Cui Hongshan survived, this old man still wanted to marry Dui Qiming to Tu Hong behind his back. This was all for their own good. Let's not talk about Tu Hong being a golden core cultivator. In these 5 years, Dui Qiming and Tu Hong already had feelings for each other. Cui Hongshan only survived 5 years later. His appearance was definitely a mistake. What about Dui Qiming? She might have some feelings for Cui Hongshan in the past, but now? Who does she have more feelings for? This old man naturally cares about his own disciple. I won't hide it from everyone. In this old man's opinion, Dui Qiming is still biased towards Tu Hong. What's more, if Dui Qiming sees Cui Hongshan now and suddenly goes back on her words and doesn't want to hold the dual cultivation ceremony with Tu Hong? Tell me, what about the 2 nascent soul masters' faces? Alright, let's not talk about the 2 nascent soul masters' faces. After all, my sect master said that everything depends on Dui Qiming herself. He definitely won't force her and really cancel the dual cultivation ceremony. Then what about Tu Hong's face? Do you think Dui Qiming and Cui Hongshan can peacefully cultivate on Dawn Rain mainland? Unless they are always under my Imperial Thunder Sect's protection. If they go out to train and something happens to them, tell me, how will my Imperial Thunder Sect pursue this matter? Rather than letting them lose their lives, why not let them suffer for a long time and turn it into a short one? To help the 3 of them. If that's the case, then it's your fellow cultivator Qian's good intentions? You actually killed 2 birds with 1 stone. Not only did you save their lives, but you also saved the master's face? Wang Yi said disapprovingly. Not only that. Qian Mo waved his hand and said, "It should be killing 3 birds with 1 stone. 3. Wang Yi asked curiously, "And whose lives?" "It's the lives of tens of thousands, no, hundreds of thousands of cultivators in my Dao sect." Qian Mo said excitedly, "Tu Hong is a talented general. In the 5 years that he has been in the discussion hall, he has indeed made illustrious military achievements. He. Wasn't today's plan to lure the enemy into the discussion hall the one that Tu Hong suggested? Since he is a talented general of my Dao sect, he has an important role to play. In order to keep this general in my discussion hall, my Imperial Thunder Sect has suffered some losses. So what if I, Qian Mo, lose some face?" Chapter 2495. Wang Yi looked at the displeased Oris core stage cultivators around him and laughed. Tu Hong is a member of my discussion hall. This plan of luring the enemy into the finals was the result of the collective efforts of everyone in the discussion hall. How can it be credited to him alone? Luckily Qin Jian killed him. Otherwise, wouldn't the victory of our Dao sect be credited to him alone? I've already said that I have a clear conscience. I'm just stating facts. Qian Mo said in a low voice, "What I want to say is that when we are organizing the disciples to kill the sword cultivators, we should also be grateful. If not for Tu Hong. Of course, this plan of luring the enemy would be." At this moment, there was a wave of dermic power in the meeting hall. It came from the direction of Immortal Music Sect. Heng Zhao was slightly stunned. Looking at Li Chengxiu's empty praying mat, he hesitated and pointed his hand. After the dermic power wave flickered violently, an angry young woman's face appeared. Heng Zhao and the rest were shocked. They hurriedly got up and bowed respectfully. Greetings to Fairy Hong Xia. You can wait. In the mirror was the head of a mortal music sect, Fairy Hong Xia, a middle-stage nascent soul cultivator. Fellow Taoist Li has already taken leave for a few days. Heng Zhao hurriedly explained, we don't know. I know. Fairy Hong Xia said coldly, Li Chengxiu's natal spirit tablet is already broken. Ah? Heng Zhao could not believe it. Li? Fellow Taoist Li Chengxiu's natal spirit tablet is really broken? If not, why would I inform all of you? Fairy Hong Xia chided. What are all of you waiting for? What are all of you doing? The war has been going on for more than 10 years, but I don't see any great contributions. Instead, it's the golden core cultivators who fall one after another. That Tu Hong was just assassinated in Sky Patrol City, and Li Chengxiu is dead. Is old Xue still in Sky Patrol City? Yes. Heng Zhao's forehead was sweating. He could only lower his head and say yes. Hurry up and check the cause of Li Chengxiu's death and report it to me as soon as possible. Fairy Hong Xia threw a tantrum and said coldly, I'll discuss with them. If it doesn't work, you can prepare to go to the battlefield. Yes, this disciple understands. Heng Zhao continued to bow. This disciple will immediately send someone to investigate. Immediately send someone to investigate. Humph. Fairy Hong Xia snorted and disappeared with a wave of her hand. After Fairy Luo Xia left with a scolding, Heng Zhao wiped the sweat off his forehead and hurriedly called over the disciples on duty. He took out the discussion hall token and wanted to order them to investigate. However, Qian Mo raised his hand and said, Fellow Taoist Heng Zhao, it's a bit difficult for the disciples to investigate this matter. Why don't you let me go? I'll bring some disciples with me and they'll be able to send news back in time. Taoist Qian. Heng Zhao reminded him, Li Chengxiu has been on leave for a few days, and there was no movement after he was killed. He must have left Sky Patrol City. If you go there now, it's still very dangerous. Sigh. Li Chengxiu was on duty in the conference hall. His death must have been caused by a sword cultivator. He sacrificed his life for our Dao sect. How can we not find the culprit? This old man is willing to take this risk. Qian Mo sighed. Good. Peng Dai from Su Yan faction clapped her hands and said, Fellow Taoist Qian Mo, it's still dangerous for you to go alone. How about this? I'll go with you. Great. Hang Yi smiled. Since that's the case, please take the medallion of my conference hall and bring 20 disciples on duty with you to investigate. Yes, Qian Mo took the token and cupped his hands in acknowledgement. However, just as he turned his head, he clapped his hands and took out a jade slip. He handed it to Heng Ming and said, Fellow Taoist Heng Ming, I only said half of what I wanted to say. This is what I thought and said when I was chatting with Tu Hong that day. It's the layout and deduction of this battle. I'm not talented and I know that I don't have the talent to command a battle. I can only carefully record it down for the discussion of the cultivators in the discussion hall. Heng Li raised his eyebrows and hesitated. However, he still sighed and took the jade slip with a wave of his hand. After reading it with his spiritual sense, he was stunned again and said in surprise, Tu Hong, this guy is indeed a great talent. Although we were at a disadvantage in the Battle of the Spirit Veins, the attack on the Spirit Stone Veins today was a feint. Not only did we attract the attention of the sword cultivators to the Spirit Stone Veins, we even set up an ambush between the Spirit Stone Veins to cut off the escape route of the sword cultivators. After speaking, Heng Li glanced at everyone and said, although Tu Hong is dead, he actually predicted the current situation. All right, I won't say any more. Just wait and see. If Tu Hong is here today, this battle, we will definitely win. Fellow Taoist Heng Ming is too much. Zhou Qingping from Thousand Leaf Ridge was unhappy. Do you mean that without Tu Hong in the discussion hall, this battle cannot continue? Haha, of course not. Heng Li handed the jade slip to the cultivator beside him and said with a smile, After all, the ones doing the work are the cultivators of the Dao sect. However, with this idea, we are confident that we can save tens of thousands of disciples from dying. After speaking, everyone looked at the jade slip one by one. Everyone had different expressions. Some were shocked, some were deep in thought, and there were even some who were disdainful. All right, this is Tu Hong's idea.
It is also my idea. Seeing that the jade slip returned to Hang Li's hands, Qian Mu cupped his hands and said, I hope it will be useful for the battle of the Dao sect. After speaking, Qian Mo cupped his hands and was about to leave. However, after floating a few feet, he stopped again with a hesitant expression. Fellow Daoist Qian, is there something else? Hang Li asked curiously. Sigh. Qian Mo looked around and looked at the golden core cultivators who looked at the jade slip with a complicated expression. However, this complicated expression only lasted for a moment. Qian Mo transmitted his voice again. Fellow Taoist Hang Ming, actually, what I showed you earlier was only a portion of what Tu Hong said. Tu Hong had a plan which I find extremely inconceivable. However, if you think about it carefully, it does make some sense. However, even if I use up all my brain juice, I still can't think of anything. This is perhaps the difference between a mediocre person and a great person. Fellow Taoist Qian, what do you mean? Hang Li admired Tu Hong's plan. However, when Qian Mo said something like this, he was even more shocked. Why can't you say it in person? Hee. Qian Mo glanced at everyone and said, didn't you see their expressions? Just this plan alone makes them unhappy. If I take out the last portion, won't they turn the sky upside down? If that's the case, I might as well not take it out. In addition, even if I take it out, I definitely can't discuss it in front of all the cultivators in the conference hall. This is because I don't trust some of them. Hang Li hesitated and looked at the jade slip in his hand. He really wanted to see what other plans Tu Hong had. Fellow Taoist Qian, the other golden core cultivators are still fine. However, the cultivators on duty in the 3 countries can't possibly not participate, right? Yes, other than the cultivators on duty, the others can't let them know a single word. Qian Mo's face flashed with a serious expression. As you wish. Hang Li took out the token and pointed his finger. A cluster of green light flew out from the token and shot into the sky like a fountain. Then with a schwa sound, it fell and covered the first row of golden core cultivators who were sitting on the praying mats. What is this for? De Sun from the Tai Ching sect frowned and said in a low voice. All the fellow Taoists in the conference hall are one. All matters should be discussed together. When we came to the Sky Patrol City, Lord Sect Leader had already made it clear that this restriction should not be used unless it was absolutely necessary. Otherwise, it would cause a rift among the fellow Taoists in the conference hall. Fellow Taoist Qian, you can speak now. Heng Zhao ignored De Sun and said to Qian Mo. Then, he looked at the others and sighed. Fellow Taoist Li Chengxiu has left us without us knowing. Perhaps this is the last resort. There's news about Li Chengxiu? Xiong Huasong asked curiously. Why didn't you say so just now? Could it be? Haha, fellow Taoist Xiong, you think too much. Qian Mo cupped his hands and said, in a while, when the restriction is lifted, all of you can use the news about fellow Taoist Li Chengxiu as a perfunctory excuse. However, what I want to say now is Tu Hong's other plan that is absolutely inconceivable. As he spoke, Qian Mo clapped his hands and took out another jade slip. He handed it to Hang Ming and said, fellow Taoist Hang Ming, take a look. Hang Li could not wait any longer. He grabbed the jade slip and it fell into his hand. When he immersed his divine thought into it, the expression on his face was simply too wonderful. A kind of astonishment, puzzlement and even a dumbfounded expression appeared on Hang Li's face. Everyone was baffled. They could not imagine what kind of arrangement Tu Hong had in this jade slip that could make a golden core cultivator so astonished. The time Hang Li spent looking at this jade slip was several times longer than the previous one. It was as if he was reading it word by word. This was extremely rare for a golden core cultivator who was used to using divine thought. Seeing how serious Hang Li was, De Sun and the rest unconsciously looked at Qian Mo's face. Although they did not say anything, weren't their eager gazes waiting for Qian Mo to explain? Cough cough. Qian Mo coughed twice and smiled apologetically. Logically speaking, this Qian should be the clearest about this matter. However, this battle plan, I copied it from Tu Hong. It's better if I don't say it. Fellow Taoists, please take a look and you will understand. Hee. Wang Yi saw that he could not see the jade slip for the time being and said with a fake smile. Since this jade slip records the battle plan of the Great Battle of Dao and Sword, why did fellow Taoists need to borrow Tu Hong's hand? Wouldn't it be better to just say what you came up with?
Chapter 2496. Who knew that Qian Mo was so serious, as if he did not hear the sarcasm in Wang Ye's tone. He said, I just said that my heart can be seen by the heavens. My heart is so magnanimous that it can be seen by the sun and moon. This merit belongs to Tu Hong, so it belongs to Tu Hong. Just because Tu Hong was assassinated by Qin Jian's mistake will not taint Tu Hong's merit. He. Wang Yi still sneered and did not say much. The people around him looked at Qian Mo thoughtfully. After Hang Yu finished reading, he passed the jade slip to Desun. Desun waved his hand and said, Fellow Taoist Hang Ming, just tell us what is written in this jade slip. I don't know how long it will take for us to finish reading it. And I understand. Hang Yu thought for a while and passed the jade slip to Desun. He said, Everyone, take a look. This is the credit of Qian Mo and Tu Hong. Seeing is believing. Also, while you're checking, I'll explain the details to you. All right. Desun nodded and took the jade slip. He used his spiritual will to read it. Indeed, when he saw the contents, his face turned strange. This time, the people who were rejected by Qian Mo were even more curious. AI, Tu Hong is indeed a hero of his generation. Hang Yu sighed and said simply, he wants to set up a spirit howl array in the sword tomb. This spirit howl array is 10 times bigger than the one on Jin Shan Quan. When our Dao sect cultivators push the sword cultivators of Huan country back to the sword tomb, we will lure them into the array and activate it, to kill hundreds of thousands of sword cultivators in one go. How is that possible? Indeed, Hang Yu's words stunned everyone. They did not even consider the sword tomb, nor did they consider setting up a large array in the sword tomb. While Wang Yi was shocked, he said disdainfully, setting up a large array in the sword tomb is not considered a special strategy. In the previous battle, it was not used like this. There is no need to be so shocked. Fellow Taoist Wang. Hung Li looked him up and down and said indifferently, to be honest, have you ever thought about this? Wang Yi was startled. After pondering for a moment, he shook his head and said, to tell you the truth, fellow Taoist Hang Ming, I really haven't thought about it. After all, the sword catacomb is behind the sword cultivators. Since the beginning of the war, we have been forced to stay in the country of Xi and the country of Lian. It is impossible to force the sword cultivators into the sword catacomb. Why is it impossible? Heng Zhao asked with interest. That's the truth. Wang Yi spread out his hands and said, even though we are preparing to test the sword cultivators' strength for the final battle, but, fellow Taoist, what do you think are our chances of winning? Let's not talk about our chances of winning for now. Even Wang Yi, a golden core cultivator on duty at the conference hall, has not thought of the sword tomb. Then do you think sword cultivators will think of the sword tomb? Of course they won't think of it. Desun's eyes flashed with admiration. He hurriedly looked through the jade slip and handed it to Xiong Huasong and said, the sword tomb is already far behind them. Moreover, they have occupied many spirit stone veins and have pushed the battle line into the 3 countries of our Dao sect. Why would they guard against the sword tomb? Catch them off guard? Xiong Huasong asked as he looked through the jade slip. Exactly. Hang Ming clapped and said, in fellow Taoist Qian Mo's jade slip, Tu Hong's plan is like this. The sword tomb is extremely special. It is the passage that most sword cultivators need to use to travel from the country of Xi to the country of Xi and the country of Lian. Although other places can be passed through, they need to go around and it is extremely dangerous. Under the illusory sword, they need to pass through the sword tomb to attack our Dao sect. Therefore, all the battles are marked by the sword tomb. If we can force the sword cultivators into the sword tomb, our Dao sect will win. Who knows how many times the sword cultivators have passed through the sword tomb? Wang Yi asked in a strange tone. What is the use of setting up an ambush there? There are many uses. Heng Ming raised his voice and said, firstly, if we can set up an ambush in the sword tomb at the same time as the final battle, then it will be a 2-pronged attack. It can make the sword cultivators unable to take care of both sides. Secondly, even if we can't carry out the final battle and we can't figure out the strength of the sword cultivators, the sword catacombs ambush can still cut off the path of the sword cultivators, so that they can't smoothly enter the territory of the 3 cultivation countries in large numbers. Thirdly, this is an ambush, a hidden hand. If it can be used, then it will be of great use. If it can't be used, then it won't be a waste. Actually, I still have some doubts. Dasun finished reading the jade slip and said, "This great battle of spirit howl is indeed powerful, but the array is extremely unstable. The sword tomb is a place where the spiritual chi of heaven and earth is extremely rich in the gold attribute, so it is not suitable to set up this array. Moreover, we don't have the array diagram for this array. We have to ask the Xue region sage for it from the Sky Patrol City. Why is there a need to set up the Great Battle of Spirit Howl Array?" Chen Mo said, "That Great Battle of Spirit Howl Array requires a huge amount of spiritual chi of heaven and earth. The array is set up in Jinquan Mountain because it is supported by the spiritual stone mine. But what about the sword tomb? I'm afraid it won't work, right? With sufficient sword chi and enough gold attribute spiritual chi of heaven and earth, I'm afraid it will be even more effective for sword cultivators." What does Taoist Chen mean? Hang Ming knew that Chen Mo must have thought it through carefully, so he asked in a low voice. "I don't know how to set up arrays." Chen Mo smiled and said, "However, I don't lack people who are proficient in arrays in the conference hall. Let's listen to their opinions." After Chen Mo finished speaking, everyone looked at Shen Tian Sect's Xiong Song. Shen Tian Sect was known for their arrays, and Xiong Song was the golden core cultivator who was most proficient in arrays in the conference hall. Actually, when Taoist Hang Ming mentioned the Great Battle of Spirit Howl Array, I was already thinking about it. Xiong Song didn't hide anything and said, "Only Tu Hong, that kind of crazy and ambitious person would dare to use the lives of tens of thousands of cultivators as bait to activate the array. If we want to set up an array in the Sword Catacomb, we definitely can't use the Great Battle of Spirit Howl Array. However, if we want to make use of the Sword Chi and the Sword Essence of Spirit Howl, the Sword Cultivator Sword Array is the most suitable. Although the gold attribute spiritual chi of heaven and earth in the Sword Catacomb is abundant, I really can't think of a suitable array in such a short period of time." Xiong Huasong's tone was very pertinent, and everyone liked what he said. If he suddenly said a very useful array in such a short period of time, they might not believe him. After all, this was an era where arrays were lost. By the way, since Tu Hong can think of the array in the Sword Catacomb, will the sword cultivators also think of the sword array as Taoist Xiong said? The experienced and prudent Dasun asked again. "We can't rule out this possibility." Hang Ming didn't care, however. "As far as I know, the possibility is not high. After all, they have already crossed the Sword Catacomb, so it's meaningless to set up an array there. Hee, unless we push them back to the Sword Catacomb." Wang Yi smiled and said, "However, looking at how they want to attack the Sky Patrol City, I'm afraid they won't think of it. A few years ago, I already asked the city guards of the Sky Patrol City to pay attention to the Sword Catacomb when they patrolled the area around it." Lu Xinwu of the Xianghua sect said with certainty, "There are no traces of high-level sword cultivators there." "Oh, Taoist Lu, you're really far-sighted when it comes to strategizing." Hang Ming was stunned and said, "So you've already paid attention to the Sword Catacomb in the early years?" "Yes, back then, the sword cultivators didn't go too far from the Sword Catacomb. I was afraid that something might happen, so I made the Sky Patrol City check it out." Lu Xinwu smiled proudly and said, "However, the Sword Catacomb is too dangerous, and there are too many sword cultivators along the way. The Sky Patrol City can't check it out often, so there's some news from time to time. It's nothing too important." "That's great." Hang Ming clapped his hands and said, "It seems that the sword cultivators have neglected the Sword Catacomb. This is really a good opportunity for us to plan." Li Jijie of the Changbai sect said coldly, "Everything you said is just an armchair strategist. If we don't push the sword cultivators back to the vicinity of the Sword Catacomb, the array won't be effective. If we only block the sword cultivators from entering and exiting the Sword Catacomb, won't the array be destroyed if it's discovered by the sword cultivators?" "Taoist Li, how do you know that we can't push the sword cultivators back to the vicinity of the Sword Catacomb?" Chen Mo said indifferently, "Even if we use the array to kill the sword cultivators in the Sword Catacomb, we can still kill many sword cultivators. We can also attack the sword cultivators' morale and boost our cultivators' morale." "Indeed." Gao Wei, who had been silent all this time, said, "Doesn't Qin Jian often set up ambushes? Doesn't he often kill the cultivators of our Dao sect? Now, we'll set up a huge ambush in the Sword Catacomb and slap the sword cultivators' faces." Everyone knew that Xuanyan School had suffered a lot because of Qin Jian and hated the sword cultivators' ambushes. Gao Wei's words were to wipe away the humiliation of the cultivators. "I feel that
This is a little rash. Cheng Ming of the Immortal Ascension sect said, in Tu Hong's plan, the most important thing is to speculate about the sword cultivator's dependence on the sword catacomb. But in fact, the sword catacomb is far less important than what the Jade Slip said. The sword cultivators entering and exiting the Hun country may not be completely through the sword catacomb. There are still many paths to choose from. If it's as Tu Hong thinks, we don't have to be so passive. We only need to set up a stronghold in front of the sword catacomb and move the Sky Patrol City to the sword catacomb. One man can hold back 10,000 men and kill every sword cultivator that comes. How can they invade the 3 cultivation countries? Why do we need to set up an array in the Sky Patrol City? Fellow Taoist Cheng's words are reasonable. However, this matter is a little urgent and does not allow us to discuss it in detail. I think this plan is feasible. Hung Li raised his hand and said, who else agrees? Qian Mo raised his hand without hesitation. Hung Li wanted to remind him that the Imperial Thunder Sect was not a sect on duty, but after thinking about it, he kept quiet. De Sun hesitated and raised his hand. Xiong Huasong also raised his hand. In the end, other than Li Jijia of the Changbai sect, all the other Golden Core cultivators agreed. Even Cheng Ming agreed after a slight hesitation. Chapter 2497. Fellow Cultivator Li. Hung Ju smiled and said, although Changbai sect doesn't agree to set up the formation, you still have to obey the arrangement of the disciples. Humph. I understand. Li Jijia snorted and said, you don't send the useful disciples to fight against the sword cultivators, but learn from the treacherous Tu Hong. Can you be successful? Hung Ju ignored him and said to Xiong Huasong, this. I'll leave it to fellow cultivator Xiong. What do you think? Good. After I've thought it through, I'll discuss it with all of you. Xiong Huasong did not decline and said. Also. Qian Mo was happy and said. This should be kept a secret. There are many sword cultivator spies in Sky Patrol City. We can't rule out the possibility of some cultivators leaking information about our sect for some benefits. I think that other than all of you even Sky Patrol City. Don't let them know about this. When he said the last sentence, Qian Mo gritted his teeth fiercely. Yes, although he admired Tu Hong, but Tu Hong had also caused him a lot of trouble. When the palace master of Dui Lei Palace heard the news outside Sky Patrol City, she did not get off the thunderboat and did not even meet Qian Mo. Although she did not scold or reprimand Qian Mo, how could Qian Mo not know about Dui Jie's anger? Fortunately, Qian Lei Zi did not come to Sky Patrol City. Otherwise, Qian Mo would not know what to do. The reason why he recommended Tu Hong's strategy was to explain his relationship with Tu Hong, to explain what he had done and how he had become a laughingstock. On the other hand, he wanted to make more contributions so that his future would not be clouded by the shadow of the previous incident. That's right. De Sun narrowed his eyes and said, Sky Patrol City is full of evil. Who knows how many sword cultivator spies there are? The city master's mansion has long been the focus of the sword cultivators. Who knows who could leak information to the sword cultivators? It's better to be careful. Actually, forget it, let's not talk about it. Fellow cultivator De Sun, what's so hard to say? Li Jijia said coldly. Isn't it because you suspect that our arrangement was leaked to the sword cultivators? Otherwise, why would we lose again and again in this battle? Why are we always at a disadvantage? Fellow cultivator Li, be careful with your words. Hung Ju hurriedly waved his hand and said, Sky Patrol City is part of our sect, they would never do such a thing. However, we can't guarantee that others will not do it. We'd better not inform them. Well, according to the dispatch of the conference hall's hall, it seems that the last batch of our sect's disciples will come to Sky Patrol City. Cheng Ming from the Immortal Ascension sect suggested, why don't we let them go to the sword tomb and let Dao friend Xiong train them in setting up the array? Soon, De Sun's does, De Sun, s2. We soon to soon. Teet, soon, says to arrange, begin, yes I understand. Xiong Huasong bowed and said. After everyone finished their discussion, they lifted the restriction again. Qian Mo said, that's all I know about Li Chengxiu. His death outside the Sky Patrol City is a threat to us. We'll have to wait for fellow Taoist Pang and I to investigate before we come to a conclusion. Well, in that case, we'll have to trouble fellow cultivator Qian, Hung Ju said. Following which, Qian Mo and Peng Dai left. The assembly hall was originally filled with whispers due to the activation of the restriction. However, at this moment, the entire assembly hall fell into a dead silence. Qian Mo's parting words had truly touched their hearts. Yes, Tu Hong was dead. He was assassinated in the sky. In front of Xueqi's, everyone felt that it was funny. A nascent soul realm cultivator's face was shredded. If it was in their own sect, this would never happen. But now, Li Chengxiu had been killed without anyone noticing. And it happened outside Sky Patrol City. Generally, Golden Core realm cultivators in the conference hall would not leave the city. Why did Li Chengxiu leave the city? What was so important that he had to leave the city? Li Chengxiu was the same as Tu Hong, a middle Golden Core realm cultivator. However, he was not of the same age as Tu Hong. Tu Hong was only at the middle Golden Core realm, but Li Chengxiu was already at the late Golden Core realm. Moreover, Li Chengxiu had a life-saving talisman given by Fairy Hong Xia. If one was not at the sword transformation realm, it would be impossible to kill him. Even if he met an illusory swordsman, if he was careful, escaping would not be a problem. However, Li Chengxiu was still killed. An inexplicable sadness filled the conference hall. This was something that had not happened since the beginning of the war. After the time it took to brew a cup of tea, Hung Ju's heart thumped. Earlier, everyone was still in high spirits, as if victory was within their grasp. Who would have thought that a single piece of news from Fairy Hong Xia would turn the atmosphere of the meeting hall into this? Even with Tu Hong's good plan, it would not work. Alas, we are just cultivators. We are not talented enough to command a war. Normally, people would think that since their cultivation was high, their aptitude would be high and they would be able to command a war easily. It was just like how ordinary people would have more experience when they were older. However, it was a huge mistake to think this way. Experience was high, but it was not always right. These Golden Core realm cultivators might have good aptitudes, but they could only be used for cultivation. As for commanding a war, it was really impossible. In fact, the reason why these Golden Core realm cultivators were sent out first in every war was to see if there were any geniuses who could command the war. These geniuses? Of course, they had to be nurtured. Even if their cultivation could not be raised, they had to be nurtured within the sect so that they could be used in the Taoist Devil War in the future. In fact, in the previous war, there were many times when one or a few geniuses would appear and lead the sect to victory. How could it be the same as this time? Until now, there had not been a single Golden Core realm cultivator who had displayed his talent. From the beginning to the end, it was a mess of command. There was no priority or long-term planning. The strategy of luring the enemy was also proposed by Tu Hong out of desperation. Although it was not a brilliant move, it could be taken as their own by these Golden Core realm cultivators. As for why Xueqi Zhenren was so embarrassed and angry, it was because of his face. On the other hand, he had spent a lot of effort to nurture Tu Hong. He had taken a fancy to Tu Hong's fighting talent and thought that Tu Hong could help his Sky Patrol City gain a foothold in the Xiaoyu continent. Even if Tu Hong had some ulterior motives, even if Tu Hong had ruthlessly abandoned tens of thousands of Sky Patrol City disciples, he had endured it. However, the result of enduring it was that he was assassinated by Xiao Hua. How could Xueqi Zhenren not be furious? Fellow Taoists, Hung Ming said in a low voice, although fellow Taoist Li Chengxiu has died, this was an accident. It was definitely not an ambush by sword cultivators, and it will definitely not affect the outcome of this battle. As long as we follow our previous plan and Tu Hong's current plan, we will attack in an orderly manner, and our Tao sect will definitely win this battle. Yes, fellow Taoist Hang Ming is right. Kunlun sect's Yuan Zhongjue clapped his hands and said, everything is ready except for the east wind. As long as we win this war, everything will be fine. Yes, we have a good idea. However, Fairy Hong Xia's words have given us a reminder. Tai Ching sect's De Sun frowned and said, even if Li Chengxiu was not killed by sword cultivators, it must have been done by several illusory swordsmen. This time, we have gathered many Golden Core disciples in our sect and put in a lot of effort. If we don't go to the front line and only rely on those early-stage Golden Core disciples to fight, if they end up like Li Chengxiu, won't our efforts be in vain? Ha ha ha.
Fellow Taoist Asun, you worry too much. Hang Ming clapped his hands and said with a smile, this is the last battle. We have killed all the swordsmen hiding in the Spirit Stone Vein and other places. Then, the illusory swordsmen under their command will definitely show up. In Tu Hong's jade slip. Oh, even if he doesn't have his jade slip, of course, we have to settle the karma. Of course, we have to meet the opponents we have fought for several years. Otherwise, it will be hard to explain when we return to the mountain in triumph, right? Yes, that's right. The group of golden core cultivators rubbed their palms together as if they were about to enter the battlefield. Also, fellow Taoist Hang Ming, we have to send out an order from the conference hall to inform the Sky Patrol City that they will also send out disciples and golden core cultivators to assist us in the battle. Lu Xinwu of the Shanghua sect reminded them. Fellow Taoist Lu, that's a good idea. Hang Ming nodded and said, I will send out a token to the Sky Patrol City now. When there is news from all the disciples, we will enter the battle. I think the sword cultivators will definitely not expect this. Lu Xinwu narrowed his eyes. We have sent out so many disciples. Just to test the waters. After the test, the storm will come. That's right. Kill the sword cultivators with the force of a storm. Hung Ming's face was filled with excitement. Let's get ready immediately. Let all the disciples start moving. This is the chance to determine the outcome of the battle. Yes, all the golden core cultivators stood up and shouted in unison. The death of Li Chengxiu alone had caused the golden Dan cultivators in the meeting hall to feel a sense of crisis. However, the culprit had actually escaped into a pitch-black cave. He took out a piece of bright flower stone and placed it on top of the cave, illuminating the entire cave. The cave was about 100 feet in size and was rather dry. Xiao Hua scanned it with his divine consciousness and was extremely satisfied. He took out a futon and threw it on the ground, then sat down cross-legged. With a wave of his hand, he took out Tu Hong's storage bag. After searching for a moment, he took out a jade slip. He did not have time to look at the other things and kept them in the storage bag. After looking at it for a moment, Xiao Hua frowned. It seemed like there was a problem that was hard to solve. However, when he raised his head and looked at the cave, the corners of his mouth curled up and he revealed a cold smile. Chapter 2498. Immediately after, Xiao Hua grabbed Tu Hong's Mitsubishi magic treasure with his left hand and struck it with a spell. The magic treasure trembled slightly and emitted a buzzing sound. Immediately after, 3 rays of light shot out from the 3 sides of the magic treasure, as if Xiao Hua's spell was wrong. Humph! Xiao Hua snorted coldly. His right hand covered the magic treasure, and the universe in the sleeve technique firmly suppressed the magic treasure. The light on the Mitsubishi magic treasure overflowed and flickered abnormally, but it couldn't emit the slightest bit of light. Quick! Xiao Hua's left hand continuously struck the magic treasure. Every time a spell struck the magic treasure, there would be the sound of a golden drum beating. Xiao Hua actually used the Sunset Islands method of refining jade tablets to refine this magic treasure. When the Mitsubishi magic treasure completely calmed down, the 3-colored brilliance was as stable as congealed fat. Xiao Hua bit the tip of his tongue and spat a mouthful of blood onto the magic treasure. Goo-goo-goo-goo. As soon as the blood entered the magic treasure, it immediately seeped in. The entire magic treasure seemed to be boiling, and the 3-colored brilliance alternated with each other. A golden dot suddenly appeared inside the magic treasure, and then gradually expanded until it submerged the entire Mitsubishi magic treasure. Strangely, the golden dot just dyed the entire magic treasure when it immediately flashed again. After a few breaths of time, the golden dot disappeared, and the 3-colored brilliance began to alternate again. However, at this time, the 3 colors were so dazzling and vivid that they couldn't jump out of the magic treasure. Xiao Hua let out a breath and flicked his hand. The magic treasure jumped into the air and slightly rotated. The entire cave was reflected in the 3-colored brilliance. Little Yellow, come out. Xiao Hua's mind entered the space and called Little Yellow out. What's the matter, mother? Little Yellow cheerfully flew out. It first looked at the magic treasure in the air, then flew around a few times. It didn't find anything, so it asked curiously. You stay here. I'm afraid something delicious will appear in a while. Xiao Hua smiled and instructed. Immediately, Xiao Hua clapped his hand and took out the icy mirror.
A few rather unfamiliar spells were cast on the icy mirror, but the mirror was also overflowing with brilliance, radiating in all directions. Xiao Hua's expression was grave and stern. His hands continued to form spells. With the influx of magic power, the icy mirror began to vibrate. On the surface of the mirror like ripples, the brilliance gradually rippled and a vortex slowly formed. The center of the whirlpool was a gray color that alternated between black and white. As the whirlpool gradually expanded, it sucked in all the light. In the time it took to drink a cup of tea, all the light disappeared. The entire mirror also disappeared, leaving behind only a deep whirlpool. That whirlpool was dark gray in color, and it seemed like it was going to suck in all the light from the bright flower stones. Go! Xiao Hua pointed his finger, and the Mitsubishi magic treasure in the air flashed with brilliance and flew into the air above the whirlpool. Woo! A suction force was generated from the whirlpool and landed on the magic treasure. When the magic treasure's brilliance landed in the whirlpool, the magic treasure also slowly descended. Mitsubishi's magic treasure was originally rotating slowly, but as it fell, it gradually sped up. When the rotation was the same as the vortexes, Xiao Hua shouted, "Go!" The spell that he had been preparing in his hand was struck, but a thunderclap was produced in midair. Xiao Hua poured all the magic power in his body into the magic treasure. Wang! A loud sound was heard. The magic treasure's brilliance suddenly converged and its whole body turned gray. The center of the mirror vortex was in contact with the magic treasure. With a kachup sound, the vortex wrapped the magic treasure and then began to condense. Ha ha ha! At this moment, a burst of wild laughter came from the bottom of the vortex. It was the laughter of Tu Hong's scheme succeeding. Immediately, a faint shadow rushed out of the vortex and rushed toward Mitsubishi's magic treasure. Ah! What's going on? When the faint shadow pounced on the magic treasure, the magic treasure emitted a faint golden light and blocked the shadow outside. The shadow screamed in panic. Not only that, when Goldie saw the shadow, its eyes immediately revealed a pleasantly surprised expression. With a sweep of its big tail, it flew in front of the shadow. With a humph sound, it spat out a silver light from its nose and firmly covered the shadow. Within the silver light, Tu Hong's faint figure appeared. It was the trace of his primordial spirit that was hidden in the icy mirror. Fellow Taoist, spare my life, spare my life. Facing Goldie's silver light, Tu Hong panicked from the bottom of his heart and anxiously begged with a soft voice. Humph, how can this young master spare your life? Xiao Hua sneered. First, you planned to kill this young master. Then you wanted to kill Dui Qiming's soul. Now you want to tamper with the magic treasure's refining method to seize this young master's body. With so many schemes, how can this young master spare you? This young master has his reasons. Hearing Xiao Hua mention Dui Qiming, Tu Hong hurriedly shouted, Yu Meng died for I can't ignore her life and death, you shut up. Xiao Hua sneered. It's fine if you want to save Yu Meng. You should use the right path and walk the right path. This young master might be able to help you or even let you go. However, your heart is evil. You used saving Yu Meng as an excuse to do evil things. Yu Meng's life is a life, but Dui Qiming's life is not a life? How can this be? Good will be rewarded with good, and evil will be repaid with evil. It's not that there's no retribution, it's just that the time hasn't come. Now that you've met this young master, it's the right time to settle the karma. There's no point in saying more. Do you think I'm evil just because you say I'm evil? Do you think I'm good just because you say I'm good? What qualifications do you have to judge this old man? Tu Hong shouted angrily. Although Tu Hong's voice was somewhat hysterical, it was still shrill and weak in Xiao Hua's ears. Ha ha ha, you're right. If this young master says you're evil, then you are evil. Xiao Hua laughed and ordered Goldie, swallow him. Yes, mother. Goldie agreed. A silver light flashed from its nose, and Tu Hong's primordial spirit was sucked into it and disappeared. Burp. Goldie burped and laughed. Mother, if there's such a good thing, you must call me boy more often. Hee hee, don't worry. There are many evil people in this world. It's enough for you to eat. Xiao Hua laughed and kept Goldie into his space. At this time, the icy mirror had already swallowed Mitsubishi's artifact and returned to its original state. It was an oval mirror with tri-colored runes faintly flowing on it. There were even golden threads mixed in. It was exactly the same as the Kunlun mirror that Xiao Hua had seen before. See, this
Xiao Hua was obviously caught off guard. He took out Tu Hong's jade slip again in disbelief. After looking at it with his divine sense for a moment, he shook his head and said, apart from the refining method that Tu Hong changed, there are no other changes to this jade slip. Isn't this the Ice Sea mirror? How did it become the Kunlun mirror? Or maybe this thing is the Kunlun mirror. Xiao Hua thought and waved his hand. The Ice Sea mirror fell into his hand. At this time, all of Xiao Hua's magic power was used to refine the Ice Sea mirror. There was only a small amount left. Xiao Hua urged his magic power and slightly shook the Ice Sea mirror. A green light flashed and several huge logs flashed out of the light, smashing into the stone wall opposite him. A hole several feet in size appeared in a flash. Ha ha ha, this is a true artifact. This young master just urged his magic power. Xiao Hua laughed heartily. Then, he swayed slightly and shot out a series of blue lights that froze the big hole in the ground. The last yellow brilliance was even more powerful. It directly penetrated the frozen big hole by several feet. The rich earth-type spiritual energy of heaven and earth was almost comparable to Xiao Hua's wishful staff. When Tu Hong took this artifact, he could only use the core of the Kunlun mirror. I couldn't see its power. A part of the Kunlun mirror was used as the Ice Sea mirror to transform into an illusion of ice and snow to protect Yu Meng's corpse. Now that the two parts are combined into one, others shouldn't be able to see any clues. Xiao Hua's hand caressed the Kunlun mirror very lovingly. He muttered in his heart. After all, he didn't have a suitable artifact now. When he fought with others, he would be at a disadvantage. After refining the Kunlun mirror, Xiao Hua opened his mouth and still wanted to fuse it into his body. Unfortunately, his body was of the Phoenix bloodline and had been tempered by the primal chaos qi. No artifact could be fused into his body like ordinary cultivators. Therefore, he could only send it into the Buddha fire. There were still many things in Tu Hong's storage bag. Xiao Hua only roughly looked at them before. However, he didn't have the mood to carefully look at them now. Not only did he not know the origin of these things, but Tu Hong's rumors had not stopped for a day. All of these things could be the source of Xiao Hua's exposure. He wouldn't be anxious to be fooled. Damn it, Li Chengxiu, you are a golden core cultivator of the discussion hall. How could there be few things in your storage bag? It's a pity that your self-destruction was too ruthless. Other than the incomplete jade strips, everything else turned into nothingness. There was a golden alms bowl left behind. That pipa or whatever was left behind. Nothing was left behind. Xiao Hua recalled Li Chengxiu's self-destruction and felt pity in his heart. Fortunately, Marshal Kuen's storage bag is still intact. Otherwise, this young master's efforts would have been in vain. Then, Xiao Hua took out Marshal Kuen's storage bag. When he immersed his divine sense into it to take a look, he almost jumped up from the ground. How is this possible? This guy. There are materials in his storage bag that can repair the Grand Universe Shifting Token? Joy appeared on Xiao Hua's face. Almost without hesitation, he took out all the jade strips in Li Chengxiu's storage bag. When he hurriedly finished looking through them, he couldn't help but feel slightly disappointed. Damn it, these materials are indeed needed to repair the Grand Universe Shifting Token. However, the most important materials are missing. I'm afraid that this guy randomly collected them? Thinking about it, Xiao Hua's gaze landed on the other materials that were placed together with those materials. He seemed to be deep in thought. Thunder Roll Stone? Isn't this the material that Li Zongbao mentioned to refine some lightning pool? This guy actually has so many Thunder Roll Stones. Moreover, his jade strips even have the secret method to refine a lightning boat. This is the secret of my Imperial Thunder Sect. How could he possibly bring these things to Sky Patrol City? Moreover, his storage bag only has the materials to refine the Grand Universe Shifting Token but doesn't have the secret method to refine or repair it. It's very obvious that he doesn't know how to refine the Grand Universe Shifting Token. Then why did he collect so many materials? Chapter 2499. Other than Taoist Jingyu, I'm afraid I can't think of any other reason. Marshal Kuen has a fire attribute physique, so he must be a weapon refiner in my Imperial Thunder Sect. That Taoist Jingyu is also a weapon refiner, so the two of them might be related.
Also, I've never met this Marshal Kuan before, so why would he set up some 6-ding mountain ceiling magic formation here to plot against me? Also, he knows so much about me. If he didn't take orders from Taoist Jingyu, what other reason could there be? Right, how did this guy know that I have the strength of a golden core? I'm afraid it was Ming Mao or Dui Ling who revealed it. Alas, this woman. How could she keep a secret? Xiao Hua sighed, but then he was shocked again. Also Kuan Fian. That's right, Kuan Fian is a disciple of the Earth Thunder Palace. During my second Foundation establishment experience, she suddenly attacked and wanted to kill me. Looking at the situation, she seemed to have no choice. Although she was extremely unwilling to attack, she still had to attack. Could it be Marshal Kuan? Forget it, Marshal Kuan is already dead, and Kuan Fian is also dead. Who knows if it's them? Xiao Hua sneered. Looks like I was right to hide my cultivation. Just now, I saw from the jade slip that this forbidden law record is an extremely evil magic treasure. It requires 2 cultivators to enter this magic treasure at the same time, and it specifically tests the 2 people's magic power. As long as the magic power is strong, the other party will die in the strangulation of this forbidden law record. Unless the 2 people's magic power is extremely similar, then both of them can survive. Otherwise, only one person can come out from inside. Presumably, Marshal Kuan found out from Ming Mao or Dui Ling that I have the strength of a golden core early stage and felt that he couldn't win with just magic power. So he set his sights on a competition of magic power. What a pity, if we compare magic power, I can compare to a golden core late stage. How can you be my opponent? Alas, looks like no matter when, I can't expose my bottom line to others. No matter when, I have to keep a life-saving method. Hee, but this Marshal Kuan is really cute. Xiao Hua immediately revealed a smile. Usually, it's the cultivators of other sects who send good things to me, but this time, it's my own sect's cultivators who send it to me. Oh, that's not right, Marshal Kuan, this guy. His intentions were unforgivable. Why did he bring my thunder-controlling sect's thunderboat refining method from the Sky Thunder Peak? I'm afraid he wants to make an exchange with Reverend Jing Si. Not to mention whether or not he wants to exchange the secret refining method of the Grand Universe Shifting Token. Even if it's anything else, he's harming the interests of my Imperial Thunder Sect. Killing him was the right thing to do. It's all for nothing. As Xiao Hua thought about it, he looked at the jade strip for refining the thunderboat. And this thunderboat is really something. It's not something that can be understood in a day or two. Moreover, repairing the thunderboat is not something that can be done in a short period of time. There are only a few days left before the Battle of the 7 Extremes mountain range. Let's refine as many fire talismans as possible. Although Li Chengshu's invisibility talisman and Xiao Hua's fire talisman were both jade talismans, their advantages and disadvantages could be clearly seen. Xiao Hua's jade talisman was not just a little bit inferior. The fire talisman's talisman was much worse than the invisibility talisman's talisman. However, from the performance of the fire talisman, it was indeed not bad. It could actually block the talisman of a nascent soul cultivator. Even if the opponent was a golden core cultivator, this large number of fire talismans could definitely make the opponent suffer. Therefore, Xiao Hua still hoped to refine a few more. However, just as he put away the jade talisman, his gaze fell on a strange message talisman. This message talisman was somewhat similar to a flying sword. There was a faint flowing light on it. Oh! This seems to be a sword cultivator's flying sword message. Could it be? Marshal Kuan is a sword cultivator? No, this is the Changbai sect's message talisman. Xiao Hua thought for a moment and understood. This guy is colluding with Changbai sect's Reverend Jing Si. There must be that guy's message talisman in it. That old man Jing Si is a big enemy of mine. He killed Marshal Kuan for me. Xiao Hua scratched his chin and thought again. I don't know when Jing Si will come to Sky Patrol City. If I can condense my core, I will have some ability to protect myself. Thinking about this, Xiao Hua took out the many jade slips that he had thrown into the storage bag and checked them one by one. Not long after, Xiao Hua frowned slightly. When his divine sense came out of the jade slips in his hand, his brows relaxed and the corners of his mouth actually revealed a trace of a smile. Marshal Kuan, my brother, yours truly, Guan and I. Haha, This must be the message talisman sent to Marshal Kuan by the early Golden Core cultivator who robbed the Zhongling mountain village of qi refining materials. Xiao Hua's eyes turned rapidly. The two of them agreed on a place but didn't say a time. However, since Marshal Kuan left the city at this time, it should be soon. According to the Jade Slips, Huguan Ni has the key materials to repair the Grand Universe Shifting Token. Marshal Kuan probably wants to exchange the refining method of the Thunderbolt with him, right? Damn it, it seems that I must go. Not only can I kill that old man Jing Xi's disciple, but I can also obtain the refining materials. It's really killing two birds with one stone. Hee, it's more than killing two birds with one stone. Huguan Ni has always been ruthless. He even managed to get so many materials from a small Zhongling mountain village. How can there be few things in his storage bag? This young master's method isn't too vicious and merciless, right? Ruthless, I'm a ruthless and terrifying phoenix. Xiao Hua secretly snorted. He kept the jade slips and began to refine the fire talisman. When the time was almost up, Xiao Hua collected all the items and flew out of the cave. After identifying the direction, he flew towards the Seven Extremes mountain range. The Seven Extremes ridge was like 7 huge barriers, standing tall in the snowy highlands. The high foothills stretched across the sky, making people feel as if they had reached the end of the snowy highlands. Beyond the end, there was no wind, no snow, no cold. Yes, there was no paradise beyond the Seven Extremes ridge. It was still snowy and bone-piercing cold. However, there were spirit stone veins in the Seven Extremes ridge that cultivators coveted. Although the Seven Extremes ridge was a small-scale spirit stone mine, it had yet to be fully exploited. After the sword cultivators launched their attack that day, they were overjoyed. Not only did they send over a large number of sword-nurturing disciples to mine, they also asked the sword cultivator Failing Sword Manor and the blacksmith cultivator Bronze Bell sect to send over more people to guard the place. In addition, the other sword sects also sent over disciples to support them. At this time, in the cave residence where the cultivators of Sky Patrol City were resting, Rua Si and Yun Bai of Failing Sword Manor, as well as more than 10 disciples from other sects, were sitting on jade chairs. The sword light on each person's body was faintly discernible, and the faint sound of the sword was incessant. It seemed that they were practicing some kind of sword array. As the sword light on everyone's body became more and more obscure, the sound of the sword also became more and more uniform. In the end, there was a clang like the sound of a golden drum. A huge flying sword suddenly appeared in the middle of the crowd and rushed into the rock wall above the cave residence. With a loud boom, a black hole of several feet in size was blasted out by the huge sword. Rua Si, who was sitting on it, was a strong female cultivator of Grade 1 illusory sword. She had thick eyebrows and big eyes, quite masculine. She laughed and stood up saying, "Sword friends, you've worked hard. Our sword array is so powerful with just a little cooperation. It's more than enough to protect this small spirit stone vein. When you go back to your respective sects, you still have to practice this sword array well." Senior Rusi, a sword cultivator of Grade 6 illusory sword, stood up and said with a smile, "Senior, thank you for teaching us. This sword array is the secret of Failing Sword Manor. Now for the battle of our sword realm. Senior taught us without reservation. We have benefited a lot." Whether it's Failing Sword Manor, Lu Jian sect, Failing Feather sect, or Yin Yang Sword sect, they are all members of our sword realm. The most important thing is to kill the Dao cultivators and control all the spirit stone veins in the hands of us sword cultivators. Rua Si waved her hand casually and said with a smile, "You just have to remember these words and practice the sword array well. As long as you kill more sword cultivators, I will be gratified." This sword formation was passed down long ago when Senior seized this spirit stone mine while bathed in blood. Over the years, we disciples of various sects and even disciples of different sects have diligently practiced it. We've long been familiar with it. Another sword cultivator of Grade 5 illusory sword stood up and cupped his hands, saying, "It's just that our Seven Extremes ridge has exceeded the vision of the Dao sect cultivators. I'm afraid they won't pay attention to this place. Otherwise, our flying swords will definitely kill more cultivators." Chen Jianyo's words are wrong. The sword cultivator of Grade 6 illusory sword shook his head and said, "It's not that our Seven Extremes ridge is too far, and it's also not that our spirit stone vein is too small. It's just that our sword cultivators' warriors are too outstanding in this battle. They've beaten the cultivators to the point that they've retreated. They've gained the upper hand in every aspect. That bullshit meeting hall is badly battered and exhausted. They're simply unable to reach my 7 Extremes ridge. What Yuan Jianyu said is right. It's all because this little brother knows too little. The sword cultivator of grade 5 illusory sword bowed humbly. Then, with a wave of his hand, a brilliant sword light flashed. It's a pity that other than killing a few Foundation establishment cultivators 50 kilometers south of the 7 Extremes ridge a few months ago, my flying sword hasn't seen any blood. Soon. A similarly tanned and skinny female cultivator of grade 1 illusory sword beside Xueqi chuckled and said, "You guys take turns every 10 days. We'll be able to send you out soon. You'll be able to kill cultivators easily. Thank you for your auspicious words, Senior Yun Bai." The sword cultivator with the surname Chen bowed and said, "I hope that every sword cultivator on duty will be able to kill more." At this moment, without waiting for the sword cultivator with the surname Chen to finish his words, an intense sword light suddenly flashed from a corner far away in the cave. Everyone was slightly stunned and looked towards that corner. Ha! Yunbai laughed when she saw this. "Look, just now when we were talking about killing cultivators, there are cultivators passing by our 7 Extremes ridge. Let's see who you're waiting for to go out and make a fortune." Chapter 2500. With that, Yunbai waved her hand and a crimson sword energy fell into her hand. It was a small sword about an inch long. "Go!" Yunbai shouted. The small sword flew into the air and exploded with a pang sound, revealing a square sword shape. Inside the sword shape was a vast expanse of whiteness. After everyone looked at it for a moment, more than a dozen swordsmen of both sexes appeared from the white expanse. These flying swords were actually set up by sword cultivators. The situation from 100 miles away could be transmitted to this place through the other flying swords. Oh. So it's another group of sword cultivators here to support? Yunbai couldn't help but reveal a trace of bewilderment when she saw this. That's over 10 swordsmen at the 6th grade of the sword. Why were they suddenly sent here? They might not be reinforcements. Rusi shook her head. Maybe they have another mission and are just passing by the 7 Extreme Mountains and are resting here. Okay, I understand. Yunbai nodded and waved her hand. The square sword shape gradually closed and turned into a crimson flying sword that landed in a corner of the cave. Ruasi pointed with her hand and ordered, "Sword cultivator Chen, take a few disciples to greet them." "Yes, this disciple understands." Sword cultivator Chen bowed and flew out of the cave with a few 6th grade swordsmen. After a while, Swordsman Chen and the dozen or so bright swordsmen came into the cave. The first one was a swordsman with thick eyebrows and big eyes. He led everyone forward and bowed. Junior Li Chun of the Void Heaven Sword School greets Senior Ruasi, Senior Yunbai, and the other sword friends. "Oh? So it's sword cultivators from the Void Heaven Sword School. Please rise." Ruasi was slightly surprised to hear that these dozen swordsmen were actually disciples of the Void Heaven Sword School. The Void Heaven Sword School was in the limelight in this battle. Qin Jian's reputation was even more resounding than Lu Ruocheng's. If it wasn't for the illusory sword school swordsmen, ordinary swordsmen would have thought that the Void Heaven Sword School was hosting this battle. Therefore, the disciples of the Void Heaven Sword School were very popular wherever they went. Moreover, wherever they went, that place would be the center of attention. "I wouldn't dare." Li Chun was very respectful and stood up with a smile. "May I know if all of you are just passing by, or do you plan to stay in the 7 Extremes ridge for a long time?" Yunbai asked with interest. "Good lesson. Senior White Nose. We juniors are here on the orders of our masters." Li Chun clapped his hands, took out a sword slip, and respectfully handed it over. "At this point in the war, our sword region's goal of occupying the spirit stone veins has already been seen through by the cultivators. They stubbornly defend their own spirit stone veins, and on the other hand, have begun to send cultivators to attack the spirit stone veins that we sword cultivators occupy. The disciples who were stationed at the side have all been mobilized. Send reinforcements to the various spirit stone mines." "Oh, I see." Ruasi took the sword slip and looked at it for a moment before nodding slightly. "Since the sword friends of the Void Heaven Sword School have come to reinforce us, my 7 Extremes mountain range should be safe." "Thank you for your auspicious words, Senior." Li Chun respectfully said, "We are willing to follow Senior's orders and kill cultivators in the 7 Extremes mountain range." Good. Ruosi clapped her hands and looked at the 11 swordsmen behind Li Chun. Her gaze fell on a petite woman with delicate facial features, and she said with a smile, with Senior Marshal Brother Qin Jian's fame, if they hear that Senior Marshal Brother Qin Jian's martial niece is here, they will definitely be scared witless and won't dare to come. Ha ha ha, the swordsmen all laughed. Only the woman Ruosi was looking at had a slight frown on her face without a trace of a smile. Ruosi raised her eyebrows and looked at the woman with a smile. This sword friend. Aren't you the illustrious Gu Yu? The woman was indeed Gu Yu. When she heard Ruosi call her name, she was puzzled. She stepped forward and bowed. Junior is indeed Gu Yu. Greetings, Senior Ruosi. Hee. Invisible Sword Gu Yu. Although your cultivation is at the 5th stage of the Bright Sword stage. Oh, you're already at the 6th stage of the Bright Sword stage? Congratulations. Ruosi said with a smile. I wouldn't dare. Junior's cultivation is still too far from Senior's. Gu Yu slightly frowned and hurriedly acted humble. Li Chun, who was beside her, smiled, but there was a trace of pity in her smile. Gu Yu, you don't need to be humble. Although your cultivation is only at the Bright Sword stage, your reputation is not inferior to Senior Marshal Brother Qin Jian's. Ruosi said with a smile, since you joined the war, I don't know how many Dao sect cultivators you've killed. The number of people who died under your invisible sword is probably no less than Senior Marshal Brother Qin's subordinates, right? I wouldn't dare. How could Junior compare to Marshal Uncle Qin? Gu Yu replied without arrogance. Gu Yu, your future is limitless. Yunbai also said with a smile. I hope you can make a great contribution in the 7 Extremes Mountains and kill even more Dao sect cultivators. Junior's invisible sword has been lost. Now that I've come to the 7 Extremes Mountains with my senior martial brothers, I can only watch. I can no longer kill. Gu Yu raised her head and said very calmly. Ah? Your flying sword. Yunbai was stunned. Your invisible sword was lost? But, as she spoke, a buzzing sword hum resounded around Yunbai. The swordsmen nearby all involuntarily let out sword hum. Gu Yu's body was also trembling, and a faint sword hum could be heard from his body. However, Gu Yu's expression did not change as she smiled and said, although this invisible sword is in Junior's body, but she is no longer Junior's. Why is that? Even Ruosi was stunned at this moment as she asked curiously. Senior, please no. Li Chun hurriedly bowed and said, Junior Martial Sister has comprehended something in the sword Dao. This is what she thought, and now it has truly integrated into her sword intent. Therefore she can't fight. Oh, I see. Ruosi looked pensive as she looked at Gu Yu and then at Li Chun before nodding slightly. And, actually Junior Martial Sister is in seclusion. Li Chun added, however, since Marshal Uncle Qin has personally given the order, it's not good for us to decline. This time, Junior Martial Sister is here and I'm afraid she can't contribute. Please forgive us. All right. Ruosi nodded slightly and casually agreed. However, she was an illusory swordsman. Just now, she only needed to probe a little to see Gu Yu's situation. How was she in seclusion? How was she fusing her sword? There must be some other reason. However, since the Void Heaven Sword School's disciple did not say anything, she would not pursue it. That's not right. Ruosi nodded, but Yunbai said, in this sword's opinion, although Gu Yu has just entered the 6th grade of the Bright Sword School, her sword foundation is solid and she even has some comprehension. Hearing this, Li Chun frowned. He had already said it so clearly. Who knew that Yunbai would still pursue it? However, Yunbai was an illusory swordsman after all, so he could only awkwardly look at Gu Yu. Although Yunbai's name was Yunbai, her skin was absolutely not white. In fact, it was extremely dark, not to mention her appearance. Usually, when Ruosi saw her, it was fine since they were all about the same. As for the other female swordsmen in the 7 Extremes mountain range, although they were beautiful and fair, their cultivation and reputation were low. At best, they were only at the 5th grade of the Bright Sword School. Moreover, they were all respectful to her. Although she was somewhat unhappy, she was also satisfied in her heart. Today, seeing Gu Yu, not to mention Gu Yu's snow-white skin, not to mention Gu Yu's pair of big eyes, not to mention Gu Yu's curvaceous figure, just Gu Yu's neither haughty nor humble, icy and intelligent temperament was enough to draw out a little bit of jealousy in her heart. Not to mention,
the reputation of shapeless sword Gu Yu was very well known among cultivators. Even Li Zongbao knew of it, so how could Yunbai not know? A mere 6th grade bright swordsman was actually more famous than her. An illusory swordsman. This was naturally not something that Yunbai could tolerate. Therefore, when she saw Gu Yu explaining indifferently to Li Chun, Yunbai mercilessly asked. Gu Yu saw Li Chun's concerned and helpless gaze and only nodded slightly. She bowed towards Yunbai and Ruoxi and said, I won't hide it from the two seniors. Although this junior was in seclusion, I have already come out. First, I comprehended the sword intent, and now, I have already communicated with the sword spirit. As for why this junior is only here as a spectator, that is because this junior has already sworn that I will not take the initiative to kill a Dao sect cultivator and will never use the invisible sword to kill any cultivator. Oh, why is that? Not only was Yunbai surprised, even Ruoxi was surprised. She blinked her eyes and looked at Gu Yu before looking at Li Chun. Cough cough, it's like this. Li Chun opened her mouth and said, My junior sister met the terrifying phoenix during an ambush. Ah, you actually met him? Yunbai almost cried out in surprise. You are actually still alive? Gu Yu smiled bitterly. Yes, this junior is not only alive, but living well. The terrifying phoenix is vicious and merciless. How could he let you go? Ruoxi looked at the surrounding swordsmen who also had some fear on their faces and said softly, That fellow not only killed Ling Yunwu and the other 12 swordsmen of the Soaring Wind Sword sect, he also killed Zhong Haoshuan and the other 6 swordsmen of the Bright Sword sect. Even Yu Ming of the Quilted Mountain sect was scared out of his wits. This junior did not expect him to be the terrifying phoenix at that time. A trace of fear flashed across Gu Yu's face as she said without hiding anything. At that time, he did not reveal his phoenix dharma body. Furthermore, this junior only thought that he had died in the spirit stone mine of the Quanjin Mountain. I simply did not expect him to be the terrifying phoenix. However, he did not seem to be as ruthless and bloodthirsty as what Senior and the others said. Gu Yu bit her lips and said softly, How is that possible? Yunbai sneered. This sword heard that this fellow looked like a foundation establishment cultivator on the surface. However, he could even kill Ling Yunwu, who was at the 3rd grade of the illusory sword. How could he be a foundation establishment cultivator? At the very least, he should be a late-stage golden core cultivator. Even a late-stage golden core cultivator like him would not let go of sword nurturing and bright sword cultivators. He killed many of them in the Gale Snow Field. How could he let such a fiend off? Yunbai's words made it seem like it was normal for Gu Yu to die. Chapter 25:01. Gu Yu squints her eyes and a trace of indiscernible expression flashed across her crescent-like eyes. She continues, That day Junior used formless sword to plot against terrifying Phoenix. After being discovered by him, he used a magic artifact to chop Junior's right arm off. When everyone heard this, they looked at Gu Yu's undamaged right arm and were all shocked. Sigh, Gu Yu sighs. Junior was completely disheartened and knew that I had met my nemesis and was bound to fall. But just as Junior screamed and revealed myself, that guy actually gave Junior the formless sword and broken arm. He even took advantage of Junior being caught off guard and fed Junior an indescribable elixir into Junior's mouth. He heaped terrifying Phoenix. Does he know you? Yunbai laughs coldly. Gu Yu shakes her head. Of course Junior doesn't know him. Even after escaping, I carefully thought about his appearance and the news from Gale Snowfield. Only then did I know that he was terrifying Phoenix. Then why did he let you go? Why did he give you an elixir? If not for his elixir, you might not be able to keep your right arm, right? Yunbai asks. Gu Yu is silent but her eyes are unyielding. Hee, Gu Yu, if your right arm is broken, even this sword will feel pity for you. Not to mention a male cultivator like terrifying Phoenix. Yunbai bluntly calls out her name. Junior was in a mess at that time and only thought of escaping. I didn't think much about it. Gu Yu replies, but according to Junior's thinking, terrifying Phoenix might not have thought so. Then what did he think? Even Ruoxi is somewhat curious and continues to ask. I only feel that the horrifying Phoenix is not a cruel and merciless person. In fact, she is a kind person. If she was not forced into a desperate situation, she would definitely be merciful. She would not disregard human life. Gu Yu speaks frankly with assurance. Even in the battle between Dao cultivators, he does not often kill people. What Senior said about those few situations? Which one of them is not terrifying Phoenix fighting against my sword cultivator alone? When has Senior ever seen terrifying Phoenix working with others to kill my sword cultivator? This. Yun Bai is somewhat tongue-tied. After Junior escaped with my life, I have thought deeply about it. The fault lies not with the terrifying Phoenix, nor with Ling Yunwu and the other seniors. The fault lies with the war between the Dao sect and the swordsmen. Gu Yu's big eyes flashed with extraordinary splendor as she said, "We swordsmen control the sword domain and are already free and unfettered, so why should we conspire against the Cultivation 3 kingdoms? Even if we don't have spirit stones, we can still exchange things with the 3 kingdoms. There was no need to make such a big fuss and sacrifice the lives of thousands of swordsmen. If it wasn't for the Sword Dao War, the horrifying Phoenix wouldn't exist, and Ling Yunwu and the others wouldn't have died." "Humph, what do you know?" Rusi sneered. "The Great War of the Sword Dao is far from something that a mere sword user like you can understand." "That's right. This Junior naturally doesn't know." Gu Yu sighed with emotion. "Junior only knows that the flying sword is based on Zhongcheng, with rather break than bend as sword intent, with a heart full of hot blood to cultivate the spirit sword in the heart. But now, in the war, you try to cheat and deceive each other. You kill me, I kill you. The spirit sword in my heart has long been blinded by hatred. It has long lost its spirituality. What's the difference between this and the Dao sect's flying sword? Moreover, the formless sword in this Junior's hand requires a pure heart and a clear state of mind. Only then can it succeed. After this Junior participated in the Great War, I always schemed to kill cultivators. My heart has already fallen and dust has long accumulated in it. How can it still be traceless? How can it still be formless? I'm afraid that the horrifying Phoenix saw through this Junior's whereabouts because of this. After this Junior escaped, in addition to rejoicing, I gained enlightenment and found the true essence of the formless sword. This was how I broke through to the 6th grade of the bright sword in a short period of time." Seeing that Yunbai wanted to say something, Gu Yu didn't give her the chance to speak and continued. "Now, this Junior's formless sword is in my heart and not in my hand. The formless sword in my body has been seen through by others and can no longer be used to kill people." "This is your understanding?" Yunbai sneered. "You were just let off by others and you're grateful to them? You no longer raise the flying sword in your hand? Then this sword can tell you that you're very wrong. This is only a small matter. For this small matter, you've forgotten the righteousness of the Great War of Dao cultivators and the righteousness of my sword realm survival. Even if your formless sword advances, you will never succeed and will never become an illusory sword. This is because you've forgotten that a sword is a sword. It is the weapon we swordsmen use to sacrifice ourselves, the weapon we use to take the lives of cultivators." As she spoke, Yunbai opened her mouth and a string of lotus flowers flew out. It streaked across the air and an extremely sharp sword chi landed on Gu Yu's head. That sword chi was unhindered and had already shaved off most of Gu Yu's black hair. "Facing such a flying sword, can you stay true to your heart? Can you allow yourself to be slaughtered?" "Senior." Gu Yu was fearless and calmly said, "Facing this threat, this Junior naturally won't wait for death. However, this Junior has already said that this Junior's sword is in my heart and not in my hand." "Ridiculous. I didn't expect the Void Heaven Sword School to have senior martial brother Qin Jian, who killed Tu Hong, to have someone like you." Yunbai was about to scold her again, but Rusi waved her hand and stopped her. "No need. Since little friend from the Void Heaven Sword School came to support us, they naturally don't have to fight. It's fine as long as they have the intention. Besides, my 7 Extremes mountain range has more than 30,000 swordsmen, so what if we lose one?" Hearing Ruasi's decision, although Yunbai was unwilling, she could only shut her mouth. Even now, this female illusory sword school swordsman still didn't understand why she suddenly made things difficult for this beautiful swordsman who was only at the 6th grade. Hearing this, Li Chun let out a long sigh and helplessly looked at Gu Yu. He had heard Gu Yu say the same thing back then. He was even more surprised than Yunbai and the others. Although Gu Yu's words revealed a thorough understanding of sword essence, and Gu Yu really relied on this understanding to advance. However, this was a battle between Dao cultivators. Who cared about what kind of understanding you had? You only needed to contribute to the sword domain and kill as many cultivators as possible.
Not only did you not kill cultivators, but you also pointed out the inappropriateness of the sword Dao battle. Wasn't this clearly against the sword domain? Fortunately, Qin Jian's reputation had always been extremely resounding, especially when it was said that Tu Hong was killed by Qin Jian. Although Qin Jian denied it in the sword domain, those who didn't know the truth still put this credit on Qin Jian's head. Although formless sword Guyu's reputation was resounding, there were many who were on the same level as her. She was far from being as arrogant as Yunbai said. Guyu's change had only happened recently. If she didn't say it herself, how could others know? Even if he knew, just like Ruasi, he would still give in because of Qin Jian. Many thanks, Senior Ruasi. Guyu bowed very graciously. Seeing Guyu being so obedient, Yunbai couldn't help but feel awkward. Inside the cave, the other drawing sword swordsmen were also a little surprised. They unconsciously looked at each other, not only because of Guyu's words, but also because of Yunbai's actions. At this moment, a buzzing sound came from the place where the message was sent. A sword light suddenly flew out. Could it be that there are other sword friends coming to support? Ruasi obviously wanted to change the topic. She smiled and pointed with her finger. The sword light flew into the air. Just as the scarlet brilliance was about to explode, a few more buzzing sounds were heard. Not good. Ruasi's expression changed. She grabbed with one hand, and several scarlet brilliance flew into the air. Open! He heard Ruasi's soft reprimand, and several sword lights completely exploded. Several square mirrors were scattered in the air of the cave residence. See! So many cultivators? When Ruasi saw the dense crowd of cultivators flying over from afar, covering the sky and covering the earth, there were even more than 10 huge flying magic tools. Ruasi's eyes narrowed, and his heart was filled with horror. Sister! Yunbai was even more puzzled. When was my 7 Extremes Ridge valued so highly? Looking at the incoming cultivators, there should be more than 10,000, right? More than that, Ruasi bit her lips and said coldly, to be able to activate 7 messenger flying swords, how could there be less than 20,000? These cultivators seem to be Huanhua sect disciples? Li Chun was a little hesitant, as if he couldn't make up his mind. That's right, they are Huanhua sect disciples. Yunbai sneered. Among the Dao sect cultivators, only Shi country's Huanhua sect likes to show off. They have flying artifacts wherever they go. Even when they go out to attack, they dress up as if they are getting married. Haha. The group of swordsmen who drew their swords couldn't help but cover their mouths and laugh. Li Chun also laughed involuntarily. It seemed that this was the first time he heard such a description of Huanhua sect disciples, and he vaguely understood Yunbai's previous reproach to Guyu. Just as everyone was carefully inspecting, dozens of lights shot out from the Huanhua sect disciples. It was the late-stage Foundation establishment disciples who were scouting ahead. The swordsmen only felt a violent tremor in front of their eyes. The mirror suddenly turned black, and all the images disappeared. Then, with a few crisp sounds, the mirror cracked inch by inch, turning into specks of fluorescent light that fell into the air. Obviously, the Huanhua sect disciples discovered the messenger flying swords and destroyed them. Huanhua sect actually launched a large-scale attack. This is really not good. Rusi looked at the shattered fireflies in the air. Although her tone was very grim, the expression on her face didn't change much. Humph. These Dao sect bastards are really tired of living. Yunbai sneered. They want to attack my 7 Extremes Ridge with just 20,000 disciples? Let's not talk about anything else. On that day, my sword cultivator invested nearly 40,000 disciples in Golden Spring Mountain. Seniors, please understand. Right now, Huanhua sect is already 300 li away. Should we meet the enemy now? Li Chun bowed and said, we Void Heaven Sword School disciples are willing to be the first line of defense. Haha. It's fine for now. Yunbai laughed. It's just 20,000 disciples. This sword won't let them return. Wang Wang, another wave of sword humming sound was heard. It came from the place where the message was sent, and a sword light suddenly flew out again. Chapter 2502. Not good. At this time, Ruasi was really a little shocked. However, before she could reach out her hand, There was a series of strong roars, and several scarlet lights rushed into the sky. Xueqi did not dare to be negligent. She hurriedly grabbed with her hand, and those scarlet sword lights also exploded, and several images of 4 directions appeared again. However, after a series of explosions, the sword lights that had just appeared on the surface of the mirror were immediately shattered into fluorescent light. These flying swords were actually discovered by the cultivators first, and before the sword cultivators could see any clues, they were immediately destroyed.
Which sect is this? Xueqi was shocked.
Fortunately, after the sword lights were annihilated, the last small mirror surface that was only 1 foot square appeared. It seemed to be from the distant horizon, with the same imposing manner as the Huanhua sect's disciples. The tens of thousands of Imperial Thunder sect's disciples also urged their magic tools to fly over. Terrifying Phoenix, when Xueqi saw the Imperial Thunder sect's disciples' attire, what Guyu said just now unconsciously appeared in her mind. She then looked at the other drawing sword sect's disciples, and a trace of panic could not help but flash across their faces.
This Guyu really came at the wrong time. Xueqi could not help but sigh, but she still looked at Yunbai with some reproach.
If Yunbai did not force her, Guyu would not have said such demoralizing words, right?
Guyu seemed to have sensed everyone's fear.
She hesitated and whispered, "Junior doesn't think that terrifying Phoenix would be here. He has a proud personality, and will definitely not attack together with other cultivators."
That's right. Yunbai also came to a realization.
She hurriedly patted the jade chair and shouted, "Think about that terrifying Phoenix's origin. How could he be interested in our 7 Extremes mountain range?"
Yunbai also tried her best to redeem her mistake just now.
That's right, that's right. The group of drawing sword sect swordsmen's eyes lit up, and they also came to a realization. They had never heard of an expert like terrifying Phoenix appearing together with other cultivators. With an explosive sound, a thumb-sized lightning flashed on the mirror surface, and the mirror surface finally exploded.
"Senior sister."
Yunbai stood up and said, "This Imperial Thunder sect's group of cultivators seems to have 10 to 20,000.
This adds up to nearly 40,000 cultivators.
It's the same as our 7 Extremes mountain ranges swordsmen. Looks like the Dao sect has done their homework well."
"Yes." Xueqi nodded slightly.
She waved her hand and said, "Junior sister Yunbai, now that the Imperial Thunder sect and the Cleansing Flower sect are attacking, you and I will definitely have to face the enemy separately."
"Which sect's cultivators will you kill?"
"Washing Flower sect." Yunbai cried out without any hesitation.
"Very good."
Xueqi stood up as well. She clapped her hands and a similarly crimson flying sword appeared. With a wave of her hand, the flying sword rushed into the air. With a series of sword cries, it turned into several flying swords and rushed out of the cave. This sword has already informed the disciples who are guarding 100 miles away to retreat. For the time being, we will not go and face them head-on. Wait for my reinforcements to arrive, then we will fight them to the death.
Chen Feng.
The swordsman surnamed Chen hurriedly stood up. "Senior, please give me your orders. Go and inform sword friend Ji Yi of the Bronze Bell sect. Tell him in detail what happened here. Ask him to come out of seclusion immediately and assume command." Chen Feng bowed hastily and left hastily. "Yes, this junior understands."
"Oh?
Senior Ji of the Bronze Bell sect is here as well?" Hearing this, Li Chun's face was obviously filled with joy. Xueqi nodded slightly and said with a smile, "He is the swordsman with the highest cultivation in our 7 Extremes ridge. This sword and junior sister Yunbai are merely watching over the house for him."
"Very good."
Li Chun beamed and said, "Since Senior Ji is here, those several tens of thousands of Dao sect cultivators are nothing to be afraid of."
Yunbai nodded. Exactly."
Li Chun asked, "Senior, please give your orders. Which senior shall we follow to fight the enemy?" Xueqi did not even need to think. She waved her hand and said, "All of you follow this sword to kill the disciples of the Imperial Thunder sect."
"Yes."
Guyu and the rest also stood up and answered with a bow. Then, Xueqi methodically divided the group of swordsmen into 2 groups, and each of them went out with their own men. The Imperial Thunder sect did not come to the 7 Extremes ridge alone. Together with the Imperial Thunder sect, there were also disciples from the Mozong Mountain and Yongyi sect. There were even disciples from a few small sects in the country of Shi. However, the Imperial Thunder sect only sent out an early gold core stage cultivator. Moreover, the Imperial Thunder Sect's disciples made up the majority. At this moment, the group flying in front was a group of disciples from the Canlay Palace. The leader was a late Foundation establishment stage cultivator. In his hand, he held a strange-looking magic treasure. The two ends were sharp, but the middle was flat. There was some flickering brilliance within it. This cultivator activated the magic treasure in his hand. The brilliance within the magic treasure flickered repeatedly. Suddenly, a slanted corner above the flat surface shook violently. That disciple did not hesitate and activated his magic power. The magic treasure shook a few times, and a few thumb-sized lightning bolts shot out toward the wilderness in the distance. A rumbling sound was heard. It really hit the extremely thick layer of snow in the wilderness. After a moment, when there was no more movement, that disciple continued to activate the magic treasure. At this moment, the flat surface in the middle of the magic treasure returned to its original tranquility. It was like a layer of water, and there were no ripples at all. "All of you wait here," that disciple ordered and returned with the magic treasure in his hand. The Imperial Thunder Sect's disciples were arranged in a neat formation. Basically, each Thunder Palace was a large group. Within each large group, there were several dozens of small groups. On the two sides of the Imperial Thunder Sect's disciples were Mozong Mountain and Yongyi Sect's disciples. They were all waiting in formation according to the customs of the two sects. The other scattered sects were sandwiched between the three sects' disciples. Although there were few people, their morale was high and they were all valiant and high-spirited. Above the heads of these disciples, there were another dozen or so peak late Foundation establishment cultivators clustered around an early gold core old man. These dozen or so people were also flying at a leisurely pace, not in a hurry at all. The leading late Foundation establishment stage disciple flew into the air and bowed, reporting to Marshal Uncle Can. This disciple has already used the clear and turbid technique to check the surrounding 30 miles. There are no more traces of flying swords or sword formations. The gold core stage cultivator was naturally the leader of the Imperial Thunder Sect. He was also the commander of the attack on the Seven Extremes Ridge, Ken Shang from the Canlay Palace. After listening to the report of the Foundation establishment stage disciple, Ken Shang nodded slightly. "And, good. Then." He released his divine sense and sneered. "The flying swords and sword formations within 30 miles are gone. However, there are still many swordsmen lying in ambush outside 30 miles. These swordsmen are probably preparing to launch a sneak attack on us. Go, Yufeng. Send 300 disciples and bring me the heads of these swordsmen." Yes, this disciple understands. The eyes of the Imperial Thunder Sect's disciple called Yufeng flashed with a trace of excitement. His figure flew down quickly and pointed in the air for a moment. Another 300 Imperial Thunder Sect's disciples followed him and flew forward. Senior Ken is really amazing. The Imperial Thunder Sect's disciples had just been sent out. A somewhat gray-haired but still charming late Foundation establishment stage female cultivator said with a smile. The divine sense of an ordinary gold core stage senior can only reach 10 miles. At most, it's 20 miles. I didn't expect that senior's divine sense has actually reached 30 miles. If senior is pregnant, wouldn't it directly exceed 1,000 miles? Kan Shang's face flashed with a trace of pride. However, he still waved his hand and said, "Fellow Taoist Jing overestimates this old man. This old man only had some fortuitous encounters when I was young. My divine sense is quite long and has some advantages compared to ordinary fellow Taoists. However, divine sense of 1,000 miles is the magical ability of a function separation stage senior. Even if this old man is a nascent soul stage, it's impossible for me to do that." Hee, Senior Kan is too humble. Another female cultivator spoke. This female cultivator looked slightly younger than Mozong Mountain's Jing Tingting. Her hair was very black. She was Lingzhu from the Yongyi sect. Senior has a high starting point and your future achievements will be even higher. If not for Senior's profound cultivation, how could you be sent here? The Seven Extremes Ridge is the original spirit stone mine of Sentry City. They didn't let their disciples come and instead let Senior lead the team. Isn't it because they are afraid that they can't take down the Seven Extremes Ridge? Ken Shang was about to say something when he suddenly raised his head again and frowned. It seemed that his divine sense had detected something. Lingzhu, Jing Tingting and other late Foundation establishment stage cultivators all released their divine senses. Unfortunately, their divine senses were only 10 miles. How could they see anything? Forget it. Seeing that everyone was looking at him eagerly, Kansheng sneered and said, the sword cultivator actually issued a summoning order for the ambushing sword cultivators to return to the Seven Extremes Ridge. I'm afraid that Dui Yufeng and the rest will return empty-handed. Haha, sword cultivators also have dog noses. A late Foundation establishment stage cultivator said with a smile. They know that we came prepared today and saw Senior Kan's power. They were so scared that they wet their pants. Kansheng knew that this was an act of flattery, but he still felt good when he heard it. He looked at the leader of the small sect and nodded slightly. Sure enough, after a long while, Dui Yufeng returned with the 300 disciples. He reported in a very dejected manner, Martial Uncle Kan, this disciple is unworthy. Before we could even get close, we saw the appearance of a messenger flying sword. Those sword cultivators didn't even look at us before they all flew away. It's okay. Kansheng said with a smile. No matter how they hide, it's only a distance of 200 miles. In the end, they will meet us. You lead these 300 disciples and lead the way. Keep a distance of 10 miles from the main group. If you encounter any sword cultivators, kill them immediately. Roger. Dui Yufeng shouted loudly and whistled in mid-air. Then, his figure made a beautiful turn and flew forward. Haha, this child. He really has no respect for his elders. Kansheng said with a smile. Isn't this because Senior Ken is amiable and approachable? Lingzhu said with a smile, if you had a straight face and looked like you didn't want strangers to come close, not to mention senior brother Dui, we would also feel like we were sitting on pins and needles. Ha ha ha, Kansheng laughed and waved his hand. This is my nature. I don't like to put on airs as an elder. Even if I did, I would feel uncomfortable. Ha ha, then it's our fortune. Jing Tingting replied with a smile. Chapter 2503. Don't worry. I'm not a greedy person either. As long as we find out the strength of the Seven Extremes mountain range, of course, the final goal is to take down the Seven Extremes mountain range. All of you have contributed greatly and this old man will not take even half of the battle credits. Kansheng smiled and said, we're under Senior Kan's lead, so the credit will naturally go to Senior. Everyone's face was filled with joy as they bowed and answered. Wait for me. Kansheng was very satisfied. He looked at the horizon and asked, how's the situation with the Huanhua sect? I'll let Senior know. Lingzhu hurriedly replied. An hour ago, they sent a message. Just like us, they're only near the edge of the Seven Extremes mountain range and haven't encountered any sword cultivators. I'll send a message over as well. Tell them about this place. Kansheng instructed. Also, order the disciples to increase their speed by 10% and prepare for battle. Yes, we understand. Everyone's face turned cold. They knew that their previous ease had come to an end. As the distance increased, the battle was inevitable. When the group of Foundation establishment late-stage cultivators returned to their group, only a few Imperial Thunder Sect disciples were left beside Kansheng. The entire group of cultivators indeed increased their speed. Kansheng squinted his eyes and stood with his hands behind his back. His face was filled with confidence as his gaze fell on the mountain range that looked like a screen. Buzz buzz buzz. A continuous sword cry that could even shake the earth and mountains was emitted from the Seven Extremes mountain range. Immediately after, a hurricane swept out and the surrounding spiritual energy of heaven and earth gathered and poured into the Seven Extremes ridge. As the spiritual energy of heaven and earth poured into the Seven Extremes ridge, the hurricane became even bigger. Immediately, countless moo sounds were heard in the air and shook the surroundings. A hurricane blew across the vast sky and the robes of the 20,000 Dao sect cultivators were blown up. The accumulated snow on the snow region plateau was also swept up into the air. In the blink of an eye, a huge shadow suddenly appeared on the towering mountain range in the distance. Similarly, 20,000 swordsmen flew into the air from the Seven Extremes ridge in an orderly formation. The black mass of swordsmen blocked the setting sun and covered half of the sky. In addition to the intense flickering of the sword light, that oppressive aura was able to cause the sweat of the cultivators to stand even though they were dozens of miles away. They're just a group of people who want to show off. Kansheng was shocked, but he still sneered disdainfully. Call Yufeng turn. Kansheng instructed, Slow down and arrange the formation.
I want to see if the treasures of my Imperial Thunder Sect or the flying swords of the sword cultivators are more powerful. Yes. The disciple beside him hurriedly sent out a message talisman upon receiving the order.
Dui Yu Feng and the others were originally hesitant, but at this moment, they received the order and returned. Charge! Kan Shang waved his hand slightly and urged his transcendence energy to shout. When Kan Shang's order fell into the ears of the 20,000 cultivators, it was like thunder. Everyone urged their transcendence energy at the same time. The magic tools and treasures in their hands were all taken out. Similarly, there were 10,000 flashes of lightning. Streams of heaven and earth spiritual chi gathered and similarly formed a hurricane. Especially the rolling thunder and flickering lightning. The momentum was so great that it was not inferior to the sword cultivators' sword formation. The group of cultivators and swordsmen were all on alert. Each of them urged their bodies. Seeing that the two sides were getting closer and closer, they could clearly see the two sides.
When they heard the sword cultivators' orders, the 100 or so swordsmen who were riding on their flying swords at the very front urged their sword energy.
The 100 or so sword flashes rushed out of the crowd and formed a huge flying sword in the sky. The sword flashes swayed as they rushed towards the cultivators. The cultivators' treasures could not be compared to the swordsmen's flying swords. They could not reach far. When they saw the flying swords attacking, the 100 or so cultivators also exerted their power at the same time. They shouted in unison and the magic tools in the sky flashed as they rushed out. Boom! A huge sound rang out. The flying swords collided with the group of magic tools. A series of explosions rang out and the airwaves rushed into the sky. The accumulated snow on the nearby snow region was blown away. At this time, the vegetation and gravel were also blown into the air. Not only that, the entire ground shook slightly from the impact of the airwaves. His sword cultivators indeed have some skills. The 100 or so flying swords rushed into the magic tools and collided with each other. Most of the flying swords were blocked by the magic tools. However, there were still about 10% of the flying swords that broke through the magic tool's defense and approached the cultivators. Kan Shang could not help but sigh in his heart. However, the disciples of Imperial Thunder Sect were not mediocre. Immediately, another 100 or so disciples immediately activated their magic tools. One by one, the magic tools flashing with lightning and fire rushed out. Not only did they force the flying swords back, but they also counterattacked the swordsmen. This back-and-forth test was like a stone thrown into a calm lake. Ripples were born from the place where the stone fell and quickly spread to the entire lake. The waves of battle also dragged all the cultivators and swordsmen into it. Rumble! Ka-cha-cha! There was the sound of thunder and the flash of swords. When the first scream came from the mouth of a cultivator or a swordsman, it was immediately followed by an endless stream of screams. Every scream was the harvest of a life. In the time it took to drink a cup of tea, hundreds of cultivators and swordsmen had already fallen from the two armies. At this time, the cruelty of the battle was different from that of Quan Jinshan. That was because Quan Jinshan and Tu Hong had a premeditated plan to lure the swordsmen into a trap. Other than a simple defense to not arouse the swordsman's suspicion, he did not send most of the Sky Patrol City's disciples into the battle at all. Today, all the swordsmen were mobilized. All the cultivators did not hold back. They used their flying swords to fight against the magic tools without the slightest mercy. In Li Chun's hand was a thin sword that was like spring water. The jade-green sword light seemed to be able to subdue almost everything. His figure broke free from a flickering lightning net. With a slight wave of his hand, the jade-green light flashed out and pierced into the eyes of a tall, dark, and thin cultivator from the Imperial Thunder Sect several dozen feet away. There was a flash of brilliance in front of the cultivator's eyes. The defensive yellow talisman was immediately corroded by the spring water, creating a flaw smaller than a needle's eye. However, it was this flaw that allowed the sword light to penetrate and rush into the cultivator's right eye at lightning speed. With a scream, the cultivator naturally used his right hand to cover his right eye. However, he only had time to cover his right eye before the green light pierced through the back of his head. The cultivator did not shout another word and his figure fell into the dust. Humph! Li Chun snorted coldly. His figure suddenly sank and his two hands stretched out. Above the cultivator that he had just killed, there were two other Imperial Thunder Sect's disciples. They had just joined forces to kill a swordsman. Just as they were about to take the swordsman's storage pouch, his two sword lights pierced towards them from below. Attack! These two disciples were also Foundation Establishment late-stage cultivators. When Li Chun's flying sword approached, the two of them had already sensed it. They turned around almost at the same time. One was a palm-sized butterfly and the other was a lightning dart that was like a spear. Both of them flashed with lightning and struck Li Chun's flying sword. Sizzle! There was a burst of thunder. Li Chun's flying sword was surrounded by lightning. Moreover, the lightning spread along the direction of the flying sword and rushed towards Li Chun. The two of them sneered and simultaneously urged their magic tools to attack Li Chun. Go! Li Chun's figure abruptly made a turn, and a thin stream of water emerged from beneath his feet, carrying his figure as it rapidly rushed underground. Where do you think you're going? The two Imperial Thundersect's disciples shouted. At the same time, they urged their flying techniques to chase after him. However, when the two of them rushed out for about 4 zhang, the disciple who used the lightning dart suddenly became alert. The lightning dart in his hand suddenly flew to the side and directly pierced towards a swordsman who was fighting with a Mozong Mountain disciple about 2 zhang to the left. Pooh! The swordsman was simply caught off guard. The sword light around his body flashed rapidly and was unable to block the lightning dart. The lightning dart pierced through his body. Looking at the Imperial Thundersect's disciple, he used force in his hand and threw the swordsman's corpse to the ground. Then, he suddenly rushed into the air. Almost at the same time, the other disciple of the Imperial Thundersect who was chasing after Li Chun suddenly paused. The defensive brilliance at his waist flashed rapidly, and then his entire body was cut in half. This disciple didn't even have the chance to scream before he died. Looking at the sky, an extremely dim sword light flashed. It was like a thin thread of sword light had shrunk into the hand of a Void Heaven Sword School's disciple. It was the other disciple, Spring Equinox. However, at this moment, a tremendous force erupted from Spring Breeze's body. Spring Equinox had just retracted his sword radiance and had yet to stabilize his body. The force of the impact sent Spring Equinox flying. Spring Equinox wasn't the only one affected. Even the swordsmen and cultivators within 100 feet radius were sent flying in all directions by the force of the impact. Spring Equinox scanned with his divine sense and knew that a cultivator had detonated a magic treasure to take down the opponent with him. Unfortunately, the sword cultivator was extremely agile and had already dodged. Only his flying sword was slightly damaged, but Spring Equinox and the others were affected. Spring Equinox calmed down a little and was about to use his divine sense to scan elsewhere when he suddenly felt a chill from his back. He was so shocked that he didn't have time to use his divine sense. The sword light around him shone brightly, and he was about to rush up. His right hand shook behind him, and the flying sword that was as thin as a thread also rushed out. However, he was still too late. Seeing that he had just flown 3 feet away, before his speed reached its limit, a fist-sized blue lightning ball streaked across the sky and sank into his back like a meteor. Although the sword light of Spring Equinox's protection was surging with all its might, extending and contracting like the quills of a hedgehog, the lightning ball still easily penetrated it. With a loud bang, the ball of lightning exploded inside Spring Equinox's body. Flesh and blood flew everywhere. How could Spring Equinox still have a chance to live? Several hundred feet away, an Imperial Thundersect's disciple holding a ring-shaped magic treasure was dumbfounded as he watched all of this. He was controlling the magic treasure to send out a ball of lightning to attack a nearby swordsman. Who would have thought that after the swordsman barely dodged, the swordsman would quickly attack him? He was in a panic and didn't have time to control the ball of lightning with his divine sense. As a result, Spring Equinox was killed. Chapter 2504. However, this Imperial Thundersect's disciple's good luck had come to an end. Just as he was dumbstruck looking at his battle achievement, his opponent waved her hand and a black earth pillar smashed horizontally towards his chest. This disciple came to his senses and hurriedly activated his magic treasure. A small lightning ball was born and rushed to the front of the earth pillar. With a loud boom, the earth pillar was blasted into pieces. But just as the smoke and dust were flying and the earth was scattering, an incomparably black sword light as thin as a hair rushed from the earth pillar to the front of this Imperial Thundersect's disciple. Ah! The Imperial Thundersect's disciple's magic power was obviously exhausted. His divine sense was careless and was penetrated by the sword light. The brilliance protecting his body flickered slightly and was annihilated.
Following the sword light entering his chest, that disciple only let out a light groan and died. Strings of blood splattered and one life after another was reaped by the sickle. Seeing such a situation, Xueqi looked at Guyu beside her and asked in a deep voice, Guyu, spring equinox, has already fallen. Many swordsmen have also fallen. You still don't plan to take action? Guyu's expression did not change as she shook her head slightly. This junior will not take action. In this junior's eyes, these lives are all innocent. They should not have fallen here. They should have roared in the 9 heavens and galloped freely between this heaven and earth. But for this so-called Tao cultivator great war, their originally free lives have no choice but to be tied up here. Sai, perhaps you are right. Xueqi looked at her disciples falling one by one and felt helpless in her heart. She could only sigh and said, It's a pity that this sword cannot transcend like you. Since this sword is stationed in 7 Extremes mountain range, then I must ensure that I complete the orders of the Sword Region Master. Saying that, Xueqi raised her head and took a deep breath. Sword light shot out from her body and her originally dark skin seemed to be plated with a layer of silver light at this moment. Guyu knew that Xueqi was about to take action and hurriedly flew back several feet. She stood quietly and watched coldly. It was as if this war had nothing to do with her. Buzz buzz. The sword light on Xueqi's body blossomed and continued to elongate. As the sword light flashed, the sound of the sword humming also reverberated. When the sword light was only 20 feet long, Xueqi's entire body charged into the air. She drew an extremely beautiful arc in the air and charged towards Kanshang, who was several li away. The sword light was like lightning, streaking across the sky. Not only did the surrounding heaven and earth spiritual chi rapidly gather, it even pierced through the air. A rumbling sound came from the sword light along with Xueqi's flight. As Xueqi's figure approached, a cloud-like sword light appeared from Xueqi's body. Xueqi's sword intent was actually a pure and flawless white cloud. Kanshang had long been paying attention to Xueqi's actions. When he saw that her actions had caused such a huge commotion, he muttered in his heart. However, what else could he do now? Kanshang opened his hand and a 3-foot-long purple golden hammer flew out from his body. The head of the purple golden hammer was 1 foot long and the runes on it were very deep. Electric light flowed between the runes, and the flickering purple light couldn't help but rush out of the purple golden hammer. It rushed into the air and issued a crackling sound. The 2-feet-long hammer handle slightly rotated, and the world's spiritual energy was sucked in like a whale. Rise! Kanshang's white hair suddenly scattered in all directions as a powerful aura surged out. He lifted the purple golden hammer in his right hand and similarly flew up, charging towards Xueqi with a speed that was not inferior to hers. Following Kanshang's flight, a hammer shadow with lightning lingering around it slowly formed in front of the purple golden hammer. When the two collided, it was already 1 foot long. Boom! A loud sound rang out. It was definitely an earth-shattering movement. The purple golden hammer finally collided with the white cloud sword. The first round of collision between the 2 golden core realm swordsmen and cultivators created a huge sound wave in the air. Amidst the sound wave, the 1-foot-long white cloud was struck by 70%. The purple golden hammer shadow of the same size was also shaved off by more than 80%. Looking at Kanshang and Xueqi, the two's figures were even faster than when they flew over. They retreated like bullets and were only able to stabilize themselves after being knocked back 1,000 feet. The dozens of cultivators and swordsmen below them were also affected and lost their balance, falling into the air. Those who were lucky barely managed to stabilize themselves. Those who were unlucky had long been killed by the nearby enemies. Not only that, the white cloud was like a strand of black hair. Every strand of cloud was a ray of sword light. After rushing into the purple golden hammer, it immediately revealed a ferocious appearance and danced rapidly like a jellyfish with countless tentacles. The purple golden hammer wasn't any weaker than the white cloud sword. The purple golden hammer was originally a shadow made of lightning, but now it suddenly exploded. The lightning pierced into the white clouds like flying swords. Wherever the lightning went, the sword lights disappeared like they were melting water. See, Xueqi's eyes narrowed and she took in a breath of cold air. The sword essence around her body circulated rapidly and the white cloud sword turned into a white ribbon, spiraling towards Kanshang. After the first round of probing, Kanshang had some confidence in his heart. Xueqi's attack was definitely not for show. He was indeed slightly inferior. However, Xueqi was using the white cloud sword. The sword light was like silk and was extremely good for defense. But in a real fight, it did not seem to be compatible with a swordsman's one-hit kill. In this aspect, Ken Sheng's purple golden hammer had a slight advantage. In addition, the lightning of the purple gold hammer seemed to be the nemesis of the white cloud sword. Just one bolt of lightning was enough to annihilate several sword beams. In terms of magical treasures, Ken Sheng had the upper hand again. As the battle continued, Ken Sheng had the confidence to win. Seeing the white cloud sword coming towards him, Ken Sheng's face showed disdain. He thought to himself, female swordsmen are no different from female cultivators. They both do superficial things. Although this ribbon is beautiful, what's the use? As he thought, he waved his purple golden hammer. Attack! Lightning flashed on the purple golden hammer. It split into several parts and hit the white cloud sword. In an instant, the ribbon was broken into several pieces. However, at the same time that the white cloud sword was broken into several pieces, Xueqi's sword art moved again. With a buzzing sound, the several pieces of the ribbon suddenly exploded, forming hundreds of flying swords that pierced towards Ken Sheng. The sound of the flying swords piercing through the air was extremely sharp. Even a golden core cultivator as strong as Ken Sheng's expression changed. At this moment, he finally understood the power of the white cloud sword. Separate, Ken Sheng did not dare to be negligent. With a wave of his purple golden hammer, he activated his transcendence energy. The purple golden hammer shone brightly and a huge shadow of the purple golden hammer emerged, enveloping Ken Sheng within. The hundreds of sword lights pierced into the shadow, but were all blocked by the lightning within the shadow. Ha ha ha, Ken Sheng laughed. Sword cultivators are only Seeing this, Xueqi's eyes unconsciously narrowed. She seemed to have made a decision. After all, the thunder-controlling sex lightning elemental spells had always been the most feared by sword cultivators. Ken Sheng's purple golden hammer was even more powerful. Her white cloud sword was indeed no match for it. However, things still went beyond Ken Sheng's expectations. Although the hundreds of sword lights were blocked by the purple golden hammer's defense, they did not dissipate like before. Instead, after colliding with the lightning, they were reflected back. Following Xueqi's sword art, the sword lights repeatedly collided and pierced out. It was like a ball of sword light enveloping Ken Sheng's body. At the same time, this sword light also consumed the lightning. In a few breaths, the lightning shadow of the purple golden hammer began to dim. Could it be? This woman wants to compete with me in transcendence energy? Ken Sheng was slightly surprised. He understood very well why sword cultivators had an advantage in a fight with cultivators. It was because their attack power was strong. And cultivators could fight sword cultivators because their transcendence energy was generally stronger than sword cultivators. Xueqi was competing with Ken Sheng in transcendence energy. He was afraid that she was using her weakness against his strength. It was absolutely impossible for Xueqi to do such a thing. However, in the next moment, the sword lights became more and more dazzling. It lingered in the surrounding space for hundreds of feet. Not only was it impossible to look at, but the whistling spiritual energy of heaven and earth could cut anything in the space into pieces. This made Ken Sheng even more surprised. However, Ken Sheng also withdrew his original intention. He mobilized his gold core, and his transcendence energy methodically poured into the purple golden hammer. While stabilizing the defense, he would casually strike from time to time. And this seemingly casual strike would always create a gap of a few feet in the white cloud swords within hundreds of feet. The originally smooth sword lights were sluggish again. Just when Ken Sheng and Xueqi's battle seemed to have entered a stalemate, a cold divine sense swept over from the Seven Extremes Ridge. That divine sense seemed to have no emotions, and it was as bone-chilling as a snow region. When it swept over Ken Sheng, it actually made Ken Sheng tremble slightly. At the same time, his transcendence energy was also slightly stagnant. Third-grade illusory sword? Ken Sheng was shocked. He immediately understood Xueqi's intention. She only needed to defend the formation and delay him. Once the third-grade illusory swordsman arrived, how could he still have a way to survive? However, things were out of Ken Sheng's expectations. That cold divine sense only swept over him and hovered slightly. Then, it swept over the entire battlefield and left in disdain. Ken Sheng was stunned, but his heart was also beating fast. With such a fierce person overseeing the Seven Extremes Ridge, It would be difficult for him to take advantage of the tens of thousands of Imperial Thundersect's disciples.
Left and right is to find out the actual situation. Kan Shang's mind changed again. There is no need to pester her. Wait until this female swordsman is seriously injured. Please don't take her life. Just when Kan Shang was tender like water, but the knot in his heart could not be dispelled, suddenly, another powerful divine sense swept over from behind him. Gold core. Late-stage teacher? Kan Shang sensed that divine sense, and it came from behind him. That familiar divine sense really made him want to cry tears of joy. However, what made Kan Shang not know whether to laugh or cry was that this divine sense also swept over a group of people and even the entire battlefield. It swept over the other side of the Seven Extremes ridge. It was as disdainful as the swordsman. Although this divine sense was disdainful, Kan Shang. No, all the Imperial Thundersect's disciples on the battlefield, Missouri Songshan's and Tongyi Sect's disciples were greatly shocked. They knew that it was not only them who were fighting here, but also their gold core teacher. Chapter 25:05. A late-stage golden elixir realm cultivator, in a situation where the two armies were evenly matched, definitely had the power to turn the tide of the battle. Kan Shang was relieved, but Ruaxi's expression changed greatly. Seeing that Kan Shang was a little distracted and the smile on his face, Ruaxi's eyes narrowed and the sword light around her body once again flourished. That dazzling sword light forced Kan Shang to involuntarily close his eyes. When Kan Shang's divine sense swept out, he turned pale with fright. How is this possible? You're only a first-grade illusory sword realm cultivator. How can you transform into a sword? Indeed, Ruaxi's figure had already vanished. A cluster of dense white clouds congealed into a flying sword appeared where Ruaxi was previously standing. The sword splendor that was previously surging around Kan Shang's body was now emitting a shrill cry. All the sword's splendor frantically converged. The flying swords of several nearby swordsmen were also uncontrollably sucked over. Not good. When Kan Shang saw that Ruaxi actually had the secret of transforming into a sword, he was greatly alarmed. Almost without thinking, his figure abruptly rose. Taking advantage of the fact that Ruaxi's sword light had converged, he waved the purple golden hammer. Balls of lightning were activated as if they were not spiritual stones and smashed towards Ruaxi. He took advantage of the situation and wanted to escape towards the Seven Extremes ridge. However, he was still a little late. The flying sword condensed from white clouds rapidly swelled and then rapidly shrank. When it had condensed to the size of an ordinary flying sword, it suddenly expanded. A white rainbow like the sun rushed towards the balls of lightning that Kan Shang had conjured. Rumble, rumble, rumble. A series of loud noises enveloped the battlefield of tens of thousands of people. That white rainbow passed through all the balls of lightning at an incredible speed in the blink of an eye and directly pierced towards Kan Shang's back. Fight! Kan Shang's heart shrank. He immediately knew that the time to decide the outcome of the battle had arrived. His golden elixir rapidly rotated and all the vital energy rushed towards his meridians. His transcendence energy then poured into the purple golden hammer. Dang! Like the sound of a golden drum, the white rainbow struck the purple golden hammer, creating a 3-inch deep crack. Moreover, the white rainbow's momentum didn't decrease, but its direction was changed by the purple golden hammer. With a pu sound, the golden light around Kan Shang's body suddenly brightened, and then it was extinguished. That white rainbow actually went under his armpit and passed through. See, Kan Shang's natal magic treasure was damaged. His primordial spirit violently fluctuating. The white rainbow even broke through his golden elixir's defense and severely injured his body. As blood spurted out, his body staggered as his body's injured. Let's go! Kan Shang sucked in a breath of cold air. He watched as the white streak of light passed through his body and several other Imperial Thundersect disciples before slowly coming to a stop. He didn't dare to stay any longer. Enduring the pain, he activated his flying technique and fled to the other side of the Seven Extremes mountain range. Thousands of Imperial Thundersect, Mo Sang Mountain,
and Tong Sek's disciples had already died. When they saw this, they also retreated while fighting, moving towards the other side of the Seven Extremes Ridge. Moreover, that incomparably sharp white rainbow slowly stopped in mid-air. The sword's light gradually converged, revealing Xueqi's red face. Xueqi had forcefully activated her secret technique to transform into a sword, causing great damage to her body. Unfortunately, Qin Sheng's purple gold hammer was too powerful, and that lightning net was too arrogant. Xueqi's attack, which she was originally very confident in, did not succeed, and could only heavily injure Qin Sheng. Looking at Qin Sheng stumbling and flying into the distance, Xueqi waved her hand and sneered, "Chase." Yes, the swordsmen who were originally chasing the cultivator also had high morale. Many 6th-grade sword leaders responded loudly and commanded the 10,000 swordsmen to chase after the cultivator. On the other side of the Seven Extremes Ridge, the battle situation was different. The Washing Flower Sect's leader was a graceful female cultivator who had a technique to retain her beauty. Her name was Bright Moon. This Bright Moon Maiden's cultivation was at the peak of the early gold core stage. The magic treasure in her hand was also called Bright Moon. This Bright Moon emitted a pure white brilliance under the influence of the Bright Moon Lady's magic power. It lit up the sky within 1,000 feet. The brilliance was extremely cold, and it was compatible with the cold wind of the snowy highlands. Its power was multiplied. The white flying sword was a white lotus, similarly emitting a pure white sword's light. The battle between Bright Moon Maiden and Bright Moon Maiden was much more interesting than the battle between Qin Sheng and Xueqi. However, the outcome of the battle was different. Just before the Seven Extremes Ridge's cold divine scent swept over, Bright Moon Maiden's white lotus sword transformed into a white lotus. The lotus petals spiraled towards Bright Moon Maiden. The sword's light on the lotus petals was like lightning. Not only did it emit a dazzling brilliance, it even pierced the air with a zzz sound. Moreover, each lotus petal seemed to be faintly connected. As they flew, they moved with each other. Not only was the flight path more difficult to distinguish, even the flying speed gradually increased, far surpassing that of ordinary flying swords. The two had already fought for a long time. Bright Moon Maiden saw the power of the white lotus sword and knew that Yunbai had already used her full strength. Thus, she took a deep breath and bit the tip of her tongue. With a pu sound, she spat out a mouthful of essence blood onto Bright Moon Maiden. Woo! With a sound like a lone wolf howling on a snowy night, Bright Moon Maiden suddenly turned into an oval shape and rapidly expanded above her head. Go! Bright Night Maiden immediately formed hand seals. The gold core in her body spun faster. True essence poured into her meridians. The magic power was like a tide rushing into Bright Moon Maiden. As the magic power poured into Bright Moon Maiden, the surrounding spiritual energy of heaven and earth also crazily poured in. Go! When Bright Moon Maiden formed hand seals, she pointed her finger and Bright Moon Maiden flew out from her head. Like a meteor chasing after the moon, it shot towards the white lotus sword. Bright Moon Maiden flashed around Bright Moon Maiden. The surrounding spiritual energy of heaven and earth formed an extremely cold brilliance around Bright Moon Maiden. Ka-cha-cha as Bright Moon flew, the ice shards in the air shattered and fell. In the blink of an eye, Bright Moon Maiden was already close to white lotus petals. Although it was still a foot away, the lotus petals suddenly condensed. As the lotus petals condensed, there was a wang sound of metal and stone. This sound was the sorrowful cry of the condensed sword light. It was trying its best to break free from the extreme coldness of the sword domain. But immediately after, with a series of kacha-kacha sounds, Bright Moon Maiden cut all the lotus petals apart. All the sword light was also split in half. Pong! With a loud sound, the magic weapon Full Moon finally hit the bottom of the lotus petal. On the body of the white lotus sword, the heart of the white lotus sword also suddenly produced a lotus-like sword light, heavily colliding with the full moon. The brilliance of the full moon was completely restrained, and the shockwave sent the magic weapon flying. Bright Moon Maiden's face was also flushed red. Clearly, her primordial spirit was somewhat damaged. Looking at White Lotus Sword, it was even worse. The magic treasure, Bright Moon, had not only destroyed Bai Lian's sword form, revealing the flying sword, but it had also sent the flying sword flying diagonally. Several deep cracks had appeared on the pure white sword's body. Pooh! White Lotus Sword was damaged, and Yunbai was also injured. She spat out a mouthful of blood and her face was pale. Sword cultivators are only a... Bright Moon Maiden's eyebrows were raised,
and she coldly spat out these words. Her handsome face was even more disdainful, and the redness on her face was even more beautiful in contrast to her pure white face. Yunbai originally wanted to leave a few sword scars on Bright Moon Maiden's face, but now she was even more embarrassed and angry. She gritted her teeth. Although she was seriously injured, she still forcibly controlled White Lotus Sword. The White Lotus Sword streaked across the air several tens of feet away, and very abruptly pierced towards the beautiful female cultivator in the distance in a fiery red robe. Wasn't that female cultivator Fairy Hong Xia? Fairy Hong Xia was originally fighting with a 4th-grade swordsman with a magic treasure in hand. That magic treasure had already wrapped around the swordsman's arm. Just as she was about to kill him, Yunbai's White Lotus Sword suddenly rushed over, frightening Fairy Hong Xia so much that she hurriedly retreated. She couldn't even protect her magic treasure. With a seep sound, the White Lotus Sword slashed across Fairy Hong Xia's arm. It easily pierced through a flaw in her defense, and a deep bloody scar was left on Fairy Hong Xia's arm. Blood immediately gushed out, dyeing Fairy Hong Xia's pure white skin red, and even her fiery red Taoist robe was dyed red. Not only that, the White Lotus Sword did not stop after injuring Fairy Hong Xia. It rushed to the front of the swordsman whose arm was bound by the magic treasure, and suddenly spun, cutting Fairy Hong Xia's magic treasure into several pieces. Fairy Hong Xia's figure stopped in mid-air. She reached out her hand and swallowed a pill. Then, her almond-shaped eyes flashed with ruthlessness. She slapped her forehead, and with a phoenix cry, more than 10 feet in size flew out of her body. Oh! Seeing Fairy Hong Xia's ice phoenix celestial body appear, Yunbai was slightly taken aback. But soon after, she pointed her finger, and the White Lotus Sword turned into a stream of light and rushed into the air. Its target was Fairy Hong Xia's ice phoenix celestial body. The ice phoenix let out another long cry, and the sound shook the surroundings. At the same time, it flapped its 2 wings, and its entire body retreated slightly. The huge phoenix head retracted with all its might, and then suddenly stretched out again. A deep blue brilliance was spat out from the ice phoenix's mouth, and like water from the 9 heavens, it blocked the White Lotus Sword. The White Lotus Sword was hit by the deep blue brilliance, and the sword light immediately shrunk. It tried its best to fly forward, but as if it was stuck in a quagmire, it could not move forward at all. Xiantian primordial water? Yunbai was shocked at first. Clearly, she was very surprised that a female cultivator in the late foundation establishment stage would have Xiantian primordial water. But later, when the Xiantian primordial water seemed to be endless, her face was not only shocked, but shocked and frightened. Because not only did the Xiantian primordial water trap her White Lotus Sword, it also quickly sealed her surroundings, as if it wanted to trap her. Oh no! I shouldn't have vented my anger on this female cultivator. Yunbai was filled with regret. She knew clearly that if she had not offended Fairy Hong Xia, how could she have made her use her ice phoenix celestial body to challenge her, an illusory swordsman? And now, not to mention that she was heavily injured, even the White Lotus Sword was trapped by the Xiantian primordial water. Yunbai might not be able to fight against Fairy Hong Xia. Escape. Yunbai immediately had this thought. Then, she tried her best to activate her sword energy. The White Lotus Sword shone brightly and rushed into the Xiantian primordial water, wanting to fly back to Yunbai's hand. Chapter 2506. At this moment, the cold spiritual will swept past where Kanshang was. It swept past Fairy Hong Xia and the others and immediately locked onto Fairy Hong Xia. Oh no! Fairy Hong Xia sensed the strong spiritual will and was shocked. Her ice phoenix celestial body flapped its wings and flew up in an attempt to escape. Immediately after, the second spiritual will, which was equally strong, swept past where Kanshang was. Similarly, when the spiritual will swept past Fairy Hong Xia and her arm, which had just stopped bleeding, it immediately stopped. A kind of extreme anger was born from the divine sense. Darling Xiao? Sensing the familiar spiritual will and the anger in it, Fairy Hong Xia was stunned. Why did he come back to Seven Extremes Ridge? However, Xiao Hua's spiritual will had already been concealed. If not for Fairy Hong Xia's close observation, she would not have been able to detect it so easily. Just as Fairy Hong Xia was deep in thought, a blue figure rapidly flew over from the direction of the Seven Extremes mountain range. Before the figure could get close, a powerful aura gradually spread throughout the entire battlefield. It was like the gentle breeze before the arrival of a tsunami. Fairy Hong Xia was shocked when she saw Yun Bai suddenly attacking Fairy Hong Xia. However, her primordial spirit was also damaged and she could not save her in time. She had just activated her magic treasure Bright Moon and saw Fairy Hong Xia escape danger. Although she suffered a flesh wound, it was still better than dying. She heaved a sigh of relief. Immediately after, Fairy Hong Xia released her Ice Phoenix celestial body. Fairy Hong Xia was stunned. Ordinary cultivators only needed to release their celestial body, and their other powers would be restricted. They could not even use other spells. Fairy Hong Xia releasing her celestial body against the illusory swordsman was indeed unwise. Of course, each person's Dharma body was different, and their supernatural powers were different as well. Some could increase their powers, while others had special supernatural powers. However, it was rare to see someone like Fairy Hong Xia, who could control a magical treasure directly. When Fairy Hong Xia's Ice Phoenix celestial body spat out innate primordial water, not only trapping Yun Bai's White Lotus sword, but also trapping Yun Bai, Fairy Hong Xia's lips curled into a smile as she thought to herself, as expected of a fairy. Therefore, her magic treasure, Bright Moon, slowed down for a moment. She wanted to give Fairy Hong Xia the credit for killing the illusory swordswoman. While she was hesitating, the blue-robed swordsman's divine sense swept over and his figure appeared. Attack! Lady Ming Yu did not dare to be careless. She knew that as long as the blue-robed swordsman came to the battlefield, her side would definitely have no chance of winning. Moreover, Yun Bai would definitely be able to escape from danger. Which fellow Taoist spirit sense is this? Similarly, when Lady Bright Moon shot out her magic weapon, Bright Moon, she also sensed Xiao Hua's divine sense and was slightly surprised. However, even with Xiao Hua's appearance, the best opportunity to kill Yun Bai would be missed. She endured the damage to her origin spirit and circulated her true origin with all her might. The magic treasure once again took the shape of an oval and flew towards Yun Bai. Scoundrel, how dare you? The blue-robed swordsman's divine sense did not leave the vicinity of Fairy Hong Xia. When he saw Lady Bright Moon using her magic treasure, he could not help but be enraged. His divine sense left Fairy Hong Xia and scanned the magic treasure, Bright Moon. Instantly, a strange feeling came from Lady Bright Moon's divine sense. It was as though she had lost her connection with the magic treasure. How is this possible? Lady Bright Moon turned pale with fright. This magic treasure, Bright Moon, was her natal magic treasure. If the blue-robed swordsman fought with her on the spot and used his divine sense to sever the connection between her origin spirit and the magic treasure, she could understand. But at this moment, the blue-robed swordsman was still extremely far away. However, how could a strand of divine sense have such a divine sense? Even if he is a nascent soul master, it is impossible for him to have such a method, right? Lady Bright Moon's heart could not help but jump. Hong Xia! Hurry up and kill that guy! Lady Bright Moon tried her best to use her divine sense to fight with the blue-robed swordsman's divine sense in an attempt to regain control of the magic treasure. At the same time, she hurriedly ordered Fairy Hong Xia. Yes, this disciple understands. Fairy Hong Xia's face was also flushed red. It wasn't that she hadn't used her Ice Phoenix Dharma body, but she had tried to refine the tidal bead into her Ice Phoenix Dharma body after listening to Xiao Hua's advice. Her Ice Phoenix physique was clearly stimulated by the evil tremor bloodline, and was completely different from Xiao Hua's. Furthermore, it did not have any origin spirit fused into it. It was already pretty good that she was able to control the tidal bead to release the connate primordial water in such a short period of time. If she really wanted to use the connate primordial water to kill Yun Bai, it would be a little too difficult. Seeing Fairy Hong Xia activate her Ice Phoenix physique and clumsily control the tidal bead to channel the connate primordial water towards Yun Bai, Bright Moon sighed in her heart. She is too clever for her own good. If she had directly used her divine sense to control the magic treasure, wouldn't she have killed this ugly sword cultivator long ago? Yun Bai, who was within the connate primordial water, was surrounded by sword light.
She did not dare to release her divine sense too far, and was doing her best to resist the connate primordial water. Although the sword light was gradually being corroded by the connate primordial water, she was already overjoyed that she was not killed. Seeing the blue-robed swordsman's figure gradually becoming clearer, that extremely strange orange face was filled with anger. Even those reddish-yellow eyes that were different from ordinary people were about to spit fire. Fairy Hong Xia was also very anxious. With a jiabe sound, her ice phoenix physique cried out again, and its 2 phoenix claws moved rapidly, as if it was really forming a seal. Instantly, the connate primordial water that had completely submerged Yunbai suddenly produced a several zhang tall wave, and slammed down on Yunbai's head. Rumble rumble. The sword light protecting Yunbai was instantly reduced by more than half. Yunbai's face turned pale again. This was because Fairy Hong Xia had already figured out that as long as she used the connate primordial water again, not only would the sword light around her be completely corroded by the connate primordial water, but her body would also be corroded by the connate primordial water until not even a single bone would be left. Senior brother Ji, save me! At the critical moment of life and death, Yunbai could no longer care about the dignity of an illusory swordsman, and could not help but cry out for help. Mingyu tried her best to control the moon, but was unable to do anything. Furthermore, as the blue-robed swordsman flew closer, Mingyu's magic treasure Mingyu was getting more and more out of control. Mingyu was so anxious that she almost wanted to urge Fairy Hong Xia again, but she also understood that this matter could not be resolved by her urging. If she urged Fairy Hong Xia again, it would be a burden to her. Rather than that, she might as well keep her mouth shut. Indeed, Fairy Hong Xia waved her phoenix claws again, and a faint ripple of magic power was emitted. Heaven and earth spiritual energy flocked together, and the connate primordial water was raised by her again. How dare you! At this moment, the blue-robed swordsman's cold snort could be heard. Mingyu's heart trembled, let alone Fairy Hong Xia. Her body trembled, and the waves that she had raised retreated. Quick! Mingyu's heart shrank, and she could not help but remind, stay true to your heart, do not be disturbed by external sounds. Although that was what she said, it was still extremely difficult to do it. Fairy Hong Xia gritted her teeth, closed her eyes again, and the ice phoenix celestial body waved its claws again. Humph! The blue-robed swordsman's cold snort seemed to be much closer. Mingyu was shocked, and she raised her head to look. She could not help but cry out. She saw that the blue-robed swordsman had turned into a rainbow, and that blue rainbow swept across the sky, and shot towards her. This swordsman is at least a grade 3 illusory sword. Seeing that the swordsman could turn into a rainbow, Mingyu could not help but groan, and said anxiously, Hong Xia, quickly release that bitch, we will retreat now. Saying that, Mingyu leaped up, and without even caring about her magic treasure, she scanned the entire battlefield with her divine sense, and was about to give the order to retreat. Seeing that an illusory swordsman was about to die in her hands, Fairy Hong Xia could not help but bite her lips. She knew very well that if Yunbai had not been severely injured in the fight with Mingyu, she would not have had this opportunity, and there would not be such an excellent opportunity in this battle. Thinking about her own master, and what she wanted to do in this battle, this was an excellent excuse. Rumble. A thunderous sound came from behind Fairy Hong Xia and the others. This thunderous sound came from afar, and it pierced through the 9 heavens, as if a god's anger had descended upon the 7 extremes ridge. Xiao Lang is here. Fairy Hong Xia's heart relaxed, and the ice phoenix celestial body spread its wings, and its claws moved gracefully. The Xiantian primordial water that could not be controlled previously was now as smooth as the feathers of the ice phoenix celestial body. Following Fairy Hong Xia's will, a huge wave of several feet high was set off, and it smashed towards Yunbai. Bitch, this sword will not let you off even if I become a ghost. Yunbai really lived up to her name. Seeing that the blue-robed swordsman was already in front of her, but the wave had already been set off, Yunbai's face turned pale, and her lips trembled as she spat out a few vicious words. While the wave of water smashed down, and the countless tiny whirlpools within the Xiantian primordial water instantly corroded Yunbai's sword light, and the half-foot-long white sword light disappeared, revealing Yunbai's body. Tremble, within the rainbow, the blue-robed swordsman let out a furious roar. An extremely strong sealing force came from a mile away, completely suppressing the area within 100 feet of Fairy Hong Xia. The ferocious Xiantian primordial water was completely frozen by this restrictive force. Even Fairy Hong Xia's ice phoenix celestial body could not move at all.
The most dangerous thing was that the Xiantian primordial water that was smashing towards Yunbai was less than half a foot away from her head. Yunbai's eyes were filled with extreme despair. As this powerful restrictive force came through the air, Fairy Hongxia's magic treasure, Bright Moon, immediately loosened. She hurriedly controlled Bright Moon to turn around, but she knew that her magic power was not enough to break this restrictive force. She could only look at Fairy Hongxia with pity, and with a slap of her hand, a crimson message talisman appeared in her hand. At this moment, a cold laugh rumbled like thunder. How majestic, how murderous, how powerful! Immediately, dark clouds rolled above Fairy Hongxia's head, and hundreds of thick heavenly lightning bolts suddenly appeared. Ka-cha-cha, the heavenly lightning bolt struck down, and hit the restrictive force that had completely restrained Fairy Hongxia and the Xiantian primordial water. Chapter 25:07. Boom! With a huge tremor, the restrictive force was almost completely shattered by the heavenly thunder. Countless tiny threads of lightning flickered around Fairy Hongxia. As the restrictive force was shattered, the innate primordial water annihilated Yunbai in a flash. Yunbai only had time to scream and her eyes were dazed, as if her divine sense had been lost in the innate primordial water. Furthermore, the flesh and blood on her body quickly dissipated, and the exposed white bones were also quickly annihilated by the blue waves. Hiss, seeing this, Mingyu could not help but gasp. She had long heard of the ferocious reputation of the innate primordial water. Seeing it today, it really lived up to its name and was even worse. Then, Mingyu quietly put away the message talisman in her hand. She raised her head and looked at the sky. A few miles away, there was still the rumbling of thunder, but in the sky, there was a small figure stepping on the sound of thunder, calmly rushing over. This is... which senior brother of the Imperial Thunder Sect? Mingyu's eyes lit up. She knew that this cultivator from afar was using the thunder escape technique of the Imperial Thunder Sect. The pure thunder control technique just now could only be used by the Imperial Thunder Sect's late Golden Core stage disciples, or even nascent Soul stage disciples. Looking at the blue-robed swordsman, who had flown half a mile to the battlefield and saw that his restrictive technique had been destroyed by Xiaohua's heavenly thunder and Yunbai had died. His figure also stopped in midair, coldly looking at the source of the sound of thunder. When Xiaohua came closer, a trace of disappointment flashed across Mingyu's eyes. She saw that Xiaohua was only the height of an ordinary person and was a little fat. The Imperial Thunder Sect's robe was bulging, and he looked very uncomfortable. Looking at his appearance, he was abnormally ordinary. If he was thrown into EG, no one would be able to recognize him. However, Mingyu did not dare to be negligent. She hurriedly went forward and saluted. Mingyu of the Huanhua sect greets senior brother of the Imperial Thunder Sect. Xiaohua waved his hand and said, "Go and command the battle. Leave this guy to me." Seeing that Xiaohua did not mention his name, Mingyu was even more disappointed. She could only whisper, "Yes, Mingyu understands." At this moment, Fairy Hongxia had already broken free from the remaining shackles. She barely managed to grab the storage pouch that had not been corroded by the Xiantian primordial water, and retracted the Ice Phoenix celestial body into her body. An unprecedented sense of exhaustion emerged from within her body. "I really don't know the immensity of heaven and earth." Fairy Hongxia smiled bitterly. "What my dear Xiao can do, I may not be able to do." However, when she turned her head to look at Xiaohua, she was stunned again. Xiaohua. That's right. How could the current Xiaohua be her lover? However, when Fairy Hongxia saw Xiaohua's unintentional glance at her, she came to a realization. This is Sister's sky-stealing sun-swapping secret technique. Back then, Big Sister could only barely change her appearance, but Xiao Lang could actually transform into such a person. Unfortunately, no matter how he changed his appearance, the look in his eyes could not be concealed. Hee. Thinking of this, Fairy Hongxia smiled sweetly. She reached out her hand again and took out an ordinary water-type magic treasure from her storage pouch. She raised it into the air and flew into another battle. However, Fairy Hongxia's action of killing Yunbai was too shocking.
The swordsmen and cultivators around her had all seen it. Which swordsman would still fight with her? After killing a few swordsmen who could not escape, Fairy Hongxia took a deep breath and stood upright in mid-air. Bright Moon's opponent, Yun Bai, had been killed by Fairy Hongxia. Fairy Hongxia couldn't use an ordinary swordsman to fight. She pointed her finger, and the transcendent artifact, Bright Moon, turned into a round disk and flew into the sky, covering her. She transmitted her voice softly. Hongxia, come over here. Yes, Martial Aunt Mingyu. Fairy Hongxia smiled at her martial aunt who had always taken care of her and obediently flew into the light of Mingyu. With this senior brother from the Imperial Thunder Sect, we have nothing to worry about in this battle. Mingyu whispered to Mingyu as she looked at Xiaohua who had come over with his hands behind his back. There was not a trace of magic power around him. Although Mingyu said so, the one who was worried about Xiaohua was Fairy Hongxia. Fairy Hongxia still looked on worriedly. She looked at Xiaohua who was standing quietly in the sky a few hundred feet away. In front of him, half a mile away, the blue-robed swordsman was also looking at Xiaohua coldly. This blue-robed swordsman was completely different from Xiaohua. Not only was his figure much taller, even his sturdiness was not something that Xiaohua could compare to. What was special was that the swordsman's face and head were squarish. Even his sturdy body was squarish. Furthermore, where Xiaohua stood, the cold wind blew, causing Xiaohua's Taoist robe to flutter. Although the golden light around Xiaohua's body was slightly overflowing, it was still slightly weaker than the blue-robed swordsman. This was because, within one zhang of the blue-robed swordsman, there was no sound of wind. Not even a corner of his blue robe was blown. It was as if it was a silent space. The two experts stood high in the sky. Even Mingyu was a few hundred feet away from them, not to mention the ordinary cultivators and swordsmen. They all stayed far away, giving them a few hundred feet of space. They were afraid that the battle between the two would affect them. Fairy Hongxia bit her lips and muttered in her heart. After all, Xiaohua's cultivation was only at the late foundation establishment stage. How could he face a third-grade illusory swordsman? Right at this moment, there was a small commotion in the distance. Oh? Mingyu frowned and used her divine sense to scan the area. She saw that the injured Qin Shang was fleeing here and the Imperial Thunder Sect disciple was fighting and retreating. She was stunned. Strange. The Imperial Thunder Sect's senior brother did not go to help the Imperial Thunder Sect disciple. Why did he come to the battlefield of my Rinsing Flower Sect? This question. Not to mention the 100,000 people in the Seven Extremes Ridge. Even if all the cultivators in the Sky Patrol City were included, only the person beside Mingyu could answer it? Fairy Hongxia's heart was filled with unconcealable sweetness. Mingyu originally wanted to provide support to Qin Shang. However, she saw that although Qin Shang was seriously injured, there was no illusory swordsman chasing after him. Furthermore, the retreat of the Imperial Thunder Sect and the other two sects' disciples was orderly. It was not the kind of situation where an army would collapse like a mountain. Mingyu then sent out a few message talismans and ordered all the Huanhua sect's disciples to prepare to provide support. She then stood in midair with Fairy Hongxia and watched the fight between Xiaohua and the blue-robed swordsman. After all, as long as Xiaohua won, this battle would be more than half won. If Xiaohua lost, they could only escape. It was a pity that the two main characters of the battle were standing quietly in the air. Now, it had been the time to drink a cup of tea and they had no intention of fighting. Yes, how could they fight? How could Xiaohua fight with the blue-robed swordsman? No one knew what the blue-robed swordsman was thinking. Anyway, Xiaohua was very embarrassed at this moment. Although he had sacrificially refined the Kunlun mirror, that thing was two hongs. There were tens of thousands of disciples in the field. If they were not careful, they would definitely reveal it. Could the Imperial Thunder Sect escape the investigation of the Shui region's spiritual master? Even if Xiaohua did not return to Sky Patrol City, he was afraid that it would be difficult to explain, right? Wishful staff? That was the thing that Xiaohua would be famous for in the future. Now that he had changed his appearance, it was even more impossible to take it out. In short, after thinking for a long time, Xiaohua really wanted to cry but had no tears. Forget it, I'll just stand here. Maybe I can scare this guy away. Xiaohua had the demeanor of a loud voice. However, the blue-robed swordsman was also shy. Obviously, the restrictive power of his hand was extremely powerful,
But when it came close, it stopped. His red and yellow eyes stared at Xiaohua, but he did not make a move at all. This extremely strange scene did not change in the slightest until Kanshang staggered and flew to Ming Yu's side. Seeing the Imperial Thundersect's golden core disciple standing in the air, Kanshang's eyes stared straight. "Fellow Taoist Kan?" Ming Yu inquired in a low voice. "Which senior brother of your sect is this?" Kanshang's eyes stared straight at Xiaohua's side. With a voice that even he himself felt embarrassed, he replied, This Kan does not know. This Kan does not seem to know this senior brother. Isn't he the Imperial Thundersect's disciple in this great battle?" Ming Yu asked curiously, looking at his Taoist robe. "It seems so." Kanshang smiled bitterly. If it was an ordinary early-stage golden core disciple, this Kan might not recognize him. But this senior brother. Just now, he seemed to have used the lightning evasion technique to control lightning. His cultivation, is at least late-stage golden core, right? How could this Kan not recognize this kind of nascent soul senior brother in one step? However, this senior brother's cultivation, I'm afraid it's even higher than senior brother Qian Mo. How could he come to the Seven Extremes mountain range? If he's just passing by, then why is he wearing the Taoist robe of a participating disciple? Moreover, this Kan was in a very dangerous situation just now. If not for risking my life, I almost died. How could senior brother come here? Kanshang had a stomach full of puzzlement, but this did not delay him from quickly taking a healing pill. With Ming Yu by his side, with this Imperial Thundersect's disciple who was even more powerful than Qian Mo, he would not worry about Ruaxi's damaged sword origin. When Kanshang was taking the pill, Ming Yu explained the situation just now in a low voice. Kanshang was so shocked that the jade bottle almost fell. What? Directly controlling heavenly lightning? Damn it, this should be a nascent soul cultivator's divine ability, right? Which senior brother from the Heavenly Thunder Palace is this? Kanshang's brain juice was being racked. It's that powerful? Ming Yu was also slightly stunned. She did not expect the difficulty of controlling heavenly lightning to be so high. And that's right. Kanshang suppressed the ecstasy in his heart and said in a low voice, "Our Imperial Thundersect's secret technique can only be used after reaching the nascent soul realm to communicate with the power of heaven and earth and control heavenly lightning. That's not right." Ming Yu said curiously, "This concubine has personally seen Imperial Thundersect's disciples using magic treasures, such as flying swords, to guide heavenly lightning down. TCH, how can that be compared?" Kanshang curled his lips and said in a low voice, "That's because there's a lightning-attracting array inside the magic treasure. What's even more lazy is that the magic treasure contains lightning and can borrow a bit of heavenly lightning's power to use. Fellow Taoist Ming Yu, didn't you see this senior brother of mine? He doesn't have any magic treasures or the like in his hands, but he's guiding lightning with his bare hands. This is a secret technique of my Imperial Thunder sect that is not passed on. There are only a few people in the sect who can do it. Hee. While speaking, Ruaxi also flew over. Behind her in the distance was formless sword Gu Yu. Ruaxi also looked at Xiaohua and the blue-robed swordsman in astonishment. She then scanned the entire battlefield but did not see any trace of Yun Bai. When she found a sword cultivator to ask, her face revealed a miserable expression. At the same time, her furious gaze also fell on Ming Yu. You're tuning in to the Xueqi's Martial Arts Saga YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.